Hey everybody. Hey everybody. How are you guys doing? Hello, hello, hello. Hi Mel watching from the UK. Okay, period. Hello, welcome, 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 guys. Y'all know today we were supposed to just talk about the ASAP Rocky case. I got on Twitter and saw that the damn case is starting today. So today is actually day one for the ASAP Rocky trial. Hey Isis, hey Kika, hey Destiny, hey India, hey Mel, hey Gabrielle, hey Kiana, hey Too Pretty, hey Ronnie. Thank you so much, Too Pretty. Hey Nick, hey Miss Sheila. Miss Sheila, drive safely. So guys, we actually are going to be walking right into the trial. So before the trial starts, I wanted to make sure I started 30 minutes early so we can kind of understand what's going on. I really thought we had until Monday, but they selected the jurors yesterday, and Miss Jefferson told me it's an all-white jury. So I'm not sure how ASAP feels about that, but it's an all-white jury. You hear me, JT? I told you I was gonna dye his hair. Hey, Carol. So let me just give you guys some background. As you saw in the description, ASAP Rocky is a rapper, and he's being charged with 2 counts of assault with a semi-automatic weapon. He's accused of shooting they said they've been friends since they were kids, AP Reli. So ASAP Rocky, he's facing 24 years in prison. Now, some of you may be aware that he just turned down a plea deal, which would have required him to spend 6 months in jail, 3 years on probation, and a few other minor conditions. Now, when I heard that he turned that deal down, my first thought was, okay, he must have a really solid defense. He has to. Hey, Jan, he has to have a solid defense. Hold on, y'all. You know what? Kika, you are so right. Kika, before we get into the nitty gritty, let me show y'all. Y'all, Woody, first of all, y'all, let me see if I can show that to myself too. Y'all, they are having some type of strike in Memphis right now. Child, I had to call my son, Daddy. I said, have you been to the school? Because I know LJ not out here trying to walk out yelling, no justice, no peace. Y'all, they are really, no, they're saying no Fagans, no peace, which is the superintendent that was just fired. We watched that yesterday. So there's that. I'll show that, y'all. And then Woody done went to the Hawks game and he saw Yates was there. Y'all, I'm going to have to put this up on the screen. So y'all got to share this to myself. Baby, Big Kia looked like she pissed. Y'all, Big Kia, I know Big Kia wanted to fight because Yates said she took the picture. Yates said she took the picture, y'all. Let me show y'all Big Kia first, and then I will show y'all these dang on kids. No Fagans, no peace. It's crazy. I can't wait till LJ get out of school because I really want to hear. Oh, y'all, maybe they want me to make it a PDF. I really want to hear LJ's side of the story, y'all. I want to hear LJ's side of the story. Let me export it as a PDF so that we can see this. I'm going to name it Big Kia. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know this to be true. And please don't come for me for saying this. But someone in the last trial said she didn't want to be seen on camera because she was on hormones or something. Or I didn't say it. Someone said it during the trial. I'm inclined to believe it. Because, hold up, my computer. Let me see. There it go, y'all. I'm inclined to believe it because she really, look at this picture. Y'all, hey, Miss Davis. Her co-workers will fan out over Woody. Oh, my. Y'all, Gaither, I don't know what's Gaither got going on. Hey, Erica. Yeah, I don't know. What if I'm sorry, this picture looks like she might be taking something because that looks like somebody's son. Okay? She looks like somebody's son. Do you hear me? And she really looked like she was ready to beat Woody's ass on that at that game, okay? Oh, I know she called him all type of B words. I know she did. She looked. Miss Sheila said she had to pull over and zoom in. Miss Sheila, Gaither looks all type of pissed. Okay, I told Woody, I said I don't know about you, but I'm scared, and I don't want you to be playing with this lady. ISIS Woody would be gone. Okay, listen, Gaither, listen, y'all. Gaither did not look. She didn't look pleased, and I don't know what I just don't know. I don't know what to say, but I want Woody to stop playing with Big Kia. Okay? This does not look. She losing dreads. She's stressed. Leave this woman alone. She got to come back for the next trial. Oh, hell. Love Breezy said, oh my God, I thought she was a dude. Whatever Gaither is taking is working. That looks like somebody's handsome son. I'm sorry. Whatever Gaither taking, baby, it's working. And Woody needs to leave this lady alone. I'm going to see if we could find something quickly because the trial does, like I said, y'all, it does start at 1:30. And they're on the West Coast, so we'll probably be getting later start times because I think it's really like 10 there. So I did want to make sure we had just a general background of what's going on with ASAP Rocky, what he's accused of, so that we can oh, this is awesome. We got a quick one. Oh, it's that little man, y'all. It's Jesse. So that was 5 years ago. Hold on. Let me get Big Kid off. Hold up.
Lauren Zimmerman about the case. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime.
I'm sorry, y'all. I'm gonna leave that picture of Big Kia up, and every time y'all say something that ticks me off, I'm gonna just pop it up there. Every time that chat go crazy, y'all gonna know. Stop playing with me. Okay. Okay. All right. What ISIS? Oh, okay. Okay. Nick, you think it's a game? Oh, okay. I'm gonna leave it right there. No, it's serious around here. It's serious. Love Breezy. Oh, you laughing too? Oh, okay. Okay. Key must be in class, Miss Sheila. I hadn't seen her.
I'm Jesse Weber. There is another rapper who's going to be headed to court in the new year facing charges. Musical artist, partner of pop sensation Rhianna. He's accused of firing a semi-automatic handgun at a former friend, or Terrell Efron, and injuring him. Bullet fragments allegedly hit his hand. And this all happened after the two got into some argument 2 years ago. Well, Rocky was arrested at the Los Angeles International Airport in April of 2022. He was released on bail the same day after posting a $550,000 bond. Rocky, whose real name is Rakim Mayers, pleaded not guilty to 2 counts of assault with a firearm. Now, in a recent development during a preliminary hearing on Monday, a Los Angeles judge ruled that there is enough evidence for Rocky to stand trial, which is currently scheduled for January 8th. And he could face years in prison if convicted. Reli also filed a civil suit against Rocky for assault, battery, emotional distress.
Now, do y'all hear that? So, regardless of what happens with the criminal case, Reli has a civil suit too. And keep in mind, they were childhood friends. So hopefully we'll see where all of this happened, because again, we like to stick to what's going on in court, not really the outside drama. I don't really know a lot about ASAP Rocky, so I'm probably the most objective that I can be, okay? But he's got a civil suit he has to worry about too.
There are a lot of layers to this, so I want to bring in right now criminal defense attorney Lawrence Zimmerman to talk about the case. Lawrence, so good to have you. Thanks for coming here on Sidebar.
Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving. So first, your reaction to the judge deciding that there is enough evidence to go forward with the criminal trial.
Well, that's not unusual. That's a preliminary hearing. So the standard of proof is only probable cause, which is a very low standard, meaning whether or not someone probably committed a crime. So that's not surprising in the least. Typically, judges normally, unless there's some really, really something strong defense presents, or something really lacking on the government side, most judges find probable cause.
All right, let's take a sidebar from Sidebar right now to talk about the holiday season, because what is that one that your loved one that game made? It's not your thing. .com for
Well, for the witness Efron, his statements. I think there's an audio recording where there are shots heard, and the police are identifying ASAP Rocky as the person with the hoodie.
So let's get into that. First, we'll start with what the alleged victim said, Reli. So he testifies in court, and I thought it was interesting because apparently.
Okay, before we get it cracking, it's not even 200 of us in here. Can we please just stop, like the live? Hey, Missy and Alice. Hey, Uniqua. Hey, Ash. I see you guys just coming in. Can you please go ahead and like the live? Just in case it gets a little crazy in here later, let's go ahead and take care of the likes now. Please like the live. Again, if you're new here, my name is Melanie. My handles are all millionaire mail, and my chat, these are the millionaires. Please be respectful in the chat. I don't mind a little mess, but don't get too crazy in this chat today. But like the live. That's all we ask you to do. Come in and like the live. Thank you. Thank y'all.
Apparently, there was this beef between him and Rocky. It was brewing. It seemed like it might have been spawned over financial payments related to the death of their fellow collaborator, ASAP Josh, and how his body was going to be transported. But Reli said that at one point, he sees ASAP Rocky and these two friends in front of a parking garage in LA, and CCTV footage, there's no sound in it, where you see allegedly Rocky pushing Reli. Mm-hmm. And Reli testifies, quote, "He grabbed me on my collar. He was shaking me. I tried to push him off, get his hands off. That's when he pulled a gun from his waistband. It was a standard clip and a semi-automatic black gun. He pointed it toward my stomach. And then he said that Rocky said, 'I'll kill you right now.'"
Yeah,
and then you could see on the tape what appears to be the men in some type of altercation. Reli says Rocky turned around and shot at me. Said that he was apparently about 16 feet away from him. Said it all looked like a movie, and that he said that Rocky shot 3 or 4 more times at him, and that Reli even used one of his friends there as a human shield.
Hold up, y'all. Right here, let's see.
At him, and that Reli.
Now, I just had to pause it right here to say, goddamn. It's like damn Rocky, but ISIS, and this is me again, not knowing anything about industry, anything. But damn, he don't even look like he be out here doing all of this. Y'all talking about damn Rocky, I'm talking about damn Reli. Really, what my mom used to say, really out here singing like a parakeet. Do you hear me? That boy out here singing like a parakeet. Like, she said he'll grab you back. Baby, listen. Talking about he fine though. Baby, I wouldn't expect this kind of mess. He doesn't look like he'd be in this kind of mess, but baby, Rocky said he not what Grid Baby say, I'm not the 1, the 2, or the 3. You know? Rocky said, not him.
Reli even used one of his friends there as a human shield. So could it be that testimony alone was sufficient to say that there's enough to go forward with a trial?
Yeah, absolutely. A judge could give credit to any witness's testimony. The judge it's not a jury trial, so the judge is the one who's sitting there determining credibility. So the judge, what we would say, credited Efron's testimony and found it reliable, then absolutely that could be the sole basis for probable cause. Again, not a trial where the burden's proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
The problem.
If you want to make a career switch and land your first tech job, don't waste your time and money on boot camps.
Problem is, I would say, look, this is at this point, like you said, the standard's much lower, but is it enough to ultimately convict ASAP Rocky? Well, that's where it gets interesting because his attorney, Joe Tacopina, he argued during this preliminary hearing that there wasn't enough evidence. And one of the things that he said was there was a detective that testified that Rocky was seen on other surveillance footage holding a gun in his hand during the altercation. Tacopina says that's not his client. But this surveillance video allegedly shows an area near this fight. This is different surveillance footage, and there are 2 loud pops that can be heard, but you don't actually see the shooting. What you do see is a man running around the corner, then appears to slow down to a walking pace. The detective says that is ASAP Rocky because they compared that, a still image of the CCTV footage of this guy in a sweatshirt, can't see his face, holding what appears to be a gun, with another image from a video where you see his face, but you don't see the gun. They say it's Rocky. So they're combining these images, and they don't have a clear video of the shooting. They don't have a clear video of ASAP Rocky, firing the gun and doing this, because that would be probably a smoking gun.
Right.
But they're piecing it together. And Tacopina says that.
Oh, hell. Hey, Mikhail. Vanna said, y'all really think Rocky out here shoot people in the leg? Vanna, I don't know what Rocky may or may not have done as far as shooting people, but what I do know is he will pull your collar, okay? He will pull your collar and let you know if you keep playing with him, he will get you up out of here, okay? Now, I don't know. But did y'all hear what this man just said? I don't know what the evidence is going to show once we get through this case. We know it won't be long, maybe about a week or so. They don't have any evidence, any footage that shows him actually committing the shooting, right? They are comparing images and they're piecing things together. Lord Jesus. Melody said, I'm concerned for Rocky. Melody, you might not need to be concerned. Melody. Miss Sheila said, so they pulling a love. It kind of seems that way. What, Ash, what'd he say? Play with me if you want to. That's kind of what Rocky giving. Hey, Tracy. Hey, Shanika. Hey, Lex. Y'all, I don't know. Maybe that's why he didn't take the deal. ISIS, maybe that's why, guys. Okay.
That's not enough.
Well, I mean, it may not be enough. And, obviously Tacopina is a great lawyer, and the police and the prosecutors will have to piece all that evidence together. And I'm sure showing some sort of chronological time log, lining it up with the video. But that, if you're a prosecutor, that's not really how you want to prosecute ASAP Rocky. You'd want to have much harder evidence. And we don't know the backstory. There may be, who knows why this guy Efron may be lying about Rocky. Again, jealousy, you sort of mentioned at the top, over a friend. And he may be lying. And so this may not be ASAP Rocky, obviously. That's why we have trials. And certainly doesn't sound like there's hard proof right now, right? I mean, and if Rocky was in the vicinity for another reason, someone else fired the shot. I mean, these are all things that will come out in due time as when the trial gets closer or when the trial happens.
How complicated is it for prosecutors that the gun has never been found? Because police executed a search warrant on Rocky. They never found the weapon. Before we even get into the issue of the shell casings, which we will get into in a minute, if you don't have the actual weapon that was allegedly used here, is that a real big hurdle for the prosecutors?
I mean, it's definitely a hurdle. I mean, it's not insurmountable, but if you're a prosecutor, you would certainly like for there to be the weapon used. And if you're a defense lawyer, that gives you more room to create doubt as well. I mean, now we don't know if there's any fingerprints on that gun. Got to match it up with the 9mm shell casings, which you're going to talk about. There's nothing in Rocky's house showing he had that kind of firearm. So those are all favorable for defense. I mean, these could have just been 2 shots that went off in a parking lot or somewhere nearby. And this guy Efron's claiming he was shot at, who knows, try to make up some story about Rocky.
Yeah, and I'm sure prosecutors would say, well, of course we don't have the gun, he got rid of it or something like that. I will say Tacopina made another interesting argument about the video and the person holding this item, because he says he was trying to press the detective a little bit. You don't know if it's a gun or not, and you don't even know if it's operable or not. I thought that was an interesting line of questioning.
Right, because in order to be charged with certain crimes, if it's possession of a firearm during commission of a felony, you have to show that the gun was operable. I mean, they can still probably.
And if it was in fact a gun, if it was a gun in his hands.
Correct. Yeah. Well, that wouldn't make sense to be a non-operable firearm, but yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, unless there was like, it was a prop of some kind and it was using it as a threat. I don't know. It's.
Now, here we are with the prop guys. They don't even know if what was in ASAP's hand was a real gun. Hence, we heard that his lawyer arguing that it was a prop. So there's that.
Kind of speculating. But I do want to ask you about the shell casings, because this is fascinating. So the shell casings that were found at the scene, no fingerprints on them. And Tacopina attempted to show that 7 officers had searched the scene of the alleged shooting for 20 minutes after this, found no evidence, and the 9mm shell casings actually were turned over to police by Reli, by Efron.
Now, goddamn. Did y'all hear this? Did y'all just hear what they said? Miss Sheila had already told us this. But hearing it, detectives searched for 20 minutes. They searched the scene for 20 minutes, found no shell casings. All of a sudden, Reli pop up with shell casings with no fingerprints on them. No fingerprints. Y'all, Reli is giving Zone 3 spinner. Reli is giving Zone 3 spinner.
The victim in this case, he comes back to the scene an hour after the incident. What do you make of that?
So I think that's like the best piece of evidence for the defense, that the police, who are supposedly the experts in searching crime scenes, finding, looking at ballistics, finding shell casings, don't find anything. And all of a sudden, miraculously, after nothing's found an hour later, the guy who has a beef with Rocky ASAP comes back with the shell casings. That to me is like talk about a great piece of evidence for the defense. I mean, that's fantastic.
It's weird. I'm not going to lie to you. It's weird. And he said, my understanding is Reli said, look, I didn't immediately call 911. I waited 2 days because I wanted to retain a lawyer first. Your thoughts on that? Because him holding on to the shell casings and then getting a lawyer and then contacting police. What do you think?
Those are all terrible pieces of evidence. It's all terrible for the prosecution. That's great for ASAP Rocky. Anybody who's in fear for their life, is getting shot at, is going to call the police ASAP, no pun intended, or pun intended. And, and then you hired a lawyer. That looks to me and smells like someone who's looking for a money settlement, now threatening to use the criminal laws to get that money. So that's what it reeks like to me. I mean, that's good for ASAP Rocky.
And so, look, I mean, enough evidence to go forward with a trial, but this could be problematic for the prosecution. Adding on top of the fact that there was a photo that was introduced into evidence of Reli's injuries. I think you could argue perhaps somewhat minor. I mean, if there was a real shooting, thank goodness no one was killed or severely injured. And you see like these bloody skin on his knuckles on his left hand where he says the bullet fragments hit. But one of the things Tacopina pointed out was,
anyone with $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans may qualify for help from National Debt Relief. Minimum payment.
Reli waited till he was in New York. I was in Los Angeles. Waited till he was in New York to be treated for the injuries. Well, how does that factor?
Y'all just keeps getting worse and worse. We have not. Kia, we started the live off. Hold up, Kia. Kia, she has become a what is it, y'all? She's an unpaid character on the show for the day. Okay, but let's see what we just heard. Reli was in LA when all this happened. One, he waited to call a lawyer 2 days after. Pops up with shell casings, right? No fingerprints on him. The police couldn't find him, but all of a sudden Reli did. I don't know if he inspected Gadget or what. And then he doesn't even get treated for these said injuries until he gets back to New York. Make all this make sense for me. It's not making sense for me. Not at all. Not at all.
You're into this.
Again, another great piece of evidence. I mean, someone fires a shot at you from 16 feet. They miss, give them your knuckles. You don't call the police. You don't even do anything, get treatment. I mean, how serious could it have been? It sounds like someone who's full of it. I mean, that setting aside the initial stuff as far as probable cause, these pieces of evidence certainly create a wide opening for the defense to push through a not guilty or dismissal. I mean, in this case may never reach trial. If Tacopina can take what he asserted at the prelim, which is a lot of times what you do as a lawyer, you set up your defense for later, then present the prosecution with that evidence, then they may end up in a dismissal.
He got called out by the judge a little bit too. I mean, I think he said in court when looking at this photo, it's a miracle that he survived. He was being sarcastic. That kind of tone, he was told to check it a little bit. Is that a problem in that kind of criminal trial?
No, if you're not getting admonished from the judge about your attitude, you're not. 100%. I'm not worried about the judge. I'm worried about the jury. I'm worried about making my case, representing my client. Lawyers are worried about getting objected to during opening statements because they make an argument. I always tell lawyers, if you're not getting objected to an opening argument, then you're not really doing a good job.
That's so funny. I believe only 2 witnesses testified in this preliminary hearing. There are going to be more that testify at an upcoming trial, potentially other eyewitnesses to what Rocky allegedly did. I'm reminded of the Tory Lanez, Megan Thee Stallion case. A little bit different. Some bad evidence there for Tory Lanez. He was convicted, sentenced to 10 years in prison. But even though
let me tell y'all, I literally was typing to True Story. True Story said fragments. It's always fragments. I was about to say, I'm not even getting on this whole Megan and Tory thing because every time I start talking, Mariah calls me a woman hater and all types of stuff. And it's like, it's not that. It's just, I'm just looking at what the facts of the case were. And here this man gonna bring it up anyway.
We've been calling out some of the deficiencies in what we see in the prosecution's case. They feel they have enough to actually go forward with it. They feel they have enough to convict them as of right now.
Well, they always do. That's the
Ebony. Now, you know that bark was too big to be Barch's. I think that's the gentleman on the right. That's his dog.
Game they're playing, or they just may not understand the defense. But if, like I said, if Tacopina's laid the correct foundation, they can present that evidence. They may rethink their position, or they just may, let's see if we can get a conviction and see what happens. And with what we've just talked about, I mean, it sounds like there's a lot of holes in the prosecution's case, especially the delay, especially with the fact that the fact that he presented the shell casings to me is like a big, big red flag as far as.
My bad. We're gonna swap over, guys, because it's 1:30. Thank you so much, True Story. So we're gonna stop this one. We can go back and watch that afterwards. Lord, hold up. Let's get on the stream. I think we do have the basics of the case. Y'all, we jumped that quick from 170 to almost 230. So please like the live, guys. If you're just getting here, we do have a good time in this chat. Shout out to the millionaires for holding it down. Erica's in the chat today, y'all. Don't piss my mod off, okay? Don't piss her off because she don't play. She does not play. They say we had 114 likes. Can we please get the likes at least until 200? I mean, at least 200. Just click the X on the chat and like the live for me, guys. It does help me stay in YouTube's algorithm. Oh, let me say something. Thank you guys so much. Every person who has streamed anything with me, that watches my content, my reels. I mean, I think it's shorts over here. Anything. I have reached 500,000 views on YouTube. Listen, it is not easy to do on YouTube, but you guys have helped me do it. Y'all, TikTok is different, okay? TikTok is and we stop and talk. Let them know, Miss Sheila. We stop, we talk. We have to figure out what's going on over here, y'all. YouTube is not an easy place to navigate. TikTok, y'all, I could do 500,000 a day with TikTok views. I have hit some days I've hit 1 million views a day in different videos on TikTok. So TikTok's a lot easier. YouTube is not. So y'all, my watch hours are crazy. I appreciate you guys because there would be no Millionaire Male channel without y'all. Okay? And for those that might be new here, yes, I talk a lot, okay? And I talk to my chat. All right? So you do hear me say them by name because these are my friends, okay? Don't come over here with that mess. This might not be the channel for you. This might not be the channel for you. Oh, true story. I'm going to write that down for him because I'm going to do that for you this weekend. Where's my pen? I'm going to do that for you this weekend. She's been asking me about Hilton. Listen, not big millionaires, not the little one, because I don't do this by myself. Oh, welcome, Jenny D. Welcome, Jenny D. Thank you for being here. I'm telling y'all stay respectful in the chat. What do we like to say? We are messy, okay? We don't want to be disrespectful to people. We might tell a few jokes, okay? Okay. We tell jokes over here. We do. You can hold me to that true story because I haven't seen her full thing, but I will stream that just for you this weekend. I might do it tonight. I need to finish my Naziah Harris post on TikTok because I hadn't updated over there. Y'all, some man told us you doing all this yapping about stuff we already know. Baby, how about you block me or keep scrolling? So anyway, I have to update my TikTok. So after this trial, that's what I'll be doing, updating my TikTok. And if I'm done within an hour or two, then we can stream it today. I'm not on that disrespect. We have fun here now. We really do. Kiana, did you see that? Like, sir, I don't know why people feel the need. Let me see. Let me get Kia down. I'm watching ASAP too, y'all. Kia is my supporting character, okay? Okay. I'm like, I don't understand why people feel the need to comment, you talk too much. I still don't get that. I saw somebody say that about Miss Jefferson in WTF the other day. You can think that all day, but you don't have to comment it, okay? Do you think we got to this age and not
Palm Beach Tan for a quick beauty break. Try any service for free.
All of the we went back to all the reports to make sure that he had everything he did. It turns out that in January 2024, there was a comparison test, and I want to be clear what we're talking about. There were 2 expended cases that were found at the crime scene by the victim of the case.
What was the date? What was the date that the expended casings were turned into the police?
The date of the incident.
It would have been 2 days later when he reported it to the police.
In other words, back at the time this happened, 2021.
All right, so the incident occurred on November 6th, so it would have been around November 8th?
Yeah.
All right.
So he turns it in. There's work done on the casing, unbeknownst to co-counsel, myself, obviously I was not on the case. They ended up doing a further examination of the casing. That examination revealed that in fact, the 2 casings are consistent with having been fired. They're 9mm casings from certain 9mm handguns. There are some markings on the casings that are somewhat unique, and they can basically track them down to a much smaller subset of firearms that could have caused the marks on the casings. Included in that is Glock 43. So, okay.
Did the report say that the casings could only have been fired from a Glock 43, or could a Glock 43 be among the type of firearms that the expended casings could come from?
Let me read the exact conclusion. Items 1A and 1B.
Those are the casings.
Those are the casings. each exhibits characteristics typical of aftermarket slides for a series of subcompact pistol frames, including but not limited to Polymer model PF9SS, Glock store model SS.
Wait, slow down because the court reporter needs to take you.
Sure. Polymer 80 model PF9SS, Glock store model SSA, and Glock model 43 and 43X. We have been given information that in fact, oftentimes and frequently when you're looking at casings, you're not able to get a whole lot of information. But it turns out that the markings on these casings are a bit more unique, and they are not only consistent, but the examiner will testify that the markings he has seen very rarely, and that where he has seen them, where they've been recorded, are with a Glock 43 pistol.
What's the name of the examiner who did this ballistic comparison? Or
The
ballistic
examiner's first name is going to be Fidal, last name Bira, IMAH. So the way this came about was, we were looking at a different issue. The detectives yesterday afternoon sent an email to my co-counsel basically saying, hey, take a look at that report, this report we're talking about.
Which detective?
In the attachment.
Detective Flores.
Flores?
Flores.
From Rhianna's side?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So when this was received, my co-counsel looks and says, I've never seen this report before. So he goes back in discovery, looks at emails, we don't have a report. So we instantly contact the defense, send them out the report. I want to be clear, the report is inculpatory, not exculpatory. So obviously, not only do we have no motivation to have not turned over this report, RHD has no motivation either. What's very clear is that they believe they had turned it over, and they did it.
What time did Detective Flores bring this to either your attention or Mr. Fugone?
Yesterday afternoon, you want the exact time?
Approximately.
It was yesterday afternoon, we were in court. We went back to the office after court yesterday, and that's where we went back and looked to see, do we have this discovery?
So something after 4:30 p.m.?
The email is timestamped 3/18, but I got it when we, so it was essentially received but not gone through yet until I could get back over to something like that.
You conveyed this to the defense when?
We sent it to them at 5:21.
So about 40 minutes later, they're done?
Because the first thing we had to do was, we had to go back and see, or have we already turned this over? So we not only emailed them, we called them. We explained the situation. The response at the time that we gave it to them initially was, well, this is the same thing that you have accused us with respect to the witness and the court's finding that they violated the court discovery order. And we responded, no, this is completely different. You had interviews starting last August.
I don't want to get into who said what. I just want to know the sequence of events.
So at this point in time, we had a discussion. We sent an email at that point to counsel, and we included the court. There was an email sent late last night at some point by Mr. Tacopina. I did not see it until somewhere around 1, 2 in the morning. In that email, Mr. Tacopina cited the Hughes case. There were no facts in the Hughes case. I went to Mill and I got the case. I read
I
it.
don't want to know about, this would be appropriate if you want to argue your position. I just wanted to know the sequence of events.
Right, I'm not going to go any further other than to tell the court. I read the case. I then sent an email at roughly 3 or 4 in the morning. I sent it to council.
I mean, nobody likes going to the doctor, right? That's how I used to feel.
Background, which is I knew from past experience with firearm analysis that there would be a lab file or bench notes associated with the analysis. So I tried to immediately contact the lab to expedite and see if they could send that to me immediately, but they were not open at the time that I called. So we had to call this morning at around 6, and they scanned it and sent it over, and I sent that to the defense as soon as I got it.
How many pages is this report?
The report is 1 page.
The report itself is
It's
1 page.
1 page. How many pages are there total of all the police reports, all of the discovery of this case? How many pages?
Regarding this one.
Regarding the total number of,
Regarding this one. No,
the total number of pages involving this case and this investigation.
I would estimate 100 or over 100 pages. I mean, to be totally candid with the court, I haven't counted them, but that's just ballparking the various reports and things that we received.
All right, I understand now the sequence of events, right? Who wants to speak to the defense?
I think, I'll start. Maybe Mr. Zizo, if I can leave something out, we tackle this together. I mean, we spent literally the night before, about 5 hours.
Okay. Speak slowly, the court reporter needs to get everything down, and I want everybody to know exactly what you have to say. Go ahead.
So, and I'll just stick with sort of the chronological order here. I'm not going to argue case law or anything like that, but aside from the fact that we lost 4 to 5 hours the night before opening dealing with this, we this morning, after we get an expert report last night that was in the possession of the lead case detective in this case, not some random police officer. Detective Flores is the case detective in this case. I have to believe he understood the importance of that report. He testified at preliminary hearing. After we get that report that says, in conclusion, that the subcompact pistol frames, including but not limited to, which means absolutely nothing. So it could be a universe that we don't even understand of other pistols, and then goes on to list 3 up here. This morning, we got another 28 pages of backup data on this. Backup lab, I guess, report that normally comes with a conclusion report. We got this morning. And I find it hard to believe that the lead detective in this case didn't bring it to anyone's attention from the district attorney's office until after the jury was impaneled the night before opening statements. I mean, something that they now are saying is such a crucial piece of evidence. We have an issue now with the jury, obviously, the jury panel. It may affect, quite frankly, whether we would have kept or not kept a few jurors, one in particular. And we assured him yesterday he'd have a fair trial. You're going to have a fair trial. We've made issues regarding the veneer. You know that, we're not going to rehash that. We're here. We're ready to vote today. I don't even know how we're supposed to do this. This should be suppressed without question, because it changes the complexity of the case. At the very least, we have to quash this panel and start again, or strike jurors to reselect. I mean, I think even the district attorney said, okay, well, continuance is appropriate. I want continuance. We pick the jury. We're ready to go. This is something that, to render fair and effective representation here, as we all assured Mr. Mayers we would have, in the midst of the trial that's already underway, we would need to locate and retain our own expert to conduct a scientific analysis. Their report was 28 pages. It took them, according to them, it took them 1 week to do this. 1 week. And that's their own lab, with their own on-staff experts. And it took them a week. How long is it going to take us? We have to go find somebody first. Hope he's available. The trial will be over. We also have to make arrangements for the physical examination of the casings, scientific testing. I mean, if you look at their report, I mean, they cite like some of the basis for their findings is the internet. They went on and cited all these websites and forums. I mean, there is so much work to be done here to even understand this conclusion. I mean,
All right, so what are you seeking?
what am I seeking?
What are you asking for?
Your Honor, I'm asking, well, and our letters laid it out, I don't need to rehash it, but our letters laid out pretty clearly what we're asking for. There's no way to proceed in this case if this is admitted. We have to either break this whole battle, we need a continuance, we have to start again. What I'm asking for is you conclude this. This is after the jury was panel. This is a major piece of evidence that will require us to do a lot of expert work that took them, their own department, week to do. That's the only thing I'm requesting. Short of that, Your Honor, I can't even open if this is coming in, because I have to deal with the address. I don't even understand it. And it's we got on the way report, 28 pages of backup data. So that's what I'm requesting. I'm requesting this to be concluded. It's after the jury's panel here. You know, Zizo's pointed out, there's also a balancing argument under 352, you know, which I think is also something that's relevant here, including not limited to, but you know, we have this whole, I don't know what to say here, Your Honor. I really don't. I want to make sure we get a fair trial. He's here, we're ready to go. We all assured me to get a fair trial, and this is, I've never seen anything like this. I'm not going to talk about the other witnesses, the late Brady disclosures, or the witness we got the name of for the first time last night. I'm not whining about that. I know that's what they want to keep doing. We both have had issues with that. That's fine. I will not make an issue of it anymore. You've already ruled on that. Period. End of story. This is now a new one. You know, I don't want to get into, I told you so. Many people said to me this morning, I told you so, that this was going to happen. And I'm trying to keep my composure, Your Honor. I don't know if I've ever been this upset in a courtroom in my whole career, both as a prosecutor and as a defense attorney. I got to be honest with you. This is not right. It's not fair to him.
Hold on. Mr. Siegel, did you want to? Yeah, the only thing I wanted to say, I don't want you to repeat what Mr. Tackett said. If you want to add something new, no, yeah, you're welcome to it. I want to add something new. Go ahead, dovetail what he said with respect to the 352 arguments. And that is, the report says that the characteristics of certain firearms. That means the universe of firearms in this case, based on the face of that report, is extensively broad. So given that, Your Honor, I think even just the probative value of this is substantially outweighed by the danger of undue prejudice, separate and apart from the late disclosure. So it should be excluded on 352. But that's secondary to the fact that it's just incredibly late at this stage for all the reasons Mr. said. So I'm just adding an additional factor. All right, what I'm hearing from you then, it seems like you're talking out of both sides of your mouth. The defense is like, it's irrelevant. However, it's so prejudicial that it shouldn't be allowed in. It's so inculpatory that it shouldn't be allowed in.
No, I don't think anyone said it's so inculpatory. You don't understand. Saying it's inculpatory is not accurate. And I didn't say it's inculpatory, he didn't say it. What he said was it's a balancing test because he says including but not limited to. All that simply means is not that it's not inculpatory, not that we just don't understand what this means. Not limited to means there's a universe of guns that have to be tested now. I don't know what not limited to means. So how many pistols does not limited to include? How many firearms does not limited to include? That's what it means.
Okay, who wants to speak to the people? Go ahead, Mr. Long.
I want to take things one step at a time. Council brought up a rate comparison to what has happened thus far.
Listen, Alex, could you please go out and tell the jurors that we're dealing with some logistical matters, and just to please be patient, and we're going to come to an as possible. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
One, as the court is aware, there is no logical reason why either Robert Holiday Division or the DA's office would in any way not turn this over. It's very clear that this evidence only helps our case. Although again, as the court pointed out, on the one hand, Mr. Tackett says The client cannot get a fair trial. This is so apparently damaging. Yet on the other hand, it says, hey, it doesn't really matter because it includes so many other guns that it should be kept out as being irrelevant. But what's very clear is, and I didn't appreciate the comment, when Mr. Tacopina suggests that he can't believe that the DA's office did not know about this in advance, when I spoke to him on the phone last night, that is not what I heard. What I heard was say, listen, this is a problem for us. We understand, I'm going to quote Mr. Siegel, there's no reason why you would have not turned this over if you had it, which is correct, and the record would support it. Comparing this, counsel is now discussing and saying how they are being victimized by late discovery. The only late discovery in this case, and the court's aware of it, the court ordered that the discovery be turned over on 2 witnesses. It should have been turned over before the court ordered it.
I don't want to deal with something that we've already dealt with. Oh, I understand about the 2 defense witnesses. We've covered that. Just deal with the present issue.
So what counsel did is, he cited last night, he sent to the court a case called Hughes, 2020 case, 50 cal at 5th at 257. He included no facts about that case. At 2 in the morning, I went and I read the case, and I then sent an email. That case, so the record is clear, involved a situation where there was a Watson murder, and where the defendant was being tried on a theory that his alcohol intoxication had caused the accident. Investigation had been done by the MATE team, and they had determined that in fact it was speed and not alcohol. This was a very huge problem for the prosecutor.
There's DIY, and there's doing it yourself.
Which the evidence suggests the prosecutor was well aware of. At the very least, and as the Court of Appeals said, the prosecutor was given information that in fact the MATE lead detective now had a new opinion contradicting the prior opinion that in fact, in actuality, it was caused by alcohol and not by speed. Instead of turning this over to the defense, the prosecutor literally had the witness on the stand in front of the jury. He then pauses, looks over the fence and says, hey, by the way, here's the diagrams and here's the information that he's going to be testifying to. Defense is obviously horrified because it's the entire case. The defense asked for a mistrial. They asked for a continuance. They were both overruled. The Court of Appeals said, hey, listen, obviously the suppression of evidence, as the court is aware and under the statute, is the last option a court can utilize, only after every other option has been determined to be not harsh enough or not accurate enough in addressing and solving the situation. The Court of Appeals said, hey, listen, Judge, you had a chance to do less remedy. You didn't do it. The jury ended up convicting, and the case was reversed. To compare that case to the facts of this case, it is distinguishable for the following. Number one, that evidence was not just inculpatory, it was the entire case. Number two, the prosecutor, for a tactical advantage, which the Court of Appeal basically said in a footnote, that although the original trial judge had found no prosecutorial misconduct, that in essence the record didn't support it, meaning that there was misconduct that the prosecutor did. The prosecutor decided, for a tactical advantage, that he was not going to turn it over. He then did it while the witness was on the stand. He then opposed any continuance or mistrial. Here's what we have. We have evidence, which it is inculpatory. It's inculpatory because the defendant is found at his location, at his house. There is a 9mm magazine for a Glock 43, and there's no Glock 43 to go with it. So it's just a magazine. We already knew that the defendant had the Glock 43 magazine, and we knew that these were 9mm casings. The difference now is that there's going to be evidence that suggests that a Glock 43 is more likely to have put the marks on the expended casings than many other firearms. So the idea that this would be excluded under 352 is patently absurd. The idea that Hughes is in any way authority for what they're asking is also absurd. We talked to the lab this morning. First, what we are proposing is that we will not mention this evidence in this case in opening. We will wait and see how the case develops. As the court is aware, and the court is aware of this from the discovery of the witnesses that we got the day before we started trial. The defense is now claiming not only that it was a starter pistol, but they are claiming that the 9mm magazine, which was found at the defendant's residence, actually belonged to the defendant's manager, and that he is going to testify. So let's look at how this plays out. If the defense ends up being that, in fact, this 9mm magazine belongs to the manager, that in fact, what was used at the scene was a starter pistol / prop gun, then although we don't believe that's credible evidence, that is where they're going. So here's what we're asking. One, there's no late discovery instruction because as the court is aware, and maybe counsel is not, to have a late discovery instruction, the court has to find that we had the information and didn't turn it over. There's no reason why we wouldn't have turned it over, and as soon as we had it, we turned it over. And as the court's aware, I've been trying cases in front of His Honor for going on 30 years. As soon as we found this evidence, we contacted the court, we contacted counsel. Number two, the lab has told us that basically what they did in this case, to have someone else examine it is a very quick examination. And the amount of time that it should take for someone to examine it and end up being able to assess whether or not LAPD was accurate in what they found is ranging from a few hours to maybe a day. This is what we would propose. We would propose that at this point in time, we will not mention this in opening statement. We will see how the case develops. We will, if we believe that this is evidence that is going to be important, we will ask to admit that evidence later on in the trial. In the meantime, we will make arrangements for counsel and they can hire any qualified fire.
I gotta stop it for just a second, y'all. This is a bunch of BS. Basically, what they're saying is they think they figured out what strategy ASAP is going to try to use. So we won't mention in opening statements, but as the case progresses, if we feel like this is something we should be able to use, we want to use it at that point. Because they think ASAP is going to say the magazine that was found in his home is his manager's. They think that's what's going to happen. If that's the defense they're going to have, we want to be ready for that defense. That is crazy.
Firearms expert. I want to distinguish between Hughes and this case. Hughes was an extremely complicated accident reconstruction involving a vehicle where multiple individuals died. It was very time consuming. It's an extremely complex investigation. This is very minor and simple ballistics interpretation. So we will make it available. We already have sent our investigators to recover the evidence. I don't know if they already have it. We believe they already have the evidence. They have it with them. And we will get it to the defense. This is related to the other issues, so I just want to make sure that this is clear. counsel seems to be under the impression that the court has now changed its ruling and that we are not allowed in our opening statement to address the idea, which the court previously ruled we could, that we did not find out about this defense until the 20th. The court had said previously on the record, yes, Mr. Lewin, you guys can address that issue in opening. I will decide whether I'm going to issue a discovery instruction later. Counsel believes you've now said we can't do that.
I did say that.
Yes, they did. Yeah.
I did. I had said yesterday that the purpose for an opening statement is to give the jury an idea of what the evidence, what you believe the evidence will show. Talking about late discovery, that's argument. So as far as your opening statement, I don't want you to mention anything about you just found out about a starter pistol. That is not part of what the evidence will disclose. I talked about that yesterday.
So, yeah, but I'm correct. The court's original ruling was.
Yeah, that is what I said. Originally, I said, yes, you can bring it up.
Okay.
But then after thinking about it, that's not part of an opening statement. So I don't want you touching it.
Okay.
Go on with the present issue about the ballistic.
So where we sit right now is that counsel is arguing two inconsistent positions. They're arguing that this evidence is so damaging that we have to start over. Now, that's not in a vacuum. It's very clear that the defense is not happy with this jury. They've made it clear.
Hold on.
No, don't interrupt.
Okay.
He didn't interrupt you. Don't interrupt him.
It is very clear by the comments the defense has made in court, where they have repeatedly said that their client is not getting a fair trial because of what they believe is the composition of the jury, the fact that they have filed a writ, the fact that they have continued to bring this up, leads to the inescapable conclusion that what they are looking for is a way to start over. I believe, Your Honor, that what we have proposed is more than fair, because in the end, Your Honor, they're arguing it both ways. As the court mentioned before, I ever pointed out, they're arguing, if you let this in, Judge, my client can't get a fair trial. Oh, by the way, what's the value of this anyway? What does it matter? Again, my position would be the second argument is inaccurate. It is evidence that is helpful to our case. It doesn't prove the case by itself, but it is definitely helpful. It is not irrelevant. It's not real too.
All right, you don't have to go on.
Okay.
I believe I have enough information to make a decision.
No,
you can't.
I can't respond to what he just said about the jury.
It doesn't matter about what he said about the jury. That has That has no bearing on any decision I'm going to make.
There's a record though. There was a record.
I don't believe that you are unhappy with the jury. Mr. Lewin might say you're unhappy with the jury, but I don't believe you are. If you were, you wouldn't have accepted the jury. I believe that both sides are satisfied with this jury and that both sides will get a fair trial. You don't need to respond to it because it doesn't matter whether he does or does not think you're happy with the jury. I believe that you are satisfied with the jury. All right, here's the way I want to deal with the latest, recently finding out about this ballistic report. Everybody at the table, all counsel, to me, has great credibility. I accept what all of you say. I don't believe that there's been any nefarious conduct by anybody. If this late report involved, all of a sudden that it was disclosed that a witness, an additional witness positively identified Mr. Mayers as the shooter, that would be very critical and crucial. If a witness came forward and said, yeah, Mr. Mayers confessed to me that he shot AP Reli, that would be very critical and crucial. If a firearm, if a 9mm was recovered.
Pay attention! That's the good part.
Today, experience.
And that just became discoverable or became disclosed. I think that would be critical. But that is not what happened here. What I'm seeing here is that the casings that were recovered were examined, and the opinion is they could have been fired from a Glock 43 or any other number of types of 9mm. You have said that, well, now you want to hire a ballistic expert. That's not fair to you and your client. So this is what I am proposing. We have a list, a Superior Court list of firearm examiners that have been recognized as experts. My star judicial assistant over there, Alice, will print out that list. Ms. Kaplan is an attorney who practices in this area. If there is someone on the list that you want to hire, contact that person and tell them this is crucial that the ballistic evidence be examined now, not later, but now. The court will pay for it. Mr. Mayers will not have to pay for this. We will. If the firearms examiner wants extra money because it's a rush, the court will pay for it. If you are not satisfied with the people on the list, then if you want to find your own examiner who will do the examination, the court will pay for it. If it's necessary that I speak to the examiner to impress upon the examiner the importance of getting this done ASAP, I'm glad to do that. I am providing my cell phone number to all of you. If you need to call me any time of the day or night, I will speak to you. I will speak to a firearms examiner. If you feel it is necessary, Mr. Takapina, we can be dark on Monday. But I'm not excluding the evidence. I don't find that there is any nefarious conduct. The evidence is relevant. It's not a smoking gun, but it is somewhat inculpatory. But in and of itself does not mean that your client is guilty. That's the way we're going to deal with this, and that's the final ruling. I don't want to hear anything more about it. That's the end of the issue for now. Are both sides ready for the jury to commit? Do not mention anything about the ballistic comparison in the opening statement.
That was a question.
So
Yeah, do not mention that.
Understood.
Your Honor, what I was planning on mentioning was that the cartridges found at scene were 9mm. In the defendant's house was a magazine that was 9mm.
All right.
And had some 9mm live ammunition in it. That was it.
If that has been part of the discovery and that was known, then that's fair game.
Yes.
But this ballistic comparison, that's off limits for the opening statement.
Yes.
Understood.
All right, bring the jury.
Bring the jury and I'll print the list for the.
Oh, yeah, do you want that, Ms. Kaplan, the list of the firearms examiners?
I could also email it without the press.
Just print it. Yes, sir. If you
Okay, y'all. How are y'all feeling? How y'all feeling so far? I don't know. I'm entertained. I think I'm going to love watching these lawyers go back and forth. I'm going to love watching these lawyers go back and forth. They are giving me something I didn't even expect. I didn't know what to expect from this trial, but yes, Ash, I like the judge too. This is a shit show. This is a shit show. He seems to be a fair judge. I do agree with that too. I agree that he seems to be fair. This a Miss Baby Hollywood attorneys. Listen, they are giving us a show. I think this is going to be a really great case. I like the judge. How do you guys feel about him saying that that report is not critical? How did you guys feel when he said that? Y'all, this is how the judge sitting up there. When they coming back? I don't think I heard that. When are they coming back, y'all? I don't know how long this trial is going to be. I'm going to say a week, 2 weeks. It shouldn't be long. Listen, judge sitting up there on that bench like, play with somebody else. Play with somebody else, okay? It's not a jury of his peers. It's not right now. I heard there's not one African-American person on here. They estimated 15 days. Okay, I say about 2 weeks. Y'all, no, y'all, Yates took this picture. Yates took this picture. Can y'all tell me where y'all, okay, let me pause these this. ASAP trial. I gotta pause this, y'all. Hold up. Okay. He said bring in the jury. Okay. Okay, hold on. Let me stop this. Okay. Woody did post this, Alice. Woody did post this. Woody went to a Hawks game, I think yesterday, and he was sitting with Doug, Yates, and Sarah. Yates took this picture. Day, yes, this is ex-officer Lakia Gaither, or as we like to call her over here, Big Kia. Okay. You know, she works for the Hawks now. They were at the game yesterday. And Woody, they just stressed it clearly. YSL has stressed off. Baby, she's sitting up there with 20
If you're inclined to be a note taker, it's not necessary to take notes during the opening statement, because the opening statement is not evidence. The opening statement is what the attorney believed the evidence will show. Whether the evidence in fact shows what they believe, well, we'll all know that at the end of the case. Once the opening statements are over and we begin with the testimony, if you are a note taker, that would be the time to start taking notes. Mr. Prislovic, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I wanted to start off by, on behalf of myself, Mr. Lewin, I'm sure on behalf of the defense too, and all the court staff, we all want to thank you so far for the time, attention, and candor that you gave to us during jury selection. We all understand that was a long process, and we appreciate your attention. After going through that long process, I'm sure some of you are thinking, wow, this must be a difficult case, or this must be a really complicated case. And to be fair to you, if I was sitting in your position and I looked out on the number of jurors that we started with, or even the number of attorneys that are up here, I'd probably have the same thought myself. But what the evidence will show in this case, and what will become almost instantly clear, is that this is not a complicated case. The evidence will show that the events in this case were captured on surveillance video. I'm going to start this whole presentation out by playing the video for you. So you will have that frame of reference as we're talking about different features, the people that were involved, the locations that are involved, and what happened. You will already have seen the video. The first video that I'm going to show you was captured on November 6th of 2021 at around 10:10 p.m. just outside of a parking garage entrance, mid-block, so on Argyle, in the middle of Argyle, between Hollywood Boulevard and Selma. The second video that I'm going to show you was captured 7 minutes later, so at 10:17. It was, if we're being generous, 2 blocks, maybe 1 city block away from the first location, down Argyle, around Selma, at a small intersection called Selma and Vista Del Mar. So I'm going to play the first video for you, that outside of the parking lot. Now I'm going to move to the second location, that at Vista Del Mar and Selma, and I'm going to pre-warn you, it's a little small, it's at a distance, so you're going to want to focus your attention at the top left-hand corner. All right, now let's go over the details. As I said, the people that are involved, the location, and I'll give you.
Is it just me, or how the hell am I supposed to know who's who in that video?
An explanation of what you've seen on these two videos. This case takes place in the heart of Hollywood. This is the iconic Hollywood and Vine. The picture you see here is just a demonstrative picture of that intersection, but it's an iconic intersection in Hollywood. That intersection is about 1 block one block west and 1 block north of the crime scene. So for those of you who are familiar with Hollywood and that intersection, it's a pretty big landmark, and that's where I want to focus your attention. Now, the actual shooting in this case takes place on a much smaller street, on Selma and Vista Del Mar. But this is the area around where that shooting took place. It is a very densely populated part of Hollywood. And there are some landmarks on there that you might be familiar with, just so that you can familiarize yourself with the location that we're talking about. The Capitol Records building at the top, the W Hotel, and
Zaxby's just out-Phillied the Philly with our signature crispy chicken fingers.
As you've seen, occurred just outside of a parking lot on that corner of Vista, Del Mar, and Selma. That was a parking lot at the time that was full of cars. And it was ringed by a nightclub on the corner, a sound studio, a hotel, and 3 different apartment buildings right around. As I said, densely populated. This was also Saturday night. Saturday, November 6, 2021 at about 10 p.m. in Hollywood. This is a time that Hollywood is busy. Now that you understand kind of the locations that are involved, I want to start with how this case starts for LAPD.
Hi, I live in the apartment on the corner of Argyle and Selma in Hollywood, and there's just been a shooting.
So at 10:18 p.m., LAPD receives this call, that there's been a shooting at the intersection of Argyle and Selma. The call continues though.
Did you see anything or you just heard it?
Yes. No, we watched it.
Okay, what did you see?
There were 4 men, and they were kind of fighting as they were walking along Argyle, and then they turned left onto Selma. We heard yelling and they started running, and they turned left into the back lot apartments for El Centro Apartments.
Now, the 4 men that you see on that screen will be the 4 men that we'll talk about in a minute. They were the 4 that were at that location.
And then someone pulled out, the guy in the black sweatshirt pulled out a gun.
Okay.
And he shot, and I think the guy who shot was in blue.
Now, the evidence in this case will be that the man in the black sweatshirt was the defendant, Rakim Mayers. That evidence will be uncontradicted. As you have heard throughout jury selection, Mr. Myers is an entertainer, and he goes by the stage name A$AP Rocky. You will hear other nicknames that he is referred to in the evidence in this case, including Flacco and Luigi. At the time of this crime, Mr. Mayers was 33 years old. He has his own company that I believe is referred to as AWGE, A-W-G-E, that you will hear referred to in the testimony in this case. And as we've talked about, his significant other is Rhianna. The victim in this case is a man by the name of Terrell Efron. And Mr. Efron, you will hear, was also a member of the ASAP collective, and he went by the nickname AP Reli. Mr. Efron was also 33 years old at the time of this crime. And what you will hear from Mr. Efron is that he was friends with Mr. Myers well before this case and well before even Mr. Myers was a famous individual. That essentially, I believe they met in high school and grew up together. He has known Mr. Mayers 18 or 19 years at the time that this shooting happened. And you will also hear that he, too, at the time was working in the music industry, and he had his own company called Shut Eye Entertainment. Now, I mentioned it already, but to put a finer point on it, the group that both of these men were members of is called ASAP. It doesn't stand for what you probably thought it did when you walked into court. It's an acronym for Always Strive and Prosper. It was formed by high school age kids in Harlem, New York around 2006. They call themselves a collective. You will hear are rappers, producers, music video directors, designers, people that have different artistic pursuits that essentially work together. And there are many members of ASAP. The ones that you will primarily hear in this case are obviously Mr. Mayers, the victim, but also the two friends that were with Mr. Mayers at the time this happened. And they go by ASAP Ills and ASAP 12E. And I will just pre-warn you that 12E gets spelled a bunch of different ways. It's not always consistent. And there will be one last member that you'll hear about briefly, who goes by the stage name ASAP Bari. Sometimes people refer to him as Young Lord. As I said, the four main members of this group that you will hear about are these four men. The victim is on the far right, Mr. Efron. The defendant is the next person to his left. As I said, ASAP 12E, his given name is Jamel Phillips, and the last is Elijah Ulanger, who goes by ASAP Bills. And these were the four men who were present at the time of both of these incidents. Now I want to take you to that weekend, Saturday night in Hollywood. There was actually, at the time, a music festival or concert series going on known as Complex Con in Long Beach. And you will hear that Mr. Mayers was to be a performer at that event the day after the shooting, the Sunday, November 7th. Now, although I told you that Mr. Mayers and Mr. Efron were close at one point, you will hear that throughout their relationship, there was tension between the two of them. And that tension was essentially building up to the night of November 6th, 2021. You will not hear all the reasons why there was tension between the two of them, but we will get to the point the day before this shooting, November 5th, 2021, when that tension kind of comes to a head. But what happens on that day, Mr. Efron will tell you, is that he is in a car with that last member of the ASAP group that I talked about, ASAP Bari. The two of them are driving when ASAP Bari receives a phone call from Mr. Mayers. And ASAP Bari takes that call on speakerphone. So Mr. Efron, who's in the car, can hear both sides of the conversation. He can hear Mr. Mayers and he can also hear ASAP Bari. And in the course of that call, Mr. Efron, the victim, heard the defendant saying these rude and aggressive things about him. Mr. Mayers at the time does not know that Mr. Efron is in the car with the victim. This leads to the next day, November 6, 2021. You'll hear that Mr. Efron was
in Los Angeles working with one of the artists that he managed. He was asleep around 9:00 p.m. when he started receiving a series of urgent messages from not only from Mr. Mayers, but from the two other men that were with him, ASAP Ills and ASAP 12. And you'll hear that he received a number of calls kind of back to back to back from the three of them. Now, he didn't answer those calls because he was sleeping, but when he ultimately woke up, he saw that he had a number of missed calls. He also received text messages from Mr. Mayers that were aggressive, seeking a confrontation with him, asking him where he was. Mr. Mayers is on the left side of this conversation. Where are you at? Let's get to it. Stop ducking my calls. The messages that the victim's receiving are instantly aggressive towards him. So you will hear from Mr. Efron that he called the defendant. He was groggy because he had just woken up. They had a conversation and they agreed to meet outside of the W Hotel in Hollywood. Mr. Efron will tell you that as he went to that meeting, he was of the frame of mind that he and Mr. Mayers were going to have a confrontation. That he believed they would argue, and that ultimately this would lead to kind of repairing their relationship. So they would each be able to speak their piece and essentially fight like brothers do, and that it would ultimately bring them closer together. They would repair sort of the issues that they each had with each other. So that's how Mr. Efron is going into this meeting. Now, let's talk about the location where they meet, this location just outside of the W Hotel. You're going to see this map throughout this case. So I want to take some time to walk through it with you so you understand the various features that are depicted here. On the left side of the screen is Argyle Avenue. On the bottom of the screen is Selma Avenue. And on the right side of the screen is El Centro Avenue. Now you can't see it in this map, but if the map were to continue off the top of the screen, Hollywood Boulevard would be just above that. In the middle of this map, there's a small street called Vista Del Mar that it kind of goes north and then forces you to go east. The red arrows that you see here are the path of travel that Mr. Mayers took that evening. So it starts at that mid-block location on Argyle, continues down to Selma, and then up Vista Del Mar, around that corner, all the way to El Centro, and then he made a left turn on El Centro and went above, off the map. The numbers in the red boxes that you see here, 1, 2, 3, and 4, are the 4 different locations where the police were ultimately able to recover surveillance video from. There are 4 different locations. Attached to each one of those locations, you'll see the green triangle and the green, and with a green arrow in the middle. And what that represents is very roughly.
I'm a dialect coach. I'm a dialect coach.
Want a career as a dialect?
Direction that a camera attached to that building. You will also hear that locations 1, 2, and 4 captured video only. But you will hear that the location with the number 3 captured both video and audio. So I told you there's 2 incident locations, 2 altercations that happened. The first happens where the yellow box is right now, right outside of that parking garage. The second happens at that corner of Selma and Vista Del Mar. And that's where the firearm was actually discharged, where the gunshots were fired. So the first location I want to focus on is that where the initial confrontation happens. This location is the entrance and exit of a parking structure. This is that parking structure entrance. If you were standing in Argyle and you were facing towards Selma, so Hollywood Boulevard would be to your back. And the entrance is on the left-hand side there. And what you will see in the videos, this parking lot entrance has those hanging indicators on from the roof that tell you how tall the garage is, so that if you are driving a tall car, you don't, of course there's a fly buzzing around me, you don't run your car into the roof of the parking structure. And I point that out because when you watch the video, you'll actually see that red indicator as a kind of a line through the video, so you know what that is. At the mouth of that parking entrance, there are cameras that are facing the sidewalk. Those are the first view that we saw. And these cameras capture the initial encounter between the victim, Mr. Efron, who you see there, and the defendant, Mr. Mayers. And you can see that Ills is the first one to intervene to try to separate the two of them. And then at the very bottom of the screen, you see 12B putting his hand to try to also intervene and help separate them. Now I know it goes by quickly, and you're not as familiar with all these people, so I want to kind of break it down a little bit for you and show you what the evidence that you're going to receive throughout this case. The first person that you see in that video is the victim, Mr. Efron. The second person who you see, who is instantly confrontational with Mr. Efron, is the defendant, Mr. Mayers. You see on the video that Mr. Mayers is immediately aggressive towards Mr. Efron. He's pulling at Mr. Efron's sweatshirt, and he's pushing Mr. Efron backward and pushes him off camera, out of camera view. The third person that you see, as I told you, is Elijah Ulanger, who also goes by ASAP Ills, or he might just be referred to as Ills throughout this. If you look closely, you can actually see his stage name embroidered on the jacket that he's wearing there. And what he attempts to do is to de-escalate the situation, to get between the two men and to physically separate them. And you'll see that all three of them go off screen for a period of time. Mr. Efron will tell you that during the period of time that they are off screen is when the defendant first produces that semi-automatic pistol from his waistband. He pulls it out of his waistband and he's holding it to Mr. Efron. Mr. Efron will tell you that the defendant pointed the gun at his chest and was essentially trying to point the gun around Ills, who was between them. That at the time that he was pointing the gun at Mr. Efron, he was also threatening Mr. Efron. I'm going to kill you. Keep in mind, these men have known each other for a long time. And Mr. Efron will tell you, in his state of mind, he never believed that he was going to be shot. He never believed that the defendant would actually shoot him. He will tell you that had this been a stranger, someone he didn't know as well, he would have been petrified. As you can imagine, anyone pointing a gun at you would upset you. But he knows the defendant. He knows that Mr. Mayers is not going to shoot him. He knows so much so that he'll tell you he looked at the defendant and said, if you brought a gun, you should shoot it.
Now, what are we here for?
That's how confident he is that he knows the defendant is not going to pull that trigger. Now, the fourth person you can barely see on this video as they come back into frame, I told you, is Jamel Phillips, who goes by 12E or ASAP 12. And you can just see his hand at the very bottom of the screen. When they come back on screen, and specifically when Mr. Mayers comes back on screen, you can see the gun in his hand. You will hear that that gun that he's holding is a semi-automatic pistol, or has features that are consistent with a semi-automatic pistol. Right now, as he's paused on the screen, you can see that he's holding that gun behind his back. But you will also see the gun come forward in front of his body before he ultimately tucks it back into his waistband. And you will see from the video that there were bystanders. As I said, this is a busy Saturday night in Hollywood, walking by as this confrontation is taking place. You will hear that right after that encounter that you saw, that Mr. Mayers walked away and was walking down Argyle towards Selma. Mr. Efron will tell you that as he walked away, he looked over at 12E, Mr. Phillips, and he saw 12E putting a pocket knife away. And Mr. Efron, and then 12E, Mr. Phillips, walked behind the defendant, Mr. Mayers, and Ills walked behind him as well. So the three men that had come to confront Mr. Efron walked away down Argyle towards Selma. And Mr. Efron will tell you that at that moment, his mindset about the initial confrontation changed. I told you that Mr. Efron will tell you when he first went there, he believed that this was meant to be a confrontation so that they could strengthen their relationship. But having just had a gun pointed at him and seeing another friend putting away a pocket knife, that his mindset changed, and he understood these men never came here to try to make peace with him, that it was always meant to be a confrontation. And he decided at that moment that having a gun pointed at him was sort of a bridge too far in their friendship, and he understood he was probably never going to have the same friendship, especially with the defendant, ever again. And you will hear that as the defendant walked away, Mr. Efron followed behind him and was yelling and screaming at him, even though he knew the defendant had a gun. Because although Mr. Efron believed this is going to damage our relationship, he still never believed that the defendant would actually shoot at him. It's not as if Mr. Efron will tell you that he had some death wish or that he was not scared of guns. He will not come in and say that. What he will tell you, again, is that had anyone else done this, he would have been frightened. But he had known the defendant for so long, and they were close. So he walks down Argyle towards Selma and follows behind the three other men. When they get to Selma, they all turn left, and they walk towards Vista Del Mar. And they end up at that location we talked about, that corner of Selma and Vista Del Mar. And as Mr. Mayers stepped off the curb, he walked into frame of the camera at location number 2 that's pointing towards Selma. Now I want to take you, before I play the video again, I want to take you to that corner so that you can see from that night what it looked like. It's a small street with a parking lot immediately adjacent to it that were full of parked cars. And at 10:17 p.m. when they arrived at that intersection and the defendant stepped off the street corner into view of camera number 2, you will see video from that location. The video that I've played for you already and that I'm going to play for you again is from that location number 2. You will also see, that's the main video that you're watching, but you'll see in the bottom right-hand corner, there's a smaller video on top of it that kind of has a bluish tint to it. And that video is from another location behind building number 2 where the number 3 is. And the video that you're seeing from that location is identified there by the green arrow. But what's important about that video, because the video does not capture the shooting at location number 3. What location number 3 captures is audio. And it captures the sound of the gun being fired twice. This is the location number 2 where the camera, the video that actually captured that shooting was. You can see the cameras at the very top corner of the building, and it's about 3 properties away from the location that we're seeing. So again, the video is captured at a distance. It's a admittedly grainy video.
At First Form, we help real people earn real long-term results. Our full line of nutrition.
But it captures enough features that you can identify who is who when you watch this video. So I told you the main video that you're watching is from location number 2, and that smaller location number 3 is in the corner. Before I play the video, I want to orient you to what you're seeing. Along the top is Vista Del Mar. The parking lot is just out of view of the camera at the top of the screen. Along the top left-hand corner is Selma. It forms that intersection. The red arrow is the defendant, Mr. Mayers. And the green arrow is the victim, Mr. Efron. Okay. Now, what you see as the video plays is the various cameras on location number 2 switching between 3 different cameras that are mounted to that building. What's important about that, towards the end of the video, you'll see as Mr. Mayers is running away from the location, running down Vista Del Mar towards El Centro, he trips a floodlight that's motion activated. And when you watch the video closely, that floodlight is captured by both locations. So location number 2 and location number 3, those cameras each capture that floodlight turning on. And when you watch the videos together, you can see that moment in time when the lights flash on, line up. And that's how you know the sound correlates with the video that you're seeing playing at the same time from a different location. Now, I told you, we all know the video from location number 2 is from a distance. If you zoom in on the area where this incident happened, and we will play a zoomed in version of this video, what you see is a very pixelated image. But what even that captures still are the colors the individuals are wearing, which is how you can distinguish who is who on the video. You'll see Mr. Efron on the far left. Ills is just next to him. 12, who's wearing the red jacket, is just next to Ills. And then the defendant, who's wearing all black, is at the bottom of the screen. Again, I understand if you watch this video one time, you may not pick up these features, but as you watch it repeatedly, you'll be able to tell who is who. And you'll also be able to tell when you watch these videos in sequence, because they walk in front of other cameras that are far more clear, that you can easily identify who is who on this video. So this is the zoomed in version of that incident. This does not have any audio. Now, as we play the zoomed in version, you'll also see that Mr. Efron is struggling with ills. And what Mr. Efron will tell you is that immediately as the defendant turned and pointed the gun at him, he jumped behind Ills, essentially to put Ills between him and the defendant. And you'll see on the video the defendant lunging one way and then the other way around Ills, trying to get at the victim who is holding Ills in front of him. Now, despite how dangerous this is, having a semi-automatic pistol pointed at you and discharged twice, you will hear that Mr. Efron was not seriously injured by this shooting. He has these injuries to the middle knuckle of one of his hands. Mr. Efron will tell you that at the time to his hand, which led him to believe that these were graze wounds from one of the bullets that was shot at him. Perhaps they were. Perhaps they were not. Whether or not the victim in this case was actually shot or injured by this will not be something that you have to decide at the end of the case. We ask you to wait until the end of the case when the judge instructs you on the law, what elements are actually required to be proven before you make any decision. And to listen to the charges specifically and not consider charges that the defendant is not charged with. In this case, he's not charged with attempted murder, for instance. Now, before I move on, I want to focus in on the last location that I haven't talked about much, location number 4. That location is a loading dock for this building on El Centro. It's right at the corner of El Centro and Vista Del Mar. And what you'll see in the video from that location is the defendant, Mr. Mayers, and his companion, 12B, walking from Vista Del Mar up El Centro towards Hollywood Boulevard. The arrows indicate their path of travel. They're going to come from that corner and then walk up El Centro. The camera itself is in that red circle. And you'll see this video is far more clear. And you'll see features of their clothing that you can match up to the clothing from the other videos that we've already watched. For instance, I mean, you can see just from Mr. Mayer's facial features that he's the one wearing all black. You can see from his facial features compared to the video from the park structure. And then, as I said, the various features of his clothing, the rhinestones on the hood of his sweatshirt in both videos, and the design, the rhinestone design on the chest of his sweatshirt at both videos. And taking all the videos in their totality and comparing them is how you'll be able to decide on the video who is who. Now, I played the 911 call for you that LAPD received at 10:18, which triggered their response. And you'll see and hear that at 10:27, LAPD officers responded to the 911 call. And as is their duty, they responded quickly to this call to try to, of shots fired in the middle of Hollywood. You will hear from at least one of the officers who responded to that location, and the officer will tell you that as part of their uniform, they wear cameras that are mounted to their chest. And you will actually get to watch camera that captures the police response. After this shooting, the evidence will be that all 4 of these men, the defendant, 12B, Ills, and the victim, all left the scene. You'll hear that there were at least 2 people who called 911 to report this crime, who were just people living in the surrounding area, not actually involved in the altercation itself. you'll hear that the 911 callers were reporting different information. So the first call would be that the gunshots were fired at Argyle and Selma. The second call will be that the gunshots were fired in the area closer to Vista Del Mar and El Centro. You will hear from the officer that as they responded, they come to the scene looking for a victim. That's their primary focus. Trying to find anyone who needs immediate life-saving attention. Their second focus will be looking for the potential suspects if they can find them. And you'll hear from the officer that as he's receiving information that's taking him to different locations, he's actually going between the different locations and trying to piece together what happened. But what will be important from his testimony is that he is not given a precise location to exactly where this shooting happened. And with the limited information that he has, he and his partners are doing the best job that they can to find any victims, any suspects, or any evidence of a shooting. You'll hear the officer talk to different people who were just out and about, try to figure out what was going on, that neither of the 911 callers would meet with them, and that they searched not only the surrounding streets, but they primarily focused on the parking lot that was right at that corner of Vista Del Mar and Selma, because the second 911 caller had told him, or had relayed that it was possible that the shooting was happening into a car. The officer will tell you that they searched the area and they did not find any evidence of a shooting. They didn't find a victim with injuries. They didn't find any of the suspects, and they didn't find any discharged cartridge cases, which are what come out of a gun after you discharge it in the surrounding area. But again, they don't know exactly where to look with the limited information that they're given. You will also hear from Mr. Efron that approximately an hour, and he's not precise on the exact time, but approximately an hour after the shooting, he himself returned to the location. Now, at this time, the police have already responded and left.
My name is Wendy, and I get Botox Cosmetic. My treatment areas were my forehead, my crow's feet.
Specifically to look for evidence that this had happened, evidence of this shooting. And Mr. Efron will tell you, because he knew exactly where the shooting happened, that he was able to locate 2 fired cartridge cases. This is actually a photograph that Mr. Efron himself took of one of the fired cartridge cases that he found. Mr. Efron, you'll hear, went to the police 2 days later, walked into the Hollywood police station to report this crime happening. He brought the 2 fired cartridge cases with him, and he gave them to the police. You will hear that the 2 cartridge cases that he brought in were 9mm Luger caliber cartridge cases. However, you'll also hear from Mr. Efron that immediately after the shooting, about an hour and a half later, he started text messaging the defendant. And he text messaged the defendant, "You try killing me." That was the first message he sent to him. And you'll hear that Mr. Mayers' response was to deny that anything happened. The defendant, in abbreviation, says, "What the fuck is you talking about? Why are you telling people I shot at you?" Denying that any shooting has even happened. Mr. Efron confronts him again. "You set me up to try to take me from my daughter." And the defendant responds, "I tried to do what? I know you hate me, I hate you too." The defendant responds again, "Stop making shit up." again, denying any confrontation took place. Certainly any shooting. We've already told you in jury selection, and you will hear evidence, that after this shooting, Mr. Efron sought money from Mr. Mayers. In fact, right, hours after the shootings, this is the next day, November 7th, in the early morning hours, 3:40 a.m., you'll hear that Mr. Efron sent a message to one of his friends saying that he wants money. And identifying the reason why he wants that money is because Mr. Mayers shot at him. You will also hear that based upon these two incidents, the parking lot and the shooting on the corner, that Mr. Efron filed a civil lawsuit against Mr. Mayers. At the end of this case, you will not be asked to award Mr. Efron any money. So that consideration will not be a part of your what you're asked to determine. Moving forward in time, you'll hear from LAPD detectives that Mr. Mayers' home was searched on April 20th of 2022, and that during that search, LAPD detective recovered a magazine for a semi-automatic pistol that was 9mm caliber, and that it was loaded with 6 unfired 9mm Luger rounds of live ammunition. You will hear that these items were found in Mr. Mayers' bedroom closet. You will also hear that there was no handgun that was 9mm in Mr. Mayers' home that was for that magazine. So you have a 9mm magazine, but no handgun to go with it. The last point I want to leave you with before I conclude is that we expect, in this case, that the defense will call 12B, Mr. Phillips, to testify. At the time of the shooting, again, he's friends with all these participants. He's 32 years old. And it is expected that he will testify that the defendant was, in fact, the person on the video who fired the 2 gunshots that we hear. So it will essentially be uncontested that Mr. Mayers was the person who fired the gun at that street corner, and that he will tell you the gun that the defendant fired was a starter pistol. That, ladies and gentlemen, is what the evidence in this case will show at the end of this case. As I've said, we expect that the defense will attempt to present an alternative explanation for what happened that night. But we ask you to do one thing, which is, as you evaluate the evidence from both sides in this case, to not leave your common sense at the door. And wait until the end of the case, when you have all the evidence, to make your decision. Listen to the court's instructions on the law, and return the only just verdict there is. Thank you.
All right, folks, we'll take the break now. Please be outside the courtroom doors at 1:30, as close to that time as possible. We'll have you come in, and you will hear from Mr. Packard. Are you going to do the... All right, please don't discuss the case amongst yourselves or anybody else. Please do not go on the internet and read anything about this case, and please don't look at any newspapers. Right? You've got to keep that mind open and impartial.
Please don't be on Millionaire Meals TikTok, okay? Because I am over here taking notes to do my TikTok videos later. Don't be out here looking at the millionaires in the chat, and what they have to say about this case. Okay. Erica said that Google said a starting pistol or starter pistols, there is a blank handgun, or more recently, an electronic toy gun or device with a button connected to a sound system that is fired for track and field. Oh, okay. Hey, Rhianna. Okay, Alice. Oh, they're on California time, so they're not coming back till 1:30. Okay, hold up. True Story is saying that the location of the shooting is where wealthy folks stay. She says no different when some women sue for harassment. Yes, it's all about money, but the state here has some evidence, but it's weak. It's terrible. The evidence that I've seen, it has not made me, I don't know, y'all. I don't feel, let me say, we know for a fact that's him. And y'all, I know y'all wanted to go back to some stuff, so here's the perfect time. We can go back to what you guys wanted us to take another look at. I know one part was people were saying that ASAP Reli started with ASAP Rocky. I must have missed that because when I looked, I think I must have been updating or something. I didn't see that, so we can go back to that part. But we do know Rocky was there, right? I think what got me, we know he was there. They have all this footage, showing him at these different locations. I can't confirm that there was a weapon in his hand. Was it a starter pistol? What? I can't confirm it. Is Rocky a felon or something? Is that why he's carrying, or is it the gun laws in LA? I'm not sure. What is his reasoning for having this starter pistol? If they're saying it's just used to scare people, he's a celebrity, may not want to get caught with a real gun. I get that too. So there's that. But then on the flip side, they find a magazine but no weapon. Where's the weapon that goes with the magazine? There's that. As far as this boy being shot, you never see Rocky shoot this gun. I couldn't tell what was going on in that video. Y'all, I couldn't tell. He is a felon in New York? Oh, okay. Or are you saying it's a felony to have one in New York? She said, Raynette said it wasn't a 9mm. I could tell that much. He looks like he moves without bodyguards. I agree with that, Miss Sheila. And he is not a felon, is what you guys are saying. Got it. So maybe he just doesn't want to walk around with guns, which is his right. And he had to start a pistol. But back to the video of the alleged shooting. Y'all, I don't know if it's just me. Put a one in the chat if you could make out who it was. I couldn't make out who was who. I could not make out who was who. And then when we are looking, they're on break right now. Hold on. I'm trying to find this foolishness. It had to be before this, y'all. Why can't I find the boy hand? Is it? No, it must have been towards the end. I can't. It's not zooming right to it. I didn't even write down the timestamp. Because what was getting me is the what is it called? Lord, the word is skipping me. They just want Rocky's money on. I agree. The injuries is what's getting me. The injuries are what's getting me, and the fact that we can skip to that part because I do know that part is right here. These text messages can be taken two ways. Did he really think ASAP tried to kill him, right? Did he really think he tried to kill him? Because the DA is saying he never thought ASAP was going to kill him. Even though he saw the gun, he never feared for his life. But these text messages, he's saying, "You trying to kill me," was he setting up his case from the start? Was he setting up his case from the start? You know? He was setting him up. Melody, listen, because how is the DA in the opening saying that this man never feared for his life? Even though he saw this man with a gun, he never once thought he was going to shoot him. Even after he saw it, right? He never thought he was going to shoot him. But then look at these text messages. You try killing me. I mean, I would have responded the same way Rocky responded. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? We're there. That's that text message. That was the one he texted him. Y'all niggas set me up to try to take me from my daughter. Rocky Style tried to do what? I know you hate me. I hate you too. Wait a minute. Could he have been setting this up from the start? Could he have been setting this up from the start? And Rocky just gave him the ammunition that he needed to do what he wanted to do. Y'all, so that's that one. Rocky says again, stop making shit up, real. He tells him, stop making shit up. And then this is the one that got me. This is the text message that got me. I want to get this nigga's money. He probably trying to get you to perform at Complex Con. I want it too. Who he talking to is what I want to know. He says he shot at me. And do like, what? Like, are you
on file?
You know that for sure? I want the rest of this text thread. What are the rest of the text messages after he said, you know that for sure? What are the rest of the text messages? But this is the most alarming one to me. He was talking to a girl. Mel, the fingers are before the text. They are between the blue. Okay, thank you. Before we get to the text messages. So it must be like right. Because I got to get that. Because these are are you sure? Hold on, y'all. We're trying to find these fingers. Right by the blurry video. That's the police. Sorry, y'all. Now I really have to find these fingers. Because I'm trying to go back. We got to see those again. Thank you, Erica. Oh, okay. We right here at it. Because I should be I'm at like 19 something. Now mine, I was at this 17. Oh, never mind, Eric. I was going the wrong way. 19. Okay. Yeah, am I forward? Don't think I'm slow. Let me see. Yeah, I feel like I'm a little slow over here. He just needed to peg. Now it's negative 21. Okay. 29, 19, negative 21. I'm going to just start right here.
all the videos in their totality and comparing them is how you'll be able to decide on the video. Now, the LAP see and hear, and as is the
1027. Yeah, I don't know why I'm struggling so bad just to find one little piece of something in here. Because I just went to negative 21. I just went to negative 2456. Okay. I don't feel so crazy. 24. There you go, right there, y'all. Okay. There we go. Let's pause it right there. Negative 2456. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Thank y'all for that. Let me put that on here. Now, I does that look like, what does it look like to y'all? Erica says negative 24. I just saw your message, Erica. What does this look like to y'all? Y'all know what it looks like? It looks like he fell off a bike. Maybe he fell off a bike. Or he was running and then he fell. Like he punched the wall, scrapes, some ashy ass hands. Those are scrapes from fighting. He fell and scraped his knuckles. He fell and scraped his hand. He scraped his hand on the cement. Y'all, it's just, it doesn't, you know what, true story, we're not doing that. They said that's what Gaither's hand after she went to the back and punched the wall. And the 101 index looks like it's healing around the edges. I could see that. He is not about to tell me that he got shot or anything to do with a gun. Miss Sheila said, when you get grazed by a bullet, it doesn't look like that. Give that boy a little Band-Aid. Do you hear me? Give him a Band-Aid. That's no grazed bullet. He's been had that. Skywalker said he been had that. That's not a grazed wound. Tati said that is not a grazed wound. Not a grazed pulling off skin. I'm really interested to see what's going to come out of this case, because from what I can see right now, I don't know how I feel. It's really giving money grab. It's really giving money grab, especially that we hear that they were already having issues over money. And do you guys remember the first slide? He is one of the original creators of this ASAP, what did they call it? Collective. He is one of the original people. He's been friends with ASAP since he was 18, 19 years old. Miss Sheila made a good point. She said that you don't need to take everybody you grow up with. They can't go everywhere with you. We learned that from YSL. So what if this young man was going through this whole, he owes me. I was there when he had nothing. What if he was experiencing that, and in turn, over time, it turned into jealousy. And now he's trying to concoct a plan to get what he feels like he's owed. Because I'm sorry, this does not sound like a friend. I know that's right, Erica. Rail was popping. So Skywalker, are you saying Rail? I don't follow a lot of New York artists in general, but you're saying that Rail, like, are you saying he was a popular rapper? He out here having his own motion too. Can you give me, like, what would you equate this to? The fight started over the homie's funeral. Yep, saw that. And they turned into a money grab. I'm wondering sometimes, do you know how, I'm trying to think of a movie that would do this for us. Because there's always times where the person who is not the most talented, they get the most love, and then the talented person kind of feels slighted. You know, that happens. Monet, I don't know. HK said Tyler Perry. What? What? I'm surprised Jay-Z couldn't make this case go away. Now, true story. Nick, all they said in the opening was that it started about costs associated with the burial of the friend. Let's go back to that part. Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna take a picture of this. Let's go back to that part. And then if y'all want us to go back, we can use this time to go back to the sections that we wanted to hear again. I just can't believe this. Okay. We're going to go back to the start of his opening.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Different features, the people that were involved, the locations that are involved, and what happened. You will already have seen the video. The first video that I'm going to show you was captured on November 6th. Mr. Efron was also 33 years old at the time of this crime. And what you will hear from Mr. Efron is that he was friends with Mr. Myers well before this case and well before even Mr. Myers was a famous individual. That essentially, I believe they met in high school and grew up together. He has known Mr. Mayers 18 or 19 years at the time that this shooting happened. And you will also hear that he, too, at the time, should I entertain already, but to put a is called, we walked into 5 high school age kids.
Somebody said, this is where Brian Steele should have said that YSL was a collective. I said, because, listen.
Mr. Mayers, the victim Mayers at the Talby, and always consistent. And there will be one. As I said, the 4 main members of this group that you will hear about are these 4 men. The victim is on the far right, Mr. Efron. The defendant is the next person to his left. As I said, ASAP Twelby, his given name is Jamel Phillips, and the last is Elijah Ulanger, who goes by ASAP Phillips. And these were the 4 men who were present at the time of both of these incidents. Now, I want to take you to that weekend, Saturday night in Hollywood.
Y'all know it wasn't even this one. It was the Law and Crime that we saw that on. So I'm going to go to the fight. It wasn't this. It was the Law and Crime fight that told us about what they were going on. So y'all want to see the fight video again? I must have missed it. So let's see if we can make out what's going on.
Those are the first view that we saw. And these cameras capture the initial encounter between the victim, Mr. Efron, who you see there, and the defendant, Mr. Mayers.
Okay, y'all, that's how I missed it, but I think y'all might be right. Let's play that back. I'm with y'all. It looks like Rel was walking up on ASAP. It looks like his hand was out. Let's watch it again.
These cameras capture the initial encounter between the victim, Mr. Efron, who you see there, and the defendant, Mr. Mayers. And you can see that Ills is the first one to intervene to try to separate the two of them. And then at the very bottom of the screen, you want to enter. Those are the first.
Let me slow it down real quick. I'm with you guys. It's definitely looking like it looks like really. Hold on. We don't want to hear that foolishness. I may have slowed it down too slow. Okay, right here. We're going to slow it down some more right here. Okay, let's go. Look at us over here, putting in slow motion. He pulled up his pants ready. Alice, I was just seeing that. They didn't want to fight for real. They over here grabbing on each other's clothes. They didn't want to fight for real. Neither one of them. Them boys came to play and huff and puff. They were not trying to fight for real. Okay? Does that look like they want to fight for real? Who walk up and y'all want to grab on jackets? Because if you want to fight for real, why you didn't just walk up and fire him? Like, I don't understand that. Why you just didn't fire him on it? If you really just wanted, you really was trying to get something off your chest, why didn't you just walk up and fire him? Why would you walk up and grab his hoodie? We can watch that one more time. I forgot we got it so slow. He done pulled up them damn pants to get over there and grab his hoodie. Look at him. He pulling up his pants. Just for you to grab this boy by his hoodie. Probably got glitter all on your hands because you know ASAP had all these rhinestones on this jacket. Is he right-handed? He could have sprung on him right there if he really wanted to hit him. Oh, I see. He hit his hand on that sign. Ash, you might be right. Well, he didn't hit ASAP. That's for damn sure. They in here playing around and scuffling, getting these people all upset because y'all don't know how to act. And in the blue, baby, they're not even tussling. Why is he having such a hard time breaking them up? They didn't want to fight for real. This was all a show. They didn't want to fight, which is probably why he said he didn't think ASAP was trying to kill him. They're here grabbing hoodies. That's why he didn't think he was going to kill him. They knew it. Nick, neither one of them wanted that pressure. Neither one of them were trying to fight. They yanking on each other. And ASAP. Now I'm gonna just say this. I do sometimes want me a little from Harlem, okay? I just like the way they talk. But ASAP, ain't no way you pulled out a gun. Nothing that I just saw should warrant you pulling out a gun. And this is why I have a problem with guns. Because of foolishness like this. There's no, you can't fear for your life. You got glitter falling off your damn hoodie. You can't be in fear of your life. No, y'all, this pissed me off. What did y'all see that would warrant a gun? I do, Ash. I want one. The gun was so unnecessary, Nick. Why would he have a gun? What did you pull out the gun for? It's like, and this again, why I feel like most of our problems in today's society revert back to emotional intelligence. That's what me included. We just act off emotion. Nothing I saw in this video warrants you to pull out a gun. Baby, at this point, you could have sprung on him because I don't think he would have done anything back. Listen, yes, Monet. Yes, we can, Ash. We can go back, child, because this is just embarrassing. Everybody in Harlem ought to be ashamed after watching how these two carrying on. I forgot. We got to slow down. Everybody in Harlem needs to be, they need to just, They might not claim ASAP after this. To start him off, Ray Ned. He didn't need a gun to do that. That boy clearly didn't want to fight. Let me hold up, y'all. I gotta show Raynette something. Raynette, look at this. This boy pulling up his pants. He pulling up his pants, Raynette, to grab ASAP by the hoodie. His pants were not going to move at all. His hand free. If he right-handed and he wanted to spring on ASAP, guess we could have done Raynette? He could have sprung on him right there. He didn't want to do that. Raynette, they didn't want to fight. That's like, I really do think they love each other. They didn't want to fight. No, it's not over. They on break. They didn't want to fight. They didn't want to fight. And Mr. Blue Hat struggling for what? Unless Rocky can't fight, Nick, that's the only thing that could be. They didn't want, neither of them, I don't think either of them wanted to fight for real. That's my personal opinion. And I'm going to say that because if you really had Anna like that, you really were bothered, ASAP could have hit him right there. ASAP, just swing around eels. They didn't want to fight for it. They just out here, what they say, tongue wrestling. This unnecessary. Nothing warranted pulling out a gun. Unless ASAP mad about too much glitter coming off their hoodie. That's the only thing. It's too much. He was trying to break it up, Miss Chocolate, but he was struggling. And for what? They didn't want to fight for real. It was like watching Brother Scuffle. Exactly, Miss Vonda. You could tell they didn't want to fight for real. I'm not sure how if anything, ASAP, make better decisions because nothing warranted you getting a gun in this situation. Nothing warranted that. I still don't understand how did the gun come out? I'm a little bothered by that, actually. And those texts were 100% calculated. Of course, Alice. Of course. Now, Mary, you acting like he. No, Miss Sheila, I think I'm just bothered at the fact that something, I don't know what they were really arguing about, but something so small, you could have hurt someone else if he had a gun. Because I still don't know what that was in his hand. If it was a gun that you would have a weapon and this one of your friends, y'all clearly didn't want to fight each other. It wasn't like your life was in danger. The man could have sprung on you several times. He looks taller than ASAP. He could have, and he didn't do anything. They didn't want to fight for real. I don't know why he pulled out what looks like a gun. Are you sure? Okay, Tasha. Y'all know Tasha said. Mel, are we sure he pulled it out and not that it was falling out the hoodie? Let's go see Tasha. Could have been worse than this, correct, Megan? Ash said, not gonna yeah. You run up on me, I'm pulling my gun out too because you pulling up your pants for. But Ash, this your brother. I don't think they want to fight anyway. They make cigarette lighters that are made out of guns. I ain't never seen one of them big, Miss Sheila, but you're right. Even a toy gun, don't pull it out unless you're going to use it in whatever really was really about that. You don't do that. If really was really, I agree, Skywalker. So Tasha needs us to go back and investigate something, guys. I'm going to slow it down again and see if you guys see it. Tasha made a good point. Tasha said, are we sure it didn't just fall out the hoodie? Now, Tasha, let's see. He seemed to have been. Okay, here we go. Hold on. I think it's going too fast. So everybody, you might have to zoom in. But let's see. Oh, let me take this off. He had it in his hand, baby. Whatever that is. I don't think it fell. I don't think it fell. He had it in his hand. And then he put it in his waistband. All right, Stephanie. Stephanie said, my issue is there's no audio. In my state, when you have a gun, you need to pull it out and let them know to back up, to de-escalate before actually aiming to shoot. That's good right there, Stephanie. I wasn't even typing, Lex. Was I typing just then? I don't think I was typing. But the DA said that I was typing. But the DA said that Reli said that when he went out of the camera frame is when Rocky conveniently pulled out the gun for the first time. Did say that. He did say that. Then hear gunshots. They heard cars in the garage riding across speed bumps. Could be that too. Okay. I think he just pulled it out and he ran with it. So back to this, he knows something about his brother. I don't know if y'all answered. Hold on. So Reli and Josh are brothers. Let's look this up real quick. Yeah, how did he die? He didn't aim it, and he did have it behind his back, so I guess he gets credit for that. Oh, okay. I mean, he may know. Okay. I got what you're saying. He may know that you may need a gun for him. Oh, okay. If they were close, maybe he knew he carried a prop gun. How do we not know Reli doesn't carry? Maybe he shoot. That's there too. He knew there would be shells for a prop, so he had to. There wouldn't be shells for a prop. Come up with all those shell casings. Well, Gina, it screams setup to me too. So Marcy, they're saying that their beef started over funeral expenses for ASAP Josh. I was just looking to see. This looks like the guy. He died in 2020. They said they called him ASAP Josh, but they said ASAP Snacks. He was the resident DJ, but his name is Jay Scott, born Justin. I thought I heard the name Josh. Did y'all not hear Josh? Did y'all not hear Josh from because I'm seeing Justin. Maybe they said Justin and I'm just assuming Josh, but this was in 2020. He was half of the group, the Cozy Boys, with ASAP Blue. I don't see how he died. But this looks like the young man that was on that video, on that picture they shared on On a picture that they shared online crime? Okay, so hold on, Rainy. Let me see your other one. Brother may be about that life. Yeah, I'm trying to see. Y'all know what the perfect thing right now? Somebody on TikTok, one of their real fans. Damn, y'all, I saw it. There you go. Y'all, they said Atlanta just found out the whole DeKalb County is DL. Oh, this must be a football team or something. I'm gonna have to go back and see this, but this looked like some kid stuff. What's his name? ASAP Rocky and ASAP. What's the boy name? Reli. We need something old. Y'all, not me coming up. I don't know. Don't have my videos coming up. We need somebody to tell us why they beefing for real. How long ago was it? This was in 2022. This might work. Let me see.
Now he's suing ASAP Rocky, you feel me? Yo, the whole ASAP crew can't get together. It's always like fighting between each other. And
He sound like he from New York, y'all.
Like ASAP, that whole ASAP crew can't catch a break, you feel? You cannot make this up, y'all. I love girls with big foreheads and gaps in their mouth. You just look at you deep.
Y'all, ASAP Rocky said, I love girls with big foreheads and gaps in their mouth. Lord, ASAP is different. Now, ASAP with a little hoodie on, he just has beautiful facial features. I give y'all that. But it's not telling me. It's not telling me, y'all. I'm not finding it. So I'm going to have to look on my own. Miss Sheila, you right about that. What is that? She said pretty girls have big foreheads. My sister say that all the time. Okay, y'all, hold on. Hold on. Shit. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Hold on, y'all. Okay, Raynette, yes. I was trying to tell her about this too. But yes, I was looking for that, but they didn't. I don't see it either, Raynette. I've looked, I don't see a cause of death for him. So I'm gonna leave it alone, but it may come out in trial. Right now, I'm sure maybe we'll get more details as to what they were bickering about. But he was in a group. It really does. They said transportation, but they say he's an Atlanta native. They said that he's an Atlanta native, so I'm not sure where they were transporting him to. So that's interesting as well. I don't know where they were transferring him to, but maybe we will hear. Oh, I didn't know I still had this up. We could have finished this. Maybe they'll tell us. I believe. Oh, maybe that's it, Raynette. Raynette, maybe that's it. Because I'm looking at an article from W Magazine. Yeah, maybe that is it. Maybe he was out of the state when he died. Y'all know at the beginning of this, let me pull it up so you guys can hear it. This right here that we were watching at the very beginning, they talked about why they got into it and about ASAP and their friend. I thought they said ASAP Josh, but this boy's name is Justin. So I said, let's see if we can hear it again, see why they're into it.
Stand up in court. We're talking to criminal defense attorney Lawrence Zimmerman about facing charges for alleged violence. ASAP Rocky, musical artist, partner of pop sensation Rhianna, he's accused of firing a semi-automatic handgun at a former friend and member of the same hip-hop collective, AP Reli, or Terrell Efron, and injuring him. Bullet fragments allegedly hit his hand. And this all happened after the two got into some argument 2 years ago. Well, Rocky was arrested at the Los Angeles International Airport in April of 2022. He was released on bail the same day after posting a $550,000.
Okay, y'all. So he was arrested in 2022. If this is if Justin Scott is the person, I don't know if I had the name correct. He died in 2020. So this would make it 2 years. This would make it 2 years when he's arrested.
Bond. Rocky, whose real name is Rakim Mayers, pleaded not guilty to 2 counts of assault with a firearm. Now, in a recent development during a preliminary hearing on Monday, a Los Angeles judge ruled that there is enough evidence for Rocky to stand trial if convicted. Reli also filed a civil suit against Rocky for assault, battery.
I'm sorry, y'all. Do y'all remember on Friday after next when Day put his outfit on? He said, "How I look?" And when Reli's picture, they got it zooming up. All I hear is how I look, like a damn snitch. That's all I hear.
Emotional distress. There are a lot of layers to this, so I want to bring in right now criminal defense attorney Lawrence Zimmerman to talk about the case. Lawrence, so good to have you. Thanks for coming here on Sidebar.
Like a damn snitch.
Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving.
Look at his
Happy
face.
Thanksgiving. So thanks for coming out. Battery, emotional distress. There are a lot of layers to this, so I want to bring in right now criminal defense attorney Lawrence Zimmerman to talk about the case. Lawrence, so good to have you. Thanks for coming here on Sidebar.
Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving.
So, Erica, did he die in New York? So right now, Erica said it was ruled an accidental overdose. Wow. And I'm sorry, I tend to find when people don't put a lot of stuff out there, most times it's either unaliving themselves or it's an overdose. And she did say it was ruled an accidental overdose due to acute mixed drug intoxication, according to New York City Chief Medical Examiner. So, Raynette, we're going to see him say it, but it would make sense if he's an Atlanta native. If he's in New York, they would have to pay transportation costs to get him from New York to Atlanta. That's what Tasha. That's what we're trying to figure out. We trying to figure out if these are did they say Justin or Josh? So I'm trying to hear. That's why I brought this back on so we can figure out which one is which.
Happy Thanksgiving. So first, your reaction to the judge deciding that there is enough evidence to go forward with the criminal trial.
Well, that's not unusual. That's a preliminary hearing. So the standard of proof is only probable cause, which is a very low standard. Meaning,
wait a minute, y'all.
Apparently, there was this beef between him and Rocky. It was brewing. It seemed like it might have been spawned over financial payments related to the death of their fellow collaborator, ASAP Josh, and how his body was going to be transported.
So it's Josh, not Justin, y'all. It's Josh, not Justin. So, golly. Because I think didn't ASAP Yams pass as well? Because so now you got, if we're looking at these people, you got Justin, Josh, and Yams. Yes, it was a different friend. I was trying to see if I heard the name wrong because I thought it was Josh, but I was only seeing Justin when I searched ASAP Josh, but Justin was coming up. I said maybe I heard the name wrong. So it's ASAP Josh. But when I put that up, the first thing that pops up is the Justin's J Scott. So I don't know. I don't know, guys. I don't know. It really is ASAP Josh. Tasha, I didn't see anything on Josh. Yams died of an overdose. I just saw an article that said ASAP members are dying of overdose and being brokers or something. So it really is about these two friends. I think we had like 2 minutes left.
So that's the criminal case, right? And when we talk about the standards, he's also being sued where the standard is lower. So Reli is suing Rocky, and he's claiming, quote, in the lawsuit that Rocky pulled out a handgun, purposely pointed it in the direction of Reli, fired multiple shots. Reli was struck by bullet projectiles or fragments in his left hand, required medical attention, and he is seeking at least $25,000 in damages. Walk me through what we can expect from the civil case. So in other words,
I wasn't expecting that, but all of this for $25,000. I wasn't expecting the amount. I thought I was about to say 25 million when I heard 25. $25,000. I could use $25,000 right now. Let me just say that first. But $25,000, if you've ever touched it before, it's not a lot of money, especially if you have like stuff you got to pay and take care of. $25,000 is not a lot of money. So I can't believe he putting his boy through all this for $25,000. Raynette, he's feeling away because he's not even asking him for no real money. I don't know. Like, it's deeper, and I'm going to agree. Y'all, this is deeper than this boy doesn't want money. It's something deeper behind this because all this for $25,000. His feelings are hurt. His feelings are hurt. It's like principle or something with him. I'm not buying. I wasn't expecting the $25,000.
Even if the criminal case were to be dismissed, that doesn't necessarily affect the civil case, right?
Yeah, well, gosh, I'm probably dating myself at this point, but the easiest example I always tell people is remember O.J. Simpson. He was acquitted in criminal court and found, liable in civil court. So they'll just sue him civilly and get a judgment, and there the standard of proof is preponderance of evidence. So more likely than not that, 51% to 49% of the evidence shows he committed the crime. And so then they could award a judgment. He's not asking for a lot of money. So the fact that he filed a civil suit certainly helps create doubt in a criminal case. But if he's only asking for $25,000, I think that doesn't help as much as you would want it to help in a criminal case. Because if you're suing for $10 million, then clearly you could argue this is all a lie. This guy just wants to get rich off the back of A$AP Rocky.
Right. And because the extent of the injuries are, relatively minor, he is suing him for assault, battery, emotional distress. How much does the fact that he has these grazing on his knuckles as the only kind of physical injury? I mean, he is suing for emotional distress.
I mean, it certainly plays a factor into it. I think his injuries, obviously, I don't know how emotionally distressed he could be from the graze. I mean, obviously someone pulled a firearm and shot at him. I don't know his background and history if he's been involved in shootings before. If it was me, certainly it'd be pretty frightening. So it's hard to gauge. I think his background would play a factor into it. But yeah, certainly distress getting shot at. The injuries are not substantial at all.
Lawrence Zimmerman, interesting case. Appreciate your perspective, sir. Happy Thanksgiving.
I don't know, y'all. I don't know. I'm really interested to see the defense's point of view, because I don't know, but there is something that neither of them are saying. Death really puts people in their feelings and act out of character. I listen. I know that all too well. Motung said, let me tell you, Motung was definitely one of those witnesses that had you on like a roller coaster. It was a roller coaster of emotions when he was up there. Being this mad about it is such a stretch. Raynette, something that we are not privy to transpired between these two, and it's definitely some sort of disagreement. I think you guys put pride, y'all said ego. It is it's something. It's definitely something, and maybe it'll come out during trial, maybe. But whatever it is that's going on between them, we'll probably never know. Because we'll never know what it is. Y'all now really want to know what they're mad about. He spent 2 years in his feelings about it because, Raynette, we don't know when Josh passed. We don't know when Josh passed. I wonder if we could find it on their Instagrams. Let's see. What's his name? What's A$AP Rocky? Y'all look at A$AP Rocky's profile picture. That is hilarious. Oh, he doesn't have anything on his Instagram. February 3rd, 2020, Raynette, is when Josh died. Okay, so if he died on February 3rd, 2020, it was 2 years. Okay, so y'all, Miss Sheila says that she thinks he wanted Rocky to give him the money, and then he gave the money to the family. I don't know, y'all. That doesn't seem like something that, I mean, people are crazy, but I don't know. I don't know about that, but I think we can go back and listen to from early this morning and listen to them again. I don't mind hearing the judge and what they're going to do. We do. Let me see. Okay. Day, it seems like a get-rich scheme to me, too. That's a long time to hold a grudge over funeral expenses. What's the story, Erica? I'm gonna share this screen, y'all. We're gonna listen again about this case, about this evidence. What's your story, Erica? 25K is right, Raynette. 25K is, oh my God, compared to what people's bills are now, it could pay a couple of months of bills. But say you're behind on stuff, you get 25K, it's gonna be gone. Mel, we don't know. Maybe he owes a bookie, but 25K, Miss Sheila. In civil court at that, that's some money you're not gonna see for a while. I could see if it was $1 million. 25K. Michelle, they're coming back at 1:30 Pacific time. She said the state gonna take 30%. Okay, let's hear this.
He went back to all of the went back to all of the reports to make sure that he had everything he did. It turns out that in January 2024, there was a comparison done.
Oh,
Clear what we're talking about.
Now, she said, hear me out. Only problem with this is I have never known a patient drug addict. I ain't never seen I have never seen a patient drug addict before. I ain't never seen a patient drug addict. He asking for $25,000. Filed a lawsuit around 2022, right? It's 2025. What's he supposed to do in the meantime? Yeah. Wait. Ash. Y'all, it's not, I don't think it's about the money. He been getting fronts and telling the dealer about I don't know what's the going rate for drugs. But 25,000, if he on some hard drugs, I don't know if $25,000 can buy you 3 years worth. He's only asking for $25,000. I don't know. And let's just say he filed this case in 2022. If you were the drug man, you'd be out here giving people credit for 3 years? Come on. Miss Shue said he didn't think it would take this long. How? Who? Front $25,000? He might be in a bind. Nick, a 3-year bind? A 3-year bind? I don't think it's about the money. $25,000 is a small amount. I mean, what if they spent $25,000 on the funeral? I could see that. And if I can't get my money, if you don't want to give me my money this way, I could get it this way. I could see that. Okay, Crystal said he thought he was just going to pay it and make it go away. I could see that. He was front half. You got to pay interest back. I don't know how those things work. I could see him suing and thinking Rocky was going to give in. I could see that. I can, you guys that are saying that he probably wanted $25,000 at the time and thought Rocky was just going to give in. Why do you go retain a lawyer to get $25,000? I don't know, y'all. I think really it's just jealous of Rocky, honestly, and is trying to get him any way he thinks he can. Alice, you may be right. Which the 25 he's gonna have. I wish Reli could come explain that 25,000 to me, like I'm a 2-year-old. Because why wouldn't you ask for 100,000. You put emotional distress on there. You're embarrassed. People know that he did it. You could do something like that. He didn't do that. Stephanie said maybe that Rocky said he'll pay it and then he backed off. Could be. If it's for the funeral, I could see that, Nick. I bet he say it's just the principal. Yeah. They said just to get some Band-Aids. Okay.
There were 2 extended cases that were found at the crime scene by the victim in the case.
What was the date?
So just to point this out, because we can stop now. There were 2 casings. Do y'all remember how many shots they say they heard? One nation, I had to look at the name, baby. I almost blocked you. But I get what you're saying now. I thought you were talking about ASAP Rocky. I said, who is this? Hey, One Nation. Did they say 3+, y'all? 4. Were there 4? I couldn't remember if it was. I didn't remember the number. But the victim found 2 shell casings. Okay, so that we know that.
What was the date that the expended casings were turned into the police?
The date of the incident.
It would have been 2 days later.
In other words, back at the time, it was.
Oh, my bad, y'all.
The incident occurred on November 6th, so it would have been around November 8th?
Yeah.
All right.
So the first event, there's work done on the casing, unbeknownst to co-counsel, myself, obviously I was not on the case. They ended up doing a further examination of the case. That examination revealed that, in fact, the 2 casings are.
I'm going to just stop here and say that I don't know how it works in police departments, but they don't seem to want to do anything unless they're told to do so. And he's saying these people just went and did an examination on these shell casings, and he had no clue that it was being done.
Consistent with having been fired for 9mm casings from certain 9mm handguns. There are some markings on the casings that are somewhat unique, and they can basically track them down to a much smaller subset of firearms that could have caused the marks on the casings. Included in that is Glock 43. So, hold on, okay.
Did the report say that the casings could only have been fired from a Glock 43, or could a Glock 43 be among the type of firearms that the expended casings could come from?
Let me read the exact conclusion. Items 1A and 1B.
Those are the casings.
Each exhibits characteristics typical of aftermarket slides for a series of subcompact pistol frames, including but not limited to Polymer model PF9SS, Glock store model SS.
Wait, slow down because the court reporter needs to take it.
Sure. Polymer 80 model PF9SS, Glock store model SSA, and Glock model 43 and 43X. We have been given information that, in fact, oftentimes and frequently when you're looking at casings, you're not able to get a whole lot of information. But it turns out that the markings on these casings are a bit more unique, and they are not only consistent, but the examiner will testify that the markings he has seen very rarely, and that where he has seen them, where they've been reported, are with a Glock 43 pistol.
What's the name of the examiner who did this ballistic comparison?
The examiner's first name is going to be Fidal, last name Bira. IMAH. So the way this came about was we were looking at a different issue. The detectives yesterday afternoon sent an email to my co-counsel basically saying, hey, take a look at that report, this report we're talking about, which detective that to my co-counsel. The detectives yesterday afternoon sent an email to my co-counsel basically saying, hey, take a look at.
I don't know if y'all caught that the first time. Did y'all catch that? She said, now when we get raided, don't say nothing. Ash, let's not speak a raid on this chat, okay? Listen. Didi said she read something that said he was suing him for defamation. Oh, wow. Defense has not gone yet, Shamina. But are you guys buying what the prosecutor is saying? The prosecutor is saying that they went that yesterday afternoon, guys. Yesterday afternoon, the detectives in the case contacted him and said, hey, take a look at this report yesterday afternoon. He then contacts the defense to let them know. So this is why he's saying it is not late. He had no idea this report was out there until yesterday when he was contacted by the detectives. No, they contacted him by email. Are y'all buying that? Hey, Miss Carter. Are y'all buying that?
Get that report, this report we're talking about, which detective in the attachment.
Detective Flores. From every homicide?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So when this was received, my co-counsel looks and says, I've never seen this report. So he goes back in discovery, looks at emails. We don't have a report. So we instantly contact the defense, send them out the report. I want to be clear. The report is inculpatory, not exculpatory. So obviously, not only do we have no motivation to have not turned over this report, RHD has no motivation either. What's very clear is that they believe they had turned it over, and they did.
What time did Mr. Flores bring this to either your attention or Mr. Flores?
Yesterday afternoon, you got the exact time? Approximately. It was yesterday afternoon. We were in court. We went back to the office after court yesterday, and that's where we went back and looked to see, do we have this discovery?
So something after 4:30 p.m.?
The email is timestamped 3/18, but I got it when we, so it was essentially received but not gone through yet until I could get back over to my desk.
You conveyed this to the defense when?
We sent it to them at 5:21.
So about 40 minutes later, they're done?
Because the first thing we had to do was,
I'm going to have to give them credit. It's not giving Fulton County. They said about 40 minutes after they received it, they sent it over. And remember, he said they were in court. So it may not have even, I can buy that. Get out of court, check your email. Now we're going back and forth. Have you seen this? Let's check to see if we've seen this. 40 minutes is not bad. That's not bad timing.
we had to go back and see, or have we already turned this over? So we not only emailed them, we called them. We explained the situation. The response at the time that we gave it to them initially was, well, this is the same thing that you have accused us with respect to the witness and the court's finding that they violated the court discovery order. And we responded, no, this is completely different. You had interviews starting last August.
I don't want to get into who said what. I just want to know the sequence of events.
So at this point in time, we had a discussion. We sent an email at that point to counsel, and we included the court. There was an email sent late last night at some point by Mr. Tacopina. I did not see it until somewhere around 2 in the morning. In that email, Mr. Tacopina cited the Hughes case. There were no facts in the Hughes case. I went to mill and I got the case. I read
I
it.
don't want to know about, this would be appropriate if you want to argue your position. I just wanted to know the sequence of events.
Right, I'm not going to go any further other than to tell the court. I read the case. I then sent it.
One thing I like about this judge is he controls his courtroom. The courtroom is not just running them up. You see how the man was trying to tiptoe into things that he's already ruled on. He said, I don't want to hear about that. Bring it back. This is what we're talking about right now. That is one thing I will say that I have enjoyed watching with him. He does not let them try to just do what they want to do. This is what we're going to do because this is what I want us to do. It's not about what you want. And he's doing it to both sides. I don't feel like he's favoring one side over the other.
An email at roughly 3 or 4 in the morning. I sent it to counsel and I sent it to the court.
All right, the last, just one last factor on it, which is, I knew from past experience with firearm analysis that there would be a lab file or bench notes associated with the analysis. So I tried to immediately contact the lab to expedite and see if they could send that to me immediately, but they were not open at the time that I called. So we had to call this morning at around 6, and they scanned it and sent it over, and I sent that to the defense as soon as I got it.
How many pages is this report?
The report is 1 page.
The report itself is
One page. How many pages are there total of all the police reports, all of the discovery of this case? How many pages?
Regarding this one.
Regarding the total number of
Regarding this one.
No, the total number of pages involving this case and this investigation.
I would estimate 100 or over 100 pages.
Now, time out. Time out. Did y'all hear how many pages he just said? I don't know where I was getting 28 pages from. And I'm trying to check my notes. Did y'all hear that? Okay, I had to write that down. 100 pages. That's why they heard him the first time. They heard the judge ask how many pages it was the first time, but you can already tell he doesn't like they just got this the day before. So they want to tiptoe. I know that man did not want to yell out 100 pages. The 28 is from an email. I don't remember why I'm hearing the number 28. Over 100 pages that they just received the day before. And he wants them to have gone through it. And like, that sounds insane. 100 pages. Well, they just got it yesterday. I knew what you meant. I knew what you meant, Keita. They just got this yesterday. 100 pages. Why am I hearing 28 pages? I don't know, but we're gonna get through that. But 100 pages. Court starts the next day. These people already have everything planned out. I will be pissed too, because now I've got to reshift my focus because you decide to dump 100 pages of a report on me. Oh no.
I mean, to be totally candid with the court, I haven't counted them, but that's just ballparking the various reports and things that we've received.
All right, I understand now the sequence of events, right? Who wants to speak to the defense?
I think, I'll start. Maybe Mr. Zizo, if I leave something out, we tackle this together. I mean, we spent literally the night before, about 5 hours.
Okay. Speak slowly. The court reporter needs to get everything down, and I want everybody to know exactly what you have to say. Go ahead.
So, and I'll just stick with sort of the chronological order here. I'm not going to argue case law or anything like that, but aside from the fact that we lost 4 to 5 hours the night before our opening dealing with this. We this morning, after we get an expert report last night that was in the possession of the lead case detective in this case, not some random police officer. Detective Flores is the case detective in this case. I have to believe he understood the importance of that report.
I don't know why I'm hearing more stuff this second time around, but do y'all disagree? Do you disagree with what he's saying? He is saying that Detective Flores, who emailed them to give them these reports, this is not just a random detective. This is the lead detective on this case, who I'm sure has years of experience, right? And should have understood the importance of this report. This report should not be given to the DA one day before trial. Not one day before trial. This is the lead detective in this case. Not just somebody who, picked up the case. Come on now. He is absolutely right.
He testified at preliminary hearing. After we get that report that says, in conclusion, that the subcompact pistol frames, including but not limited to, which means absolutely nothing. So it could be a universe that we don't even understand of other pistols, and then goes on to list 3 of them here. This morning, we got another 28 pages of backup data on this. Backup lab, I guess, report that normally comes with a conclusion report. We got this morning.
Okay, now we see why I'm hearing 28. So there is a 100-page report, and then this morning they have something that goes with the 100-page report that's 28 pages. So 128 damn pages. She said, "Look at Jimmy Neutron." Detective Flores is their Detective Gaither. That's what it's giving. Miss Sheila, he is going to have to explain, because the attorney just pointed out he testified at the preliminary hearing. You testified at the prelim and you didn't give the defense, the DA, a heads up. Now, the DA is saying that they've been waiting on some reports. They didn't really have an exact time. They've been calling the lab. That's what the DA is saying. They have been waiting for reports. They have been waiting for reports. They knew they were waiting on reports. They knew at some point they'd come. This case is so damn old. What was this, from 2022? I'm just not understanding why we're just getting these reports. But you know what? Every government agency is still saying they're backed up from COVID. So I'm sure that's what his excuse would be.
I find it hard to believe that the lead detective in this case didn't bring it to anyone's attention from the district attorney's office until after a jury was impaneled the night before opening statements. I mean, something that they now are saying is such a crucial piece of evidence.
This is my kind of lawyer. I think I was struggling so bad to hear it earlier because we have watched it already. I can hear him better for some reason. He's saying, listen, I find it hard to believe that the lead detective on this case just happened to come across this information, and he didn't let anyone in the DA's office know that this information was coming. He almost had it. Whatever. He didn't give them any update, especially after we just saw him at the prelim. I find that really hard to believe. And I'm sorry, Mr. Sir. I agree. I find it hard to believe too. I find it very hard to believe. This is why, Tasha, next time they start talking crazy in my TikTok comments, oh my God, you talk too much. I don't like your live streams because you do too much. I'm going to tell them my live stream is probably one of the most well-informed streams out here because we actually do sit and try to understand what's being said and process this thing on out. And one of the things that I love about y'all is if I mess up something, y'all in the comments, it's over 200 of y'all that can correct me and we can figure this thing out together. And that's why I love it here. But yes, I agree with him though. I find it really hard to believe that that the lead detective Flores, you had no clue that this report was coming. It just, you got an email Dropbox, oh, it's ready and I'm gonna send it. No, I'm not buying it. I am not buying it.
We have an issue now with jury, obviously the jury panel. It may affect, quite frankly, whether we would have kept or not kept a few jurors, one in particular. So we assured him yesterday he'd have a fair trial. You're gonna have a fair trial. We've made issues regarding the veneer. You know that, Ron. I'm not gonna rehash that. We're here. We're ready to vote today. I don't even know how we're supposed to do this. This should be suppressed without question because it changes the complexity of the case. We're not, at the very least, we have to quash this panel and start again, or strike jurors, reselect. I mean, I think even the district attorney said, okay, well, continuance is appropriate. We pick the jury. We're ready to go. This is something that, you know, to render fair and effective representation here, as we all assured Mr. Mayers would have, in the midst of a trial that's already underway, we would need to locate and retain our own expert to conduct a scientific analysis. Their report was 28 pages. It took them, according to them, it took them 1 week to do this. 1 week. And that's their own lab with their own on-staff experts. And it took them a week. How long is it going to take us? We have to go find somebody first. Hope he's available. The trial will be over. We also have to make arrangements for the physical examination of the casings, scientific testing. I mean, if you look at their report, I mean, they.
Annabelle said Court TV has better, which say you can hear it better on Court TV. So I'm going to swap it to Court TV and we'll see if we can hear better.
I mean, there is so much work to be done here to even understand this conclusion. I mean,
All right, so what do you think?
What am I seeking?
What are you asking for?
Your Honor, I'm asking, well, and our letters laid it out. I don't need to rehash it, but our letters laid it out.
Yeah, the judge didn't give a damn. The judge said, when you get what the hell do you want? Because right now, you're not getting to it. You just up here fussing. What do you want? He does look like a Hollywood attorney.
Clearly, what we're asking for. There's no way to proceed in this case if this is admitted. We have to either strike this whole panel. We need a continuance. We have to start again. What I'm asking for is you include this. This is after the jurors panel. This is a major piece of evidence that will require us to do a lot of expert work that took them, their own department, week to do. That's the only thing I'm requesting. Short of that, Your Honor, I can't even open if this is coming in because I have to deal with the address. I don't even understand it. And it's on the written report, 28 pages of backup data. So that's what I'm requesting. I'm requesting this to be included. It's after the jury's panel here. You know, as Steele just pointed out, there's also a balancing argument under 352. You know, which I think is also something that's relevant here, including not limited to. But you know, we have this whole. I don't even know what to say here. I really don't. I want to make sure he gets a fair trial. He's here. We're ready to go. We all assured him he'd get a fair trial, and this is. I've never seen anything like this. not gonna talk about the other witnesses, the late break disclosures, or the witness we got the name of for the first time last night. I'm not whining about that. I know that's what they want to keep doing. We both have had issues with that. That's fine. I will not make it an issue of it anymore. You've already ruled on that. Period, end of story. This is now a new one. You know, I don't want to get into, I told you so. Many people said to me this morning, I told you so. That this was going to happen.
Now, I just really want to know who the hell texted him, I told you so. Who in the hell texted him, I told you so? What was it? Was it other attorneys? Who was it? Who, that when he said that, there are a lot of things that he said. You know, for instance, have you ever argued with a person and they bring up something and say, I'm not really mad about that though? Then why you bring it up? Is always my point. What did you bring it up for? If you're not really mad about it, then why did it just come out of your mouth? You're obviously feeling a way about it, or you wouldn't have brought it up. I'm not going to even talk about the other witnesses. You know, both of us have done that. I won't even talk about that. You just talked about it. What are we doing? You just talked about it. Other people they told me, I told you so. What are we doing? So I just can't stand arguing with a person who does that. I do not like doing it. Miss Sheila said Brian Steele.
I'm trying to keep my composure, Your Honor. I don't know if I've ever been this upset in a courtroom in my whole career, both as a prosecutor and a defense attorney. I gotta be honest with you. This is not right. It's not fair to him.
Hold on. Mr. Siegel, did you want to? Yeah, the only thing I wanted to say, I don't want you to repeat what Mr. Tackleton said. If you want to add something new? No, yeah, you're welcome.
And he said, if you stand up, sir, you can say something, but it better not be the same thing this man just said in my face and said. I love this judge. I love him.
I want to add something new. Dovetail what he said with respect to the 352 arguments. And that is, the report says that the characteristics include, are not limited to certain firearms. That means the universe of firearms in this case, based on the face of that report, is extensively broad. So given that, Your Honor, I think even just the probative value of this is substantially outweighed by the danger of undue prejudice, separate and apart from the late disclosure. So it should be excluded on 352. But that's secondary to the fact that it's just incredibly late at this stage for all the reasons Mr. said. So I'm just adding an additional factor. All right, what I'm hearing from you then, it seems like you're talking out of both sides of your mouth with the defenses. Like it's irrelevant. However, it's so prejudicial that it shouldn't be allowed in. It's so inculpatory that it shouldn't be allowed in.
No, I don't think anyone said it's so inculpatory. We don't understand. Saying it's inculpatory is not accurate. No, I didn't say it's inculpatory. He didn't say it. What he said was it's a balancing test because he says including but not limited to. All that simply means is not that it's not inculpatory. Not that we just don't understand what this means. Not limited to means there's a universe of guns that have to be tested now. I don't know what not limited to means. So how many pistols does not limited to include? How many firearms is not limited to include? That's what it means.
Okay. Who wants to speak to you? Go ahead, Mr. Wright.
I like that lawyer though. I'm sorry. He worth every damn dollar he paying him. Listen, that man's worth every damn dollar, because what I do appreciate, and that's what I loved about Brian Steele, he not gonna let you just say what you want to say and move on. Listen, the lawyer got my vote.
I want to take these one step at a time. Counsel brought up a race comparison to what has happened thus far.
Just a minute. Alex, could you please go out and tell the jurors that we're dealing with some logistical matters, and just please be patient, and we're going to come to an response. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
One, as the court is aware, there is no logical reason why either Robert Hamadai's division or the DA's office would in any way not turn this over. It's very clear that this evidence only helps our case. Although again, as the court pointed out, on the one hand, Mr. Tacomina says the client cannot get a fair trial. This is so apparently damaging. Yet on the other hand, he says, hey, it doesn't really matter because it includes so many other guns that it should be kept out as being irrelevant. But what's very clear is, and I didn't appreciate the comment, when Mr. Tacopina suggests that he can't believe that the DA's office did not know about this in advance, when I spoke with him on the phone last night, that is not what I heard. What I heard was say, listen, this is a problem for us. We understand, I'm going to quote Mr. Siegel, there's no reason why you would have not turned this over if you had it, which is correct, and the record is supported.
Now I'm going to say this. The prosecutor said, not today, because ASAP's lawyer is up here enraged. And he may not have been mad with the 100-page document. I think, let me go back. Hold on, y'all. Let me go forward real quick, because trial should be starting, so I'll just leave it up. Y'all know they got music. Baby TV got waiting music. ASAP's lawyer, I think, the 100-page doc, he said, okay, I'm pissed about it. I'm gonna get over it. I'm gonna be cool. It said 28 pages. Them extra 28 pages, because the man said last night, he said, there's no lie, I don't think you would have withheld this. I get it. I understand. He was very understanding. It's the 28 pages. The 28 pages came and sent that man over the edge. He said, oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. 28 more pages, that sent him over the edge. And he said, okay, I was trying to work with y'all with the 100 pages, but now you guys have gone back to, he said it's a no for him. It's a no for him. So, I think that's what it was. This was Trump's lawyer in New York. I was about to say, are they on time? Baby, I don't think this one giving Fulton County. A braided bald head? Girl, I don't know. I call it a braid down. He never has he has to have his hair sewn in the back or pinned, because I notice he never has anything hanging. He really does have a lot of hair, though. I've always said that about him. His hair is really thick. Even whatever this is, whatever hairstyle this is he has, his braids are really thick. Like my older sister has really thick hair like that. I wish. For a while, he's been wearing it. He doesn't have it hanging, but even when he was wearing his hair like it is on this picture, his braids are always really thick. He has some really thick hair. It's giving bumpy foundation for a sew-in. Oh, it's too big for a sew-in. Do you hear me? It's too big for a sew-in. We call that neck braids. ASAP has beautiful hair. It's like, man, it's so thick. I would love to see his hair in a silk press, for real. He loves those kids, Miss Sheila. I love that for him. He loves those kids. Like I said, I don't really know his music like that. And ASAP Ferg got maybe 2 songs I've heard, because I don't really listen to their music. But, y'all keep saying, oh my God, he's so fine. I do think he's handsome. But that side profile do it for me. The side profile does it for me every time. Every time. There go Dave. Dave said he has beautiful hair and skin. He's a handsome young man. I forgot what he said one time, and I was like, oh, okay. I may have to, y'all know, when I start dating, I may have to go ahead and get me a little man from New York. I like the way they talk. I think he cute. I don't think he cute. Gabrielle I don't think he's like, I think he's definitely handsome. But I mean, like I think Morris Chestnut is just, oh my God. Like when I see him, I'm like, oh my God, like he is fine like that to me. ASAP doesn't do that for me. Idris Elba, fine like that to me. Damson, oh, fine like that to me. I'm talking about, you see them, you just be like, oh, wait a minute. It's a man I met in Atlanta fine like that to me. Lord Jesus. Do you hear me? I mean, just you look at them. That's what I'm saying with ASAP. I do think he's a handsome man, right? But he does not make me go. He doesn't make me skip a breath. Yeah, you know, he doesn't make me skip a breath. Not me. I know women he does. He doesn't make me skip a breath. She said ASAP is pretty, not fine. I don't even want to know if I go that far. They are mature, handsome, like a man. Yes. Yes. Oh, wait. Just, I always pray, y'all. When God sent him to me, I just want him to be so fine that, oh my God, I look at him and be like, let's go. Let's go. He's not ugly. Oh no, he's not ugly. He's definitely a handsome young man. I get why people say he's pretty. I've seen photos of him where you can really see, like, oh my God, he's really handsome. But still don't do it.
Not in session Monday. All right, Mr. Zlomek is finished, and Mr. Zakopina, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this case is about one man's jealousy, lies, and greed. That man is not Rocky. That man's Terrell Efron, or you've heard the name Reli. He is the source of all the evidence in this case, all of it. That the prosecution is going to rely on, he's the source of all the evidence. The two assaults you're going to hear about in this case were both committed by this Reli. Both. All the evidence comes through his mouth. Every single piece of evidence for you to decide these charges comes through his mouth. This case rises or falls on his credibility. The videos you saw without his testimony proves absolutely nothing. You need to believe his testimony and his version of events from the video for these charges to be proven. The last thing the district attorney said on his opening statement to you was, don't leave your common sense at the door or use your common sense, something like that. Please don't leave your common sense at the door. I implore you to use your common sense in this case. Look, I will address the credibility of Reli in great detail later, what the evidence will show. But first, let me begin explaining the purpose of an opening statement, what we do here. Opening statements are really lawyers giving you a preview of how we believe the evidence is going to show you, come in. How it will unfold in this case, but it's more than that, actually. It's a promise to you. It's a promise from us to you. It's a promise that what we say is going to be proven is actually proven. And it's not like one of those politician promises. You know the politician promises, right? If you vote for me, I'll lower taxes, I'll make it safe, unemployment will go down, all those great things that politicians promise, and then based on those promises, you vote. And then you hope they fulfill those promises. Not here. Here, both sides make promises to you right now. You get to see if we fulfill those promises, and then you vote. That's the difference. Ladies and gentlemen, you represent the state of California, the people of the state of California. It's an awesome burden. And there's no greater service a citizen of this country can do than serve in the military or do what you're being asked to do right now. Stand in judgment of another person in a matter of such great importance. It's an incredible burden to bear. But that's why the 16 of you were chosen. There were 106 people here. You made the cut because you all, and even the alternates, assured us that you could carry out that burden fairly, impartially, without a bias, without a closed mind. Listen to the evidence carefully before rendering your decision you promised. And to base your decision only on the evidence, not some preconceived notion stemming from the nature of this case or what you may have read or heard.
This is entirely arguable.
But just on facts. And to abide by the basic tenets of our Constitution, proof beyond a reasonable doubt and a presumption of innocence. And they're not mere technicalities, instead they're the backbone of this country. A person is presumed innocent, the Judge Gray told you, and it means he is in fact innocent until and unless the prosecution proves otherwise beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt, the judge will give you the law later at the end of the case, but it's a doubt that causes you to hesitate in a matter of importance in your own life. I submit to you the decision you make in this case at the end will be the most important decision in the life of Rakim Mayers and his family. And I'm confident that if you apply the standard and hold the prosecution to the burden of proving each and every element of both counts, beyond that doubt, the reasonable doubt, this will work out. And that's why the 16 English one is jurors. Look, this is serious business, and I just want to tell you one last thing before we dive in. I just think some jurors, some people, when they become jurors, forget. No one here is going to, both sides, I'm not going to ask you to do anything you don't do in your everyday life. No one's going to ask you to do anything when you're assessing credibility, when you make determination of credibility. Nothing you don't do in your everyday life. Whether someone's telling the truth, whether they're lying, whether they're mistaken. Just bring your everyday life experiences. You'll be the best jurors possible. There is no magic formula. There is no elixir. And as you now know, there is no jury school. Use your God-given common sense in looking at this evidence. I know that will package you this case. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, my name is Joe Decapini, along with Sarah Kaplan and Chad Zizo, have the absolute honor and privilege to represent Rakim Mayers, known globally as A$AP Reli. The evidence will show you that Rocky was a self-made man, risen from the most humble beginnings to extraordinary successes through work, dedication, and artistic
Your Honor,
brilliance.
this is argument, but also irrelevant.
Overruled. What is said in opening statement is not evidence. What is evidence is what can be proven. Sometimes.
Now, y'all don't know these lawyers gonna be sparring because this man can't even get through his opening. He let you get through yours.
Sometimes things are said in opening statement that cannot be proven and are not proven. Sometimes they are. That's what this case will be about.
Remember my promises. I'll remember theirs. When we talk in a few weeks on closing statements. I remember the DA put up a slide in the opening. It's from Harlem, a picture of him and Rhianna. Talked about when he was a teenager. I want to do the same thing. You'll hear he was born in Harlem, like they said. He was raised in poverty.
Your Honor.
You'll hear that
Same, Your Honor, the same objection.
But they can have a
You'll
PowerPoint.
hear about his upbringing, his mother and his siblings, and how he overcame with hard work, with dedication, and with talent. Rocky is not only
I do want you to stick to what you, the evidence will show.
Yes, sir. I do believe the evidence will show that, but I'm going to get deeper into these facts. But what the evidence will also show is he's not only a celebrated artist and a fashion icon, he's a man who raised a beautiful family, as the district attorney put the picture, his significant other.
Your Honor.
You got to get to the facts.
But how did they get to do what they did?
You're going to hear the stark contrast in two individuals. Rocky on one side, Rel on the other side, known as Reli. He represents a very different narrative. The evidence will show you that this Reli presents himself to the world as a wealthy, successful man. Source lighted, he's a reporting artist, businessman. He flaunts a very lavish lifestyle on social media. Posed with luxury goods.
None of the same objection, none of this is evidence.
Evidence will show you this. None of this is evidence yet. There's no evidence on both sides. Posting pictures of himself with large sums of cash and whatnot. It's fraud. He is all about a money grab. The truth is far different. And you're going to see this extravagant lifestyle that Reli flaunts is nothing more than a fraud, built on not on success and hard work, but upon criminal activity. Ladies and gentlemen, this case is all about money. I've said it once, twice, I'll say it a few more times. The evidence will show you it's nothing more than a money grab, nothing more. A clear attempt at extortion by Reli, so he could keep funding this extravagant lifestyle of his that he presents to the world. You're going to see the only reason we're in this courtroom is because Rocky would not agree to be a victim of another one of his crimes. That's why we're here. So Rocky said, here's some money. We're not here. He doesn't go to the police. And even after he went to the police, if Rocky gave him money, we're not here. It's not about justice, it's about money for him. Period, end of story. And I will show you that. The evidence will make clear that Reli is trying to leverage a fabricated story to extract money from Rocky, using lies to support these claims. The evidence will show you that Reli is a blatant perjurer, someone who takes an oath, despite that oath lies. The evidence will show you, and you will see him commit perjury right before you in this court. And you'll see how important that is to this case. Because the evidence will show that despite all the evidence they claim to have, all of it, and I mean all of it, will rise and fall on the word of Reli and his credibility. Period, end of story. You will see if you can't believe him, the prosecution's case fails. Now let's walk you through the events leading to the incident of November 6th, 2021, which is that part of this case. But to do that, we have to start a few years back. From Reli's own testimony, that was the catalyst for this incident. His resentment, on his own testimony, his resentment was the catalyst for this incident, and his animosity towards Rocky. The evidence will show you that Reli met Rocky when he was in high school in Harlem. They were both part of that creative and artistic conglomerate called ASAP, which now you know means always strive and prosper. Over the years, Rocky achieved more and more success in the entertainment industry at first. He did maintain a friendship with Reli, unfortunately for him. He even sought to help Reli through professional collaboration. But that wasn't enough for Reli, clearly. You'll see the kind of person Reli is in this courtroom. You're going to see it. He was jealous and angry, and as Rocky rejected some of the projects he presented him, Reli's resentment grew deeper and darker. So embittered by the success achieved by Rocky, someone he once considered peer, Reli embarked on a dangerous course of action. And in November 2021, Reli's resentment towards him reached the fever pitch. After tragedy had struck another member of this ASAP group, an individual named ASAP Josh had untimely death. He passed away. Evidence will show you that Rocky stepped up, spoke to the parents and the mom, ASAP Josh, and offered to cover the cost for the funeral, bring the body back to New York, and pay for the funeral. But Reli, still blinded by resentment, believed otherwise. He thought for some reason Rocky didn't agree to pay, or had agreed to pay, but they didn't actually pay. And he was furious. He went as far as to threaten physical violence against him because he thought he didn't pay for the funeral or for the expense of flying the body back. He was wrong because he did pay. But he went as far as to threaten physical violence. And you're going to see that for yourself, ladies and gentlemen. On October 16th, a few weeks before this incident that you'll hear about, Reli told his friend that Rocky was a piece of shit and declared, I'm going to beat this nigga up. Now, it's funny, they showed you a lot of text messages. I didn't see that one. Did not see that one.
This must be Paige's damn brother. Where's Mikhail? Mikhail said he want to hear them say nigga. Well, goddamn, Rocky's lawyer just said it.
The catalyst, that's weeks before this incident, when he came in hot on November 6, 2021 on Argyle. And if you fast forward only a few weeks on November 6, 2021, you'll see that. You see that Reli sought to turn those threatening words into dangerous actions. And he did. The evidence will show you that on November 6, 2021, Rocky was scheduled to attend a music festival. They put it up there called Complex-Con, with two other members of the ASAP crew, Elijah Ulanga and Janelle Phillips, now know them as ASAP Ills and ASAP 12. So in order to address Reli's resentment, because he was really mad, and have him accompany Ills and 12 to the festival, Rocky reached out to him multiple times. As a matter of fact, he saw a text from one of Reli's friends to Reli saying, hey, I think he wants you, Rocky wants you to perform at Complex-Con. So Rocky was trying to get him to come. It was sort of a celebration of the ASAP crew. So Rocky, yes, he was urgently messaging him because they were late for this Complex-Con. You're going to hear that from multiple witnesses. He was making them late for the show, so there were multiple messages from both 12 and Rocky. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? However, you're going to learn that although Reli, because Rocky had reached out to Reli to make plans to meet at his hotel. And you're going to learn, however, that Reli said he was staying at the Lowe's Hotel, who was in fact staying at the Lowe's Hotel, lied to Rocky and said he was staying at the W Hotel. Why? Because he wanted Rocky to think he was staying at a nicer place, according to him, which is consistent with his pattern of showing off, phony, extravagant lifestyle. But also consistent with his pattern of lying. You'll see Reli committed perjury about that exact reason. And despite Rocky's best intentions, the evidence will show you that Reli was angry when he agreed to meet Rocky that day. And that anger came to a head when he encountered Rocky on the street, outside of a parking lot, on Argyle Avenue, leading to a brief altercation that took place on the street, which you saw a clip of, a very short clip of. You'll learn that Reli claims Rocky instigated, I mean, Reli, by the way, is twice the size of him, but we'll get to that. Reli claims that Rocky instigated the altercation, but the evidence will show you it was Reli who was the one looking for a fight. And you'll hear about Reli's day, the hours before meeting Rocky. You'll hear what happened that day, independent of Rocky that day. You'll hear Reli's claim that Rocky pressed the gun to his stomach, to his chest, and his head. But the evidence, the independent evidence, the stuff that you don't need Reli's word for, will show you otherwise. Fortunately, the video evidence from the parking garage captured the incident. And that gives lies to Reli's fabricated story about that. The video will also show you who the real aggressor was here. It shows you that Reli approached Rocky and reached out first. It was Reli who made the first physical contact. You can see in a second. The DA said that Rocky was the aggressor. There's a video. It also shows that what followed was a very quick scuffle. Again, you saw it. With Reli making physical contact and pulling Rocky towards him. Not Rocky pushing Reli, who outweighs him by almost 100 pounds. Not Rocky pushing Reli, but Reli pulling Rocky. The DA said in his opening, he said that Rocky was pushing Reli. You know who else said Reli was pulling Rocky? Reli said that. Reli in a statement. And when he watched the video, said, yes, I was pulling Rocky this way. That's not a good narrative. So they just changed that. But Reli has made statements about this incident. And they're stuck with those. It shows the incident was over in a matter of seconds, this videotape. And despite Reli's exaggerated claims that there was no evidence that a gun was pressed against his stomach, direct at his chest, or pointed at his head. There's none. This didn't happen. Instead, the evidence shows that Reli, again, physically much larger than Rocky was the antagonizer here. Now, all that being said, I do need to pause here for a second. I need to pause here for a second and address the very thing that serves as the basis for Reli's fabricated story. The video that you saw, the first video, shows Rocky holding an object what appears to be a gun. And Reli seized on that and manufactured his extortion claim. And we'll get to the extortion in a bit. And remember, this is a promise from me. We'll see extortion. And if I'm not good on my promise, you'll hold it against me. I want you to. The evidence will make clear that the object Reli alleged was a firearm was absolutely nothing more than a prop gun. The DA ended his opening statement saying, 12B will tell you that. He'll testify on behalf of Rakim tell you that. Not just 12B, multiple witnesses will tell you that. Not just 12B. Multiple witnesses will tell you that that was a prop gun. You'll learn that that was a prop gun, also called a starter gun, a blank gun, but it's a type of fake gun. It's used in pop movies and music videos. It's also used to scare off attackers by looking and sounding like a real gun, without actually firing a live round. The evidence will show you that Rocky, obviously, I think you all know by now, was a high-profile person in the public spotlight, and he was a target. The evidence will show, in fact, that he was the victim of prior violence, which caused him to have to carry this. Victim of home invasions, victim of a stalker at that time, in November of 2021, victim of a slashing on his face, which he still carries with him today.
Your Honor, there's been no.
Y'all, not him peeling the what was Shannon lawyer name? Lord, why is it escaping me right now? Y'all know which lawyer I'm talking about.
Rocky was advised by security to carry a prop gun to scare off potential attackers. And by the way, folks, listen to this one. Rocky was licensed to possess firearms and licensed to carry firearms in November of 2021. He was licensed by the state of California. He could have legally had his own firearm. He didn't want to carry a real gun, though. Despite his ability to do so legally, he didn't want to carry a real gun. For fear that he would either injure someone or himself. Again, I want to repeat that. He didn't need to hide a gun, carry an illegal gun. He was licensed to carry a gun in this state. So you're going to learn that in July 2021, a few months before the incident with Reli, Rocky was in a music video with Rhianna that had prop guns in it. The evidence will show you that Rocky took one of them, which he carried as a security measure, as he was advised to do to scare off potential attackers. And that's exactly what he tried to do with Reli on November 6, 2021. Unfortunately, you hear that Reli was not to be deterred, not scared, because Reli knew that that gun wasn't real. There will be evidence to that effect. And all of Rocky's friends knew that Rocky carried a prop gun for safety. All of them. fact, the evidence will show you that Reli not only told Rocky as much, but he actually called Rocky's bluff and said, shoot me, knowing that he couldn't. With all this laid out, I do want to show you the video and walk you through it with respect to the first encounter. I'm going to play it once, it's quick, and then I want to show you 2 snippets. Here's the first encounter. That's Reli coming up.
Baby, they slanging that poor boy around in that red, in that blue hat. I believe Reli knew it was a prop too.
Okay, now, there's 2 things I want to play for you in there. The first thing is, the first person to raise a hand to anyone is Reli. You're gonna see when he comes up, initially, that's him, you all agree, in those black pants coming up. First person in the video, see if he goes with his left hand. He raises his hand first. Play that one snippet, now you know what this. Boom. Do it again. Boom. He comes up with that left hand before Rocky raises his right hand. And how do you know that? Play the next clip, please. He has his hand around Rocky's neck or shoulder, and Rocky's right hand then finally comes up. Boom. This guy has his hands around Rocky's neck or shoulder before Rocky's right hand comes up. Boom. And then you heard and you saw in the video, they going backwards. Reli, again, who's much bigger, you can see that from there, said to the police, yeah, I pulled him back. I pulled him back. They told you, well, Rocky pushed him back. That's all Reli said. Defies sort of the laws of physics. He outweighs him by almost 100 pounds. Reli pulled him back.
He did look like he was getting drugged.
And by the way, all the gun pointing to the head, chest, pressed against the stomach would have had to have happened within seconds of that video with that kid Ills in between them. Seconds. You saw none of that on the video. And the second encounter, after that brief altercation by the parking garage, Reli was angry and out of control still. And he wouldn't stop. The evidence will show you that those 3 guys, Rocky, Ills, and Twelby, walked away. They walked away. There was a map put up here. I don't have one of those. It was nice. It was a map showing where the first thing happened, and then there was a block, and then a walk around the block where the second thing happened. That guy followed them around 2 corners. Around 2 corners, pursuing them. He hadn't had enough, apparently. They were walking away from him, trying to get away from him. He pursued them around 2 corners. And the evidence will show you that those guys, Rocky, Ills, and Twelby, tried to get away from him. They tried. You'll hear that although Reli claimed that Rocky had a real gun, now, Reli not only continued to follow the guy with a real gun, but he followed and yelled at them and berated them and told the Ills, you're a crackhead. And told Twelby, you live in the projects. You're not successful like me.
Ow!
Rocky, you're a bitch.
Ow!
So the guy who supposedly pulled a real gun on him, and now apparently someone else has a knife too, and they're running away from him, he's chasing them, antagonizing them, bragging about his own successes. You'll listen to Reli's story about that, ladies and gentlemen. You get to assess the credibility. Because it will continue to unravel. The story will continue to unravel. Even the police questioned him. Why would you continue to follow Rocky after he supposedly pulled a real gun out on you? Said the police to Reli. And you'll hear Reli's answer to the police. I don't know. That was the answer. I don't know. I promise you that answer doesn't change in this courtroom. That's what he said initially when asked. And of course he didn't know. He had to say, I didn't know why I followed him. Because he couldn't tell the police the truth that he knew Rocky's gun was a prop gun. Because that wouldn't work for his narrative. One that couldn't actually shoot him. And because he was aware of that fact, Reli continued his aggression. You'll hear that Reli was so angry that he was ready to hit 12, according to Reli. You'll hear that he was so angry that he hated Ills, according to Reli. You'll learn that when Reli finally caught up with him around two corners, on the corner of Selma and Vista Del Mar, his anger and hatred came to a boiling point, and he attacked this kid Ills. Attacked him. And make no mistake about this, the evidence will show you Reli was the aggressor there as well. And Rocky, again, significantly smaller than Plea, fired that prop gun, that starter gun, which makes sound just like a real gun. That's the purpose of it. He fired it twice, hoping the sound would be enough to scare off Reli and protect Ills. Wrong. Reli didn't stop. He didn't stop because he knew it was a prop gun, but he didn't stop. And the evidence will show you that after Rocky fired those two warning shots with that prop gun, car alarms went off. Because there was that big parking lot right there where they were. Car alarms went off. I'm sorry, but you guys are here. It's hard to look everywhere. So 12E, being sort of sound mind, told Rocky, hey, listen, man, get out of here. The car alarms are going off now. People are going to start coming. Rocky obviously is a public figure, and now people are going to have their attention drawn to this. Get out of here. Rocky listened. He persuaded Rocky to leave the scene. 12E said, I'll check on Ills, because Ills was having a rough go of it. Ills is smaller than Rocky.
And they were slanging him around.
Pulling. You're going to hear about how Ills' face looked after this encounter. It was a hot mess. So you'll hear a different story from Reli. He claims he grabbed him, Ills, as a human shield. A human shield. Funny, Ills didn't get shot. But he was a human shield. Evidence will show you that's just another lie. It's another lie. The evidence will show you that. You'll see that Reli knew the prop gun couldn't hurt him, first of all. Second, you're going to see that Reli wasn't hiding behind Ills or under Ills. In fact, in the video, if you look carefully, and we'll show you, you'll see that Reli's on top of Ills as they're on the floor, on top of him. Punching. And even after Rocky left the scene, that's simple. Even after Rocky left the scene and ran, the evidence will show you that Reli continued to attack Ills. A witness will walk you through that. That sort of is a problem for them. I mean, this guy was claimed he was shot at one point, and he is still attacking the guy that he started to attack before there was any warning shots fired. He's still attacking him, not to be deterred by any starter pistol or real bullets from him. The DA played you a video here that had that sound. There was a little box in the bottom that had sound. Or pop pop. That video was called the sequence surveillance video. The district attorney played on the road. Funny part about that video is that they cut out that last part of the video. We'll play you the full part. But the part where Ills goes back and attacks, Reli goes back and attacks Ills. They cut that part of that video out. It's not on that sequence surveillance video. They cut out those last 3-4 seconds. That's a problem. Now, This altercation, like the first one around the corner, was also captured on video, but as you saw, that thing is not clear. And I saw some pictures up here earlier. It looked like aliens or something. But it's not clear, but you can make some things out. But even Reli in his testimony said, I really can't tell what happened in that video. So we have to go on his word now. And although the video captured that incident, that was less than half a minute, not particularly clear, the evidence will make clear what happened there. The evidence will. Reli physically attacked Bills. Rocky tried to use a prop gun to defend him. And with that, I want to walk you through that video the best we can. We'll play it first. And you know this drill here is at the corner up here. Focus on here. They go. There's Rocky. There's 12B. Then Ills comes and he's following him. You see him go right after Ills, Reli. And that's when Rocky fires the warning shots. And there's Ills on top. Reli on top of Ills, punching him. That's Ills going down to the ground. Rocky's gone. 12B's about to be gone. And watch. There goes Reli back after Ills.
So Ills needs to be the one suing Reli.
Ills eventually caught up with 12B and Rocky.
They done left both Ills.
Basically, busted open.
Ills the one need to be suing. They left him for dead. Okay?
We have the clips to play. So let's do that again. So I'm going to play broken down little clips. The first one is them all being followed, upper right-hand corner again, guys. All being followed by Reli. Three of them trying to get away. First Rocky, then 12B, then Ills, and Reli's still coming hard. Then you'll get to see this as many times as you want later. The second one is Reli on top of Ills on the ground. Is that right? Yes. Let's see if I can help here. Can I stand up here for a second?
Actually, Alex is going to get we have a pointer in the courtroom.
Oh.
And he's going to get it.
All right.
So, yeah, you can stand where you want to stand, but in a little while, Alex will bring up the pointer and you can use it, or Mr. Lewin can use it, or Mr. Loma can use it, or Mr. Zizo can use it.
All right, so not to hold everyone up, I'm just going to go forward here right now, okay? All right. You go back again, guys. This is the clip where you'll see Reli, and you get to see it later. Don't worry. Reli, big guy, on top of that little guy Ills, on top of him, not using him as a shield. Watch. Go ahead.
Hey, why the hell your client didn't want him?
That's Ills down, and Reli on top of him. He's not worried about a shield. He's going after him.
And then they running.
And then the last clip is, are we playing that last clip too? Take a look at it. It's after Rocky's gone, Reli continues his pursuit of Ills. This poor little kid. There. And he hits him again before he peels off. He goes to the left to hit Ills, and then he goes to the right. There's also a witness that saw this. Unfortunately, Rocky's attempt to scare Reli didn't have the intended effect, obviously. Instead, Reli continued his attack on Ills and then hatched his extortion plan. What you'll learn is that Reli returned to that scene an hour later. He returned to the scene an hour later. And he attempted to fabricate evidence. Ladies and gentlemen, this is some offensive stuff. It's going to be crystal clear to you. He attempted to fabricate evidence. You hear Reli's claim that he came back to the area an hour later with his girlfriend, Lydia Parker, and that while they were there, he quickly found 2 shell casings that Rocky fired right there. He picked them up and he found them. And then he videotaped them. An hour later, you will see that story fall apart so hard. Why? Because the evidence will show you that well before Reli returned to the area, 7 police officers, that's like a SWAT team, 7 police officers arrived at that same spot. They responded to the scene and carefully searched every inch of that area. I could not believe what I heard on the opening statement. Oh, the police didn't know where to look. Police searched the exact same spot where Reli claims he picked up the bullets. Not close to it, not near it, the exact same spot. Thank God there's videotapes. There's a body cam from the police where they were searching. And there's a surveillance video that you see here that captured Reli coming back an hour later. Exact same spot. So, was playing it now? Well, it's not just we're playing and we're showing.
Y'all see why he didn't take that
So
deal
this is
now?
where the police are. Oh, this is back. The police are searching with flashlights. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4 right there right now. There were 7, there's another one here. This is where the alleged tussling was with Reli and Hills. Rocky's here, 12's here. Here's the corner they came around. So this is where the shots. Yeah. Very high tech, Your Honor. This is where the shots were.
Like, easy on the screen.
This is where the shots
You ready
were
to go to town on this screen?
discharged according to Reli right here. Okay, right here. Look at where they're searching. This is where Reli, since he comes back an hour later and picks it up. And here's a landmark. Look, this is the corner that they all came around, right here. And this is where it all started. And here, there's that opening right here. See this big orange, red, whatever this thing is here? Look at the picture below. Okay. That thing there is that thing here. That opening here, this is the big orange thing. I mean, you can't really see as well here. You'll be able to take these with you later. This is that orange thing. Go back up again, guys. Down to the other one. This is that orange thing. Directly across a few feet there is where they're searching. Go down. Directly across a few feet there is where they're searching. You know what that is? That's really an hour later. According to the police, they captured that surveillance video. That's him an hour later, coming back to retrieve the bullets in the exact same spot at the, go ahead up.
They got him. Somebody getting.
The cops weren't there looking for, they didn't know what. The cops were there looking for shell casings because they were called in for shots fired. So what the police officers searching that scene found were no shell casings, no bullet fragments anywhere, and they were there. 7 officers with flashlights searching everywhere. No shell casings, no bullet fragments, no damaged property. Understand, there was a parking lot full with cars right across from where this alleged shooting was, real ones, right? Not a window broken, a tire popped, a dent in a piece of metal. No damage to any vehicle at all. Absolutely no sign of a real gun being fired, as one of the police officers on the scene said. I repeat that. One of the police officers on the scene said, there's no evidence of a gun being fired. But still, they're going to ask you to believe Reli, who miraculously found them in the dark an hour later after 7 trained officers with searchlights in the same exact spot couldn't find them. So much for the officers didn't know where to look. They were right in the same spot. So, for that matter, although Reli is going to claim his girlfriend was there with him, because that gives a corroborating witness that can back his story up, right? When he found those shell casings an hour later, the video evidence in this case will show otherwise. That she wasn't with him, unless she's a ghost. That she wasn't with him. Thank God for those surveillance videos. So what did Reli first do with the videos he made of the shell casings? Did he go to the police? No, he didn't contact the police. Instead, he sent them to Rocky and Rocky's manager and said, I'm going to be rich. That was his first thought. I'm going to be rich. I mean, here's someone who basically claims he was shot. That was the initial story, shot. He miraculously recovered the evidence from the crime scene that the police couldn't find. And he didn't go to the police. His first thought was, I'm going to be rich. Well, the evidence will show you that Reli committed perjury without those messages. He actually texted a message meaning, I'm going to be rich. He said, I'm going to be itch at one point. But he said, oh, I didn't mean rich when I said itch. I meant irritable. Okay, because itch and irritable is not very close. I mean, when you type in itch, sometimes it's won't change it to irritable. It's just one line after the other. He testified at an early hearing in this case, under oath. And you'll learn shortly after sending those messages to Rocky and his business manager, you're going to learn that Reli sent another message to his business partner, to Reli's business partner, saying, I want to get this nigga's money. That's what was on his mind, not his near-death experience. Oh my God, how did he even survive that scrape on his knuckles? Not running to the police to arrest the culprit. No. Texting everyone, I'm going to get rich, I'm going to get this nigga's money. That's all he cared about. The evidence will show you that Reli fabricated these shell casings in order to extort Rocky, right from the outset, right from the get-go. And why did he think he could get away with that? Why? Because Reli didn't know that the police had already returned within minutes of the sounds and the incidents there and searched the scene. He didn't know that. Of course, they didn't find anything. We talked about that already. There was no actual shooting because there was no real gun. There was no evidence of a shooting because there was no real gun. And that's why that same night, in response to Reli's text to Rocky texted him, if I shot you, go to the police. They didn't show you that text though. Showed you a bunch of texts between Reli and Rocky that night. They didn't show you that text. Rocky saying, go to the police. Yeah, because someone who really shoots someone and is guilty said, yeah, go to the police. Rocky texted about that. But of course, he didn't go to the police. That was not on his mind. You'll hear what he thinks of the police, this Reli. After his immediate efforts to extort Rocky failed, because he just wanted to get rich, he wanted to get that, need his money, he said. When it didn't work, he said, okay, I better go get a civil lawyer. After he tried on his own to get the money, let me go get a civil lawyer to try and get money out of Rocky. And you'll hear that because the civil lawyer would only take his case if he went to the police. Reli then went to the police 2 days later. 2 days after the incident, he finally goes to the police. And you'll learn of the inconsistent statements he made to the police because he couldn't keep the story straight. It is all over the place. You'll hear this ridiculous claim like the one about him being shot. You saw that picture. The supposed proof of him being shot, the knuckle scrapes, the superficial knuckle scrapes across his knuckles, which are consistent with him doing what you see in the video, attacking somebody, attacking pills. That did not feel well. But attacking somebody and punching and scraping the knuckle on the ground. What kind of bullet does that? Hits one knuckle, bounces down, hits another knuckle, bounces down again. I mean, it's ridiculous that he said that. He got shot. That was his first story. Now you hear the back off, way off that thing now. You'll hear his ridiculous claim about that injury, that it was a gunshot wound that required medical attention, he first said. Of course, now the DA just said to you, oh, you don't have to decide at the end of this case if you got shot or not. You don't have to decide. Don't worry about it. Not that easy. Not that easy. You do have to decide because his credibility is at issue here. You have to decide if he was lying, if he was embellishing, if he was making up a story to get money. So if he says he got shot, and you find he didn't get shot, you do have to decide that. Reli at this very moment has a civil lawsuit against Rocky, seeking millions of dollars. $30 million for the knuckle scrape. $30 million. It's not my money. Not just. Oh, he also claims that he has a permanent disability. Permanent disability from the knuckle scrape. I mean, he lies about almost everything in this case. He swore that he has a permanent disability. You're going to see an Instagram video of him, that permanent disability, showing his manicured hand, turning it around with his Rolex watch on. Permanent disability. It is offensive to a different level. He even claims he went for necessary medical treatment for his injury to a hospital, but not here in LA, where he was shot. He waited all the way from California to New York to go to a hospital many days later, after getting a civil lawyer and being told by the detective in this case, really, you should go to the hospital, not to make sure you're not going to die, not to make sure you don't lose use of your hand, not to make sure your knuckles heal. The detective said you should go to the hospital for this case. The detective, it's going to be undisputed, told Reli to go to the hospital for this criminal case. Do you think they're trying to build a case? Is that what we do? We instruct victims to go to the hospital to make it look better? Those scrapes are no more proof of a real gunshot than those shell casings that the 7 officers did not find are. And what else did the police not find after Reli turned in the shell casings over to them, finally, after walking around with them God knows where for 2 days? What else did the police not find? You'll hear that the police, despite examining them for fingerprints, catch prints. So if someone loads a bullet into a gun, their prints are going to be on that. Completely clean. And what else wasn't found on those shell casings? Rocky's DNA. They took samples, the police did, of Rocky's DNA for the purpose of comparison. They took his DNA to compare with the bullets. Zero. Nothing. Never connected to the shell casings. As I mentioned, he was licensed to carry and possess firearms. You'll learn that he legally possessed firearms, which in fact were recovered from his home. You saw that whole bunch of pictures. He had firearms legally in his home. No problem. Police did a search, they recovered them. No problem with the police. The evidence will show you that none of those firearms recovered were 9mm caliber, because he didn't have one. You'll learn that the 9mm caliber of the shell casings that Reli claims have recovered from the scene are exactly the type of gun that Rocky didn't possess or own. You'll hear, and you heard from their opening, that there was a single magazine containing 9mm ammunition in his home. And you'll learn that belonged to his manager, Lou Levin, who will tell you, he will be here and testify why that was his. He also was licensed. Most importantly, though, when it comes to this little issue of the bullets recovered by Reli, that didn't have Rocky's fingerprints, police missed, all that stuff, and the 9mm ammunition recovered in Rocky's home, that one magazine, 5 bullets or whatever, most importantly, you're going to learn that the shell casings were completely different. You'll learn that the 9mm ammunition in Rocky's home was a brand called Sig Sauer, and the Reli shell casings that he claims to have found at the scene, that the police missed, were a brand called Procedural. I'm going to show you the difference. I'm going to show you the pictures. This is the one in the house. That's that magazine that they recovered with a few bullets in it. That was Lululemon's. This says Sig. Whoever. I can't see nothing now, so you can zoom back a little bit. SIGSAUGER or something like that. Sour. What's this? How does it say? Luger. What? Luger. Sig. SIG. Sig Luger. The ones at the scene are these from Reli. FC, which stands for
Not the case.
Federal Cartridge. Completely different brand, completely different bullet. Those are the ones from the house that belong to someone else who will testify here. Those are the ones that Reli claims to have found at the scene. They're different bullets altogether. So much for that big reveal on the opening. They didn't show you that, no. They didn't show you the comparison of the two bullets. Just the magazine. Ooh, so I know. Different bullets. In the end, you'll see that all the objective evidence in this case relied on by the prosecution to support a shooting rises and falls, I mean falls, on the word and credibility of Reli, who is a proven criminal and perjurer. Those shell casings he claims to have found, the superficial scrapes he claims to gunshot wound, the video himself that he even claims he can't make out clearly. We have to rely on his rendition of only. Because without his rendition, you get nothing from any of this. Ladies and gentlemen, it's your job to win this trial to evaluate the evidence. To look at every single piece of evidence they present to you, the prosecution, and ask yourself, does that pass the smell test? I remember Mr. Lewin, every time he stood up in jury selection, said, possibility? Did we say possibility? No, no possibility. No possibility. The word possible is not part of this trial, he said to you. Remember that.
He said it.
This case is not about possible. It doesn't pass the smell test. And you have to ask yourself that. Does it? Or do you have a doubt about a piece of evidence that's really the focus here when you consider the charge in this case? There are two charges. The first charge is assault with a semi-automatic fire gun in this case. No, actually I said that wrong. It's an assault with a semi-automatic firearm. That's the first count. Both counts of that, actually. The first one is the altercation in front of the parking garage. The second for the altercation around the corner. 2 counts. To prove those 2 counts, they must prove beyond a reasonable doubt 2 things. 1, Rocky possessed a real gun.
No, this sounds like.
Okay. The judge will give you the law. He's right. The judge will give you the law at the end of this, what needs to be proved. I'm giving you some credit.
Well, I made the objection. Is anything right?
You were right too on that one. They won't be able to meet that burden in this case. When the judge gives the law, you'll see the 2 things that have to be proven. It's not even close. I'm either. The objective evidence in this case, independent of Reli, just is not there. There are no gunshot wounds No evidence of actual gunfire is officer at the scene. No shell casings found at the scene. When the police arrived,
This sounds again like your argument.
evidence will show you there was no property damage, no fingerprints, no DNA linking Rocky to anything. And that's because what Rocky had was a prop gun. Either that, or he's the luckiest man to ever walk the face of this earth. What is real in this case wasn't a gun, but Reli's attempt to extort Rocky. That is real. Out of millions of dollars, and using this criminal case as a windfall in his civil one. And folks, and going back to what I first said to you, my promise, it's a promise to you. And I wouldn't be doing this so emphatically if I weren't sure.
That's all that means, is proper state.
You will see, the evidence will show you hard evidence of an extortion in this case. And perjury to try and cover it up. Hard evidence of an extortion in this case, the evidence will show you, and perjury to try to cover it up. The evidence will show you Reli's understanding in that regard, that if Rocky's found guilty here, he automatically has liability in the civil case and gets money.
No, that's absolutely improper. No, the jury be instructed.
Counsel,
Stop.
Whatever, stop. No speaking objections. Stop. Disregard anything about the consequences of whether Mr. Mayers is or is not convicted in this case. The consequences have no bearing on any decision that you have to make, and you're going to be given a jury instruction to that effect.
Thank you. Anyway, it's been Reli's endgame from the start. You're going to hear some of the absolute worst things come out of his mouth when it comes to this case, this criminal case, and how much he truly cares about this case and what he was willing to do to this case for money. Ladies and gentlemen, when this case is over, you'll see that Rakim Mayers, ASAP Rocky's innocent. He's not only not guilty, he's innocent. And when we stand up here for our closing arguments in a couple of weeks, we'll talk about how the evidence shaped up. You'll see that for Reli, it was never about justice, ever. It's about a man seeking a profit from a fabricated narrative, using false.
I didn't hear. Read that.
It's about a man seeking profit from a fabricated narrative.
It's argument.
The evidence will show you that Rocky has absolutely nothing to hide here. He's a man, evidence will show you he's a man who built success through passion, talent, and hard work. He stands in stark contrast to this relative. You will see Kate stand next week and lie to you over and over again, trying to destroy Rocky for his own financial gain. He's a parasite who wants you to help him get his payday. Ladies and gentlemen, at the end of this case, after all you've seen and heard, all the evidence and cross-examination, all the things I promised you today, I will ask at your hands for a verdict of not guilty for Rakim Mayers. It's the only verdict consistent with justice. It is the only verdict consistent with fairness. Thank you.
All right, folks, I want to take a 10-minute break, and I want counsel to remain in place. Folks, please be outside the courtroom doors at 10 minutes before you. And please don't discuss the case. Yourself or anybody else.
So. How y'all feeling after Joe's opening? Now, besides him constantly saying nigga, I thought it was a pretty good opening. I will say I did have memories of Moontunk on that sand with all of this water he's been drinking. So yeah, I think ASAP is, I get why he did not take a plea. Somebody on my TikTok said, oh, this is Joe. Joe doesn't take pleas. Joe is a beast. And I said, oh, okay. Well, very on brand. But I see why he didn't take a plea. She said, say how y'all feel. Hey, Key. Hey, Key. Key said, say how y'all feel so I can hear what I missed. He changed my mind. What did you think at first, True Story? Okay, y'all, let's go over some facts because I've been taking some notes. So I'm going to just kind of read stuff that I have, okay? In the video, one of the first things, we were like, oh, we can't. Remember I said, oh, I can't tell if it was a gun or not. His lawyer in his opening statement said it is a gun. You don't have to guess. It is a gun. Hold up, he back talking.
Once the witnesses begin to testify, objections to questions that do not comport with the evidence code will be sustained. Evidence of the relationship between Mr. Mayers and Reli. All of that is relevant. The jury's entitled to know it. The circumstances under which Rocky grew up has no relevance in this case. And there's going to be no evidence of it. What happened in New York, how he grew up, whether he grew up poor, middle class, rich, none of that has any bearing on any decision that this jury is going to make. So there will be no evidence of his childhood. And speaking objections, you both know this. I know that in the heat of battle, it tends to happen. I don't want speaking objections. Speaking objections are explaining to me why you are making the objection. If you make an objection, I know why. So just state the objection, state the legal grounds, but don't explain to me why. Everybody on the same page?
Yes.
Okay, all right. What? Does it relate to his opening statement?
My co-counsel he gave a legal opening statement. He didn't argue. He didn't bring up areas that are outside of what he was supposed to discuss. Counsel got up, and he basically gave an argument charge. I know it, the court knows it, he knows it. The problem is, I don't think he cares, because basically, he just talks about whatever he wants to talk about.
Don't make aspersions.
I'm not making an aspersion. I watch as he continued to argue point after point. I just want to make sure there were several things that he said about what the evidence didn't show. So, for instance, he testified how bullets capture prints, and there should have been bullets on that gun. Well, as far as I know,
You mean prints?
prints on excuse me, prints on the casing, prints on the bullets. They're not dead put witness on the list outside of that. He repeatedly called the victim in this case, quote, a proven criminal and perjurer. Now here's the problem. Last time I checked, has he made a motion as to what, if any, conduct the court is going to allow? It's absolutely improper. Had a prosecutor done that, can you imagine, just imagine for a moment, if he had gotten up and made aspersions about what happened to, for instance, the defendant in Sweden without having brought it up to the court's attention. I counted 10 different times when he called the victim a perjurer. At least 5 times when he talked about how he was a proven criminal. Unless I missed it, Your Honor, where did he get the court's permission to be able to introduce that evidence? If the court remembers, I said yesterday to counsel in the court, all that I ask is if there's an area that you're going into that is not absolutely clear, you approach and you make sure you can do it. So, Your Honor, it's not just a disrespect to me, to my co-counsel, it's a disrespect to the court, because he has basically decided, I'm going to say whatever I want about the victim, and I don't care whether it's going to be allowed by the court. And the problem is,
I see your point.
Okay.
Why are you telling me now?
Well, Your Honor, I objected during, why am I telling you this now? Very simply, I objected during his opening.
I'm sorry, y'all. Paige should have ran where I said like this. That man said, I hear you, but what's your point? I hear you, but what's your point?
Right. The court's position, it's clear to me, the court understands that much of what he said was objectionable. The court said, I'm not going to stop somebody on opening.
I'm reluctant to grant objections during opening statements, no matter who is making the opening statement, whether it's the people or the defense.
So what I'm requesting is I want the court to instruct this jury specifically and very simply. Defense counsel made certain allegations. He called the victim in this case a criminal and a perjurer.
I know, I'm not gonna do that. What I will remind them is, nothing that you say or any of the lawyers say is evidence. That is what I'm willing to remind them of that. And that's the end of the issue now. Once the witnesses testify, if you think that there's an objectionable question, object, and if you're right, I'll sustain the objection in a hot second.
Understood, Your Honor.
All right, let's take a break.
No.
No response is necessary.
Okay, all right.
First of all, I need to make sure I make Key aware that is not me typing. Okay. I thought, and I don't even use my home keys anymore to type, but that person is typing 100 words a minute, clearly. I don't know who that is, but baby, they got me beat. As Ash K said, that's my op. Because they have me beat. I don't know what they typed. I think that's the court reporter, honestly, because it's nonstop. We're hearing it the whole time. But listen, no response necessary. This judge is not playing, okay? We got to get the judge name because I don't have their name. Now I don't even want to type. Hold on, y'all. Arnold something. Hold on. I like him. He runs a tight ship. Listen, this judge has been so good the whole time. White like Frosty, and he cool on the bullshit. Do you hear me? I like this judge. I really do. I can appreciate him keeping things in order and not letting them come here with their foolishness. Y'all, the source still has a website. I did not know that. Let me see if I can see the judge's name in here. I know this should be much easier, and I probably could go online and go somewhere and find this much easier. Okay, it's Mark Arnold. So Judge Arnold is the presiding judge on this case. Okay. So Mark Arnold is a judge, and we know Joe is ASAP's attorney. I really like Mark. I really do. We're going to call him Colonel Sanders. Oh, God. We can't give him a little nickname over here, okay? I like him, but so Key, we were breaking down some of the evidence we've seen so far because I know you have to catch up. So first thing, Key, ASAP and Reli and anybody else that's joining, ASAP and Reli are beefing because of expenses over transporting one of their friends who died, ASAP Josh, back to New York. Now, Joe says that ASAP did communicate with Josh's family, and he did take care of the funeral expenses and the transportation for the body. Miss Sheila, I think you said it. I think really wanted the money so he could look like the person who was doing it. You might be right. Anyway, so he does that. At some point, ASAP Bari, messy, calls ASAP Rocky and puts him on speakerphone. Does not tell ASAP Rocky that the ASAP Reli is in the car with him. So Reli hears Rocky talking all of this noise about him. So at some point, they are both in LA for ComplexCon. And they're texting. ASAP text him, when you gonna stop dodging my calls? Let's go handle this. Now, Joe says that Reli is a liar, that he's a fraud, is what he called him. He said he is a fraud. He said that Reli loves to be on Instagram with money and clothes. It's all fraudulent. He's so much of a fraud. He told ASAP he was staying at the W. That's why they met at the W, when in fact he was staying somewhere else, but he didn't want ASAP to know that. Anyway, we saw video surveillance where it does look like Reli is the aggressor. And as he pointed out, Reli has like 100 pounds on ASAP. And if you look at the video, Key, they scuffling for real. I can believe it's a prop gun, okay? It looks like a little, it really did. It really does look like a little prop gun. He doesn't deny that it's a gun. In fact, now we on our break. Who needs to be suing anybody? If we don't, Eels need to be suing Reli for beating his ass, okay? That is one. ASAP didn't get beat. Reli got beat that day. And then he needs to be suing ASAP and 12 for leaving him. Because all we see them doing is running in the video. Shout out to Joe for pointing it out. I didn't know what was going on that video. Baby, ASAP left that man for dead. His friend. He left him for dead. And he's finna testify for him. He left him for dead, okay? He needs to sue them. And ASAP should be on the top of the list because it really was your fight. Because Keith, now when Reli and ASAP, when they start scuffling, ASAP did run up, but we could tell they didn't want to fight for real, Keith. They were just pulling on each other's hoodies. ASAP dropping glitter everywhere because he had glitter on his hoodie. Okay? He had glitter on his hoodie. So what Joe was saying is he's not denying, because somebody on my TikTok, I can't wait to do my videos on this. Somebody on my TikTok said, no, Mel, ASAP's going to jail. They got him on camera with a gun. I'm sorry, Joe got me believing that was a prop gun. And why do we believe it's a prop gun? Because allegedly ASAP shot 2 shots in the air. Joe doesn't deny that ASAP shot in the air, but it's a prop gun. It makes sounds like a real gun. The police came because someone did watch everything. They got a caller. They got a 911 caller. She watched everything, okay? Watched everything. She saw ASAP pull out the gun. They're not denying that he had a gun. But when the police came, within about 10 minutes of it happening, 7 officers, what do you say, a tactical unit, SWAT, 7 officers pull up. They found no shell casings. Oh, but Reli, somebody called him Reli Holmes. Did y'all call him Sherlock Reli Holmes? He ended up finding 2 shell casings. He went back an hour after it happened. Allegedly, he pops up with 2 shell casings, but he doesn't take it to the police that day. He waits 2 days later. Then he takes it to the police. Now, the prosecution in their opening statement, Joe said they did show us. I do remember them saying they found a 9mm magazine in ASAP's home when it was searched. They did find that, right? And I'm like, damn. They found the magazine, but no gun. Well, Joe said they showed us the magazine, but what they didn't tell you is the bullets that were in that magazine, because there were 5 bullets, are not a match to the bullets they found with Reli. I said, oh, damn. Reli the Stallion is crazy. The bullets don't match. The bullets do not match. They did not tell us that part. They did not tell us that part. It's a mess. It's a mess. Oh, and then I did tell you, Joe said nigga twice. Like it was nothing. Okay? Joe said that Reli told somebody else, I'm going to kill this nigga. No, I'm going to beat this nigga up. I'm sorry. I'm going to beat this nigga up. That's what Reli said about ASAP. So it's Rocky. Listen, Rocky and that glitter getting off, Key. Do you hear me? Rocky and the glitter are getting off. So all of the talk about why he didn't take a plea deal, I now understand why he didn't take a plea deal. Why should he? Oh, and Key, get this. There's also a civil suit. The civil suit really is only suing for $25,000, child. And I took a picture of it, y'all. We got to show Key. We got to show Key the injury key. You're gonna laugh at this one. Hold up. That's the injury key. Can you see that? He said he got grazed by a bullet. Now that we know that was Reli back there fighting eels, he probably did scratch his knuckles on that concrete, missed that boy head. He missed that boy head. Zakia, I forgot you on here too. I hope you've been listening. Yes, Zakia. Yes. Oh, thank you, Melody. That's why I love it here. Oh, let's not forget this. Let's not forget this. Melody just pointed something out. Zakia and Key and everybody else that's joining. Let's not forget, he didn't go to the hospital in LA. He went back home days later and then went to the hospital. It's too much. It's too much. He sent a picture to Rocky. I did miss that part. I heard him say that, but I didn't know what he was talking about. He sent a picture to Rocky and said, I'm gonna be rich. Oh hell, y'all! It just gets worse and worse. Let me say, ASAP Reli. I sure hope my video don't pop up on his For You page. Wow, hold on, y'all. Oh, hold up. They said I'm gonna be rich. He did say that. Now let me say this too. Right, 2 hours after it happened, he texts Rocky. He said, "You tried to kill me." And Rocky said, "Bro, what are you talking about? I don't even know what you're talking about right now." Then he texted him again and said, "You tried to take me from my daughter." ASAP said, "Stop making stuff up." I think it was a play from the start. It was a play from the start. He either scraped it, like I think it was Ash during that first scuffle, or when he caught himself beating the life out of ASAP Eels. And then did y'all hear Joe talking about, oh, and poor Eels? He said something like that, his little body and old little Eels, something like that. I said, baby, I don't know where Eels is, but I hope you keep security. Because baby, Joe done made you just sound weak as hell. He's talking about poor Eels, little Eels. So yes, that about sums up this case. Now we will see what the evidence, if the evidence is going to prove the prosecution's case or ASAP's case. I'm sorry, when it comes to opening statements, I'm going to have to go with Joe. And also, it makes sense why ASAP why Reli kept coming at ASAP. He knew the gun wasn't real. The prosecution's reasoning for that is because he never feared for his life, because he known ASAP for so long, he knew he wouldn't shoot him. I'm gonna tell y'all this right now. I love both of my sisters to death, okay? To death. Grew up, I've been around them my whole life. If one of them heifers ever pulled a gun out on me, I'm not playing with them. I am not antagonizing any person with a gun. I love Mariah and LJ. Baby, one of them kids pull a gun on me, I'm getting the hell on. You don't play with people with guns. I don't. That just never made sense to me. I'm like, what are we doing here? That's it. He knew it wasn't real. He knew it was a prop. He said Eels 100. Oh, Miss Sheila. Anybody has a gun, we gotta go. He does seem like he gives no fucks, because baby, they was objecting. He was sipping that water and was gonna just keep on going. He kept going back for more. Now, what else, y'all, that really made me say yes? He knew that gun wasn't real. He wasn't afraid. He followed them 2 blocks. Now, either this man just liked to exercise or he was high on some cocaine or something. 2 blocks? Why would you follow those people? Y'all gonna have to organize my thoughts to these notes, because I'm just taking notes every time we say something. Why would you follow them for 2 blocks? That does not make sense. That does not make sense to me, especially if you claim that ASAP had a gun and someone else had a knife, and you have nothing, and you're just gonna follow them. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to me. He knew the gun wasn't real. He knew it wasn't real, and they're like really good friends. So before they fell out, he probably had talked to him about this. I'm gonna carry this, just I'm in LA, scare people. He knew it wasn't real. Threatening Rocky with 24 years for this is crazy. He knew it wasn't real. He a scheme set up by Relish. She said, "Oh my Shayla, it's terrible." They did not show that he chased them for 2 blocks, but I'm still stuck on the fact that they ran and left that boy down there getting beat up. And Eels was the one. Remember I told you, I said, damn, they slinging that boy all around. Eels was the one trying to break up the fight initially. Y'all know we on a 10-minute break. Let me see. So she could see them. That's that one. He was the one trying to break it up. And they were slinging that poor boy. Because we got the garage video. Okay, here, let me show you Zakia and Key. Okay, wait a minute. Okay. This is the actual fight, y'all. Look at Poe Eels. Poe Eels. This is all they did. It was.
Okay, now.
Yeah, I know we got to show them food.
That's really coming up.
Yeah, I said he wanted to he won. They didn't want to fight for him. And Poe Eels was just like, baby, they just hurt Eels every week.
Okay, now.
So that's the altercation there, y'all. That is the altercation there. That's it. That's it right there.
Attorneys say in their opening statements and later on in closing arguments, that is not evidence. You will not base your decision on what they say. Your decision is based on the testimony that comes from witnesses on the witness stand and exhibits, and your common sense and the jury instructions. The jury instructions and the law applies. So whatever is said to you there in the opening statement, none of that is evidence. You cannot base a verdict on what you hear in opening statements or closing arguments. Everybody understand? Everybody okay? All right, we're going to start with the first witness now, but I understand that after direct examination is finished, we have to take a short break before cross-examination starts. So you're going to get another short break. All right, first witness.
If that fly manages to cross.
What?
If that fly manages to cross, you need my permission to remove him from the premises.
Start earning greater at ozk.com or a branch near you. Bank OZK. Greater awaits.
Are you ready to jumpstart your education in coding? Pursue web development with a Digital Crafts Bootcamp.
Have a shot at him, am I permitted to?
What do you plan on taking the shot at him with?
I'm gonna use it.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. All right,
thank you.
Let's get the first witness on.
My first witness is Sergeant Thomas Zizo.
No.
Raise your right hand, please. Thank you. Please tell me, state that the testimony you may give in the cause not pending before this court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you. Please take a seat on the witness stand there. And please, thank you for adjusting the microphone and state and spell your name.
Sounds like
it's Go ahead.
First name is Thomas, Thomas. Last name Zizo, Zizzo.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. So would you start out by telling the jury who you work for?
Sure, I work for the City of Los Angeles Police Department.
And within the LAPD, what's your current rank?
I'm a sergeant.
Do you have a particular assignment within LAPD?
I do. I'm assigned to Southeast Area Patrol in the City of Watts. Well, part of the city is named Watts, and I work patrol there.
And prior to your assignment, patrol in Southeast, were you assigned to a different station?
Yes, I was assigned to Hollywood area also in patrol.
You keep using the word patrol. Can you explain to the jurors what it means to be assigned to patrol within LAPD?
Sure. Well, patrol is the very basic function of law enforcement. If anybody were to call the police during an emergency, uniformed officers such as myself, as I'm in uniform now, would respond and meet with you and handle the emergency or respond to the emergency.
Drive around in a typical LAPD black and white patrol car?
Correct. Marked vehicle, yes.
Okay. Yeah. Were you working on Saturday night, November 6th, 2021, between 10 and 10:30 in the evening?
I was.
In the Hollywood division, are Saturday nights generally busier for law enforcement?
Yes, they are.
That night at around 10:20 p.m., did you respond to a 911 call?
I did.
Just so that the jury is clear, when you respond to a 911 call, can you explain to them exactly how it is you receive information from someone who would say call 911?
Sure. So it starts with the person calling for police service. It could be anybody. They call 911 for an emergency. It goes to a person who takes the call, receives the information from the caller, and then they pass that information on to a dispatcher who directly communicates with us. And then we get that information from them.
So when you're out in the field and you're receiving, and when you receive that information, do you receive that over your radio?
I do, yes.
When you're receiving information through the radio from a 911 call, is that really just a summary of the 911 call?
Right, that's correct.
Okay. That night, November 6, 2021, do you recall the general area that you responded to at around 10:20?
I do. Selma Avenue, Argyle Avenue, that intersection, and also Selma and El Centro. They're separated by one block from each other.
Wait, you said Selma and Argyle and what?
And Selma and El Centro.
El Centro.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask Mark, my first exhibit, one-page document with a map. It may be marked Peoples 1.
Does the defense have this?
I just went over the exhibits with Mr. Tackey.
All right, that's Peoples 1 for identification?
Yes, and if I can, Your Honor, I'll mark Peoples 2 at the same time.
What is it?
It's a satellite view photograph from Google of the same area generally depicted in Peoples 1. Okay. Sergeant, I'm showing you what I just marked as Peoples 1. I'm going to start broadly with, do you recognize the general area that is depicted in that map?
I do.
Now, you said that you responded to Selma and Argyle, correct?
That's correct.
Do you see where that's depicted on this map?
I do.
Can you point that out?
Sure. This intersection here.
There's a pointer there somewhere. You can use that. Easier.
This intersection here. Selma being east-west, Argyle being north-south.
Does the court need to describe any further if it's marked? Thank you. And you said you responded to Selma and El Centro, correct?
Correct.
Now, I just want to point out for the record that on Peoples 1, there is an icon of a firearm just meant for representative purposes, not displaying anything specifically. Okay. Showing you Peoples 2, does this appear to be the same Does this appear to depict the same area that you just went over, Selma and Argyle and El Centro and Selma?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm gonna stick with People's One. If you recall, what was the nature of the call that you initially responded to at that location?
It came out as a possible shooting had occurred.
Did it give any details about a particular area?
It indicated Selma and Argyle.
How familiar were you with that area of Selma and Argyle?
Oh, very familiar. I'd worked Hollywood several years prior to that date.
And I neglected to ask, but I should. How long have you worked for the LAPD?
It'll be 11 years this March.
And do you recall how long you were at Hollywood? Did you just say?
About 8 years.
8 years. Okay. If you recall, what were some of the buildings or businesses that were at that intersection of Argyle and Selma?
Sure. So, at the northeast corner here, there's a hotel, a recording studio, and a nightclub here at the Argyle. And across from that on the west side is an MTA bus depot turnaround, where MTA employees take their buses in and conduct their business. On the southwest corner here of Selma and Argyle is all residential. And then southeast corner here of Selma and Argyle, this is developing residential at the time, I believe.
Okay. Stick with the building where you described the bus terminal was. If you remember or recall, was there also residences above the bus depot?
That's correct.
And when you say residential, would that be like an apartment building?
Yes.
All right. And the southwest corner, that building that you described as residential, would that also have been an apartment building?
Yes.
The uniform that you're currently wearing, it appears you're equipped with something almost dead center in the middle of your chest. Can you describe what that object is for the jury?
It's a body-worn camera.
And were you wearing a body-worn camera that day, November 6, 2021?
Yes, I was.
How does that camera operate?
So it's always in what we call standby mode. So it's not actively recording, but it's recording 2 minutes of film, no audio, just film only. And at the time you activate it through this button here, this circle,
Hold on, I don't even know. I don't know if that's me or not. Cause I just refreshed it. It's them. Glad it wasn't me. Hold on, let me swap. Child, wait a minute. Is it everybody? I'm gonna go back to law and crime, y'all. We'll see what's going on with law and crime. I'm gonna swap to law.
It could be marked as People's 4.
You talking about the transcript?
Oh, sorry, yeah.
People's 4.
I don't know what I said.
You have transcripts for everybody?
I do.
Alex, can you distribute the
We
transcripts?
have a second each other.
To talk with each other?
Yeah,
Sure.
Y'all, now why law and crime stop? What's going on with the feeds today? Now law and crime done stopped. that court TV up and on crime done stopped.
Alex, could you distribute?
We have a second. Each other.
To talk with each other?
Yeah,
Sure.
Baby, I don't know what they got going on because now law and crime has stopped and court TV is working. Child, I don't know what's going on in their courtroom. They said cut the Wi-Fi on everybody. Baby, I don't know. Because, like I said, law and crime done stop this court TV on. Make sure we up to date. Oh, they done stopped too, y'all. Let me see if law and crime back up. Now, wait a minute. Is it past their bedtime?
Turn your selfies into professional headshots today. With Insta Headshots, you can elevate your professional image without...
Y'all, do the people get off at a certain time or something? Oh, Alicia, I don't know. You can come to YouTube, friend. If you too lost over there, come to YouTube. Y'all, do the people get off at a certain time? Every stream, both streams have just stopped. It's 3:19 there, Alice.
Alex, could you distribute the transcripts to everybody? Does anybody at the table need a transcript? Everybody have, almost everybody have a transcript? Missing one? All right, everybody has one, all 16 jurors? All right. Mr. Sloman, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Sergeant, I have the video, the sole video that's on the DVD up on my computer, and I have it paused at 2 seconds on the video player. I know it's kind of a blurry and out of context image, but if you can, do you recognize this to be your body-worn video captured that night?
Yes.
Okay.
For the record, that's P3 is the use for it.
Yes. Correct.
All right, I'm gonna actually play the video all the way through, and then I'm gonna ask you some follow-up questions based on the video. Okay? So, starting at 2 seconds.
on soon.
Just for 1606 Argyle, 1606 Argyle. Search for 2 more black on the lower white t-shirt, red shorts, number 2 and all black clothing, firing on the vehicle, none of the victims down. Suspect last seen on Selma towards El Centro. 1445 9647.
Use your own code 6 as Selma and El Centro.
623 Roger, Selma and El Centro. 624 Roger.
What's the description?
Female black, one wearing a white shirt, red shorts, number 2 wearing all black clothing.
White shirt, red pants? Use 30 location and make this trip.
623 advises that the possible vehicle that was shot into is in the parking lot near the stop sign. Possibly a Grey Ford or sedan, I don't make a model. Roger. Control 152 453. Someone else control.
Hey, some people are calling saying that there was a shooting over here in this corner. Did you hear any gunshots?
It was 2 shots. Okay. It was 2 shots. But now it was down there. It was down there.
You see, Roger, I'm meeting with an MTA employee now at Selma Argyle northwest corner. He's advising you hear 2 shots in the area in the direction of Vista Del Mar and Selma. So, yeah. Okay, cool. Did you hear any arguing or tires screeching or peeling out, anything like that? Okay, just 2 pops?
Yeah, just 2 pops. You know, I was sitting right there. I was sitting there saying, okay, let's say. I said, oh, this sounds like a shot. A couple of guys. But, you know, it could have been one shot, but then that sound was laughing. It did sound like that. It was like that.
Okay, cool. Well, thanks. He heard 2, possibly could have been gunshots in that direction, which is by Vista Del Mar. And didn't hear any arguing or fighting leading up to that. No screaming, no tires screeching, anything. And we go on Selma to Vista Del Mar. Vista Del Mar is that weird street that stakes around behind that club, maybe over there. Yeah. to follow the scene as well. Is the video exciting? This is the other one. This is the You hear me, shooter?
That's up for it, dude. I'm trying to record this video now, like 10 minutes ago. That's all I saw do for police.
You know what he's wearing?
Okay. Now that we watched the entire video all the way through, do you recognize, is that an accurate depiction of your activities that night?
Yes, it is.
Near the beginning of the transcript on page 2. And if you need me to go back to the video to refresh me, just let me know.
Thank you.
But at the beginning of the transcript on page 2, around line 7, and then continuing to line 9, you say, I think you're talking to a fellow officer, nothing, huh? Followed by, yeah, it was only
I
one
sure hope
call
Ghost
too.
wasn't joking because I blocked him.
What were you referencing in making those statements?
So I was asking another officer who, I don't remember it being so long ago, but if they had seen anything, they hadn't. And then the comment about one call, well, when there's a shooting, especially in a densely populated area, you get more than one person calling. And that's always an indication that you more than likely have a legitimate shooting, because when you get one call, and I dealt with this as recent as of yesterday, and I've been dealing with my whole career. We have people that suffer from mental illness that live in the city, and it's very real for them. And they'll call and say that they heard or saw something. And a lot of times it's a shooting. So one call will come out because it's not actually a real shooting, but to them it is. So they call, and we keep track of those incidences, and we find out later on who keeps making those same calls. So when we have one call, especially in a densely populated area, it could be somebody suffering from a mental illness, or it could be a prank call, because we do deal with that, false reports of emergencies. When we have a legitimate shooting, and typically you'll have multiple radio calls, multiple people calling in, because you hear the shots, you see the shooting, there's witnesses, right? And then when you get there, you have people coming out, leaning out of the windows, pointing, that sort of things.
So when you say to the fellow officer, yeah, it was only one call, or words to that effect, are you essentially communicating right off the bat, I'm not so sure if this is going to be a real shooting call?
Right, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay. Shortly after that, there's a paragraph between 10 and 14 that starts with all units, shooting just occurred. Can you describe for the jurors what that language is, or where that's coming from?
Sure. So this is actually the second radio call that came out. So the first call prompted our response there, and while we are there, this line here, 10 to 14, is an additional radio call. So now it's 2 radio calls. And so those comments there give a suspect description, a location of a shooting that occurred, clothing description of the suspects, a description of what happened. He fired into an unknown vehicle, unknown victims down, and then last direction of travel there, the last sentence, last seen on Selma towards El Centro.
Would it be fair to say that the first call that came in was not captured on your body worn camera because of the buffering that you were talking about?
Correct. That call came out before I initiated my code 3 response. You actually see me writing parking tickets. It came out while I was doing that prior to me activating it.
When you say code 3 response, what does that mean?
Right, sorry. So code 3 is a designation that we use to denote that we're responding lights and sirens. We call that our code 3 equipment. So.
Okay. Now, you said that second call comes out with information that there are potential suspects on Selma towards El Centro, and it gives a description of the clothing of the suspects, correct?
Correct.
If you need me to go back to the video, I will, but do you recall from watching the video where you were when you received that radio transmission?
I believe I was actually at the intersection of Sunset and El Centro. I'm sorry, Selma and El Centro.
So you're at the location where the call is saying the suspects are, correct?
Correct.
So what did you do?
Continued to look out the window and canvas and see if there were those anybody matching that description, those suspects present.
Is it fair to say you did not see anyone that matched that description?
No, I did not. Yeah.
Okay.
Did I miss the description?
Finally, I could eat my Stonefire naan.
Naan? What's that?
You telling me you don't know about Stonefire naan?
What code 6 means?
Sure. We use these codes for brevity and clarity. It just means this is where I am. So if I say I'm code 6 at Selma and El Centro, this just means I'm there present at Selma and El Centro. So they know where I am, right? There's officer safety reasons and then letting everybody know that I'm there.
Okay. So take me back to that night. You received first call, Selma and Argyle. Second call, Selma and El Centro. You happen to be there when you received the second call. You've not seen what is supposed to be described there. First, do you, based on your long work in patrol, do you have any reason why it's possible that that information would come out, but those people wouldn't actually be there at that time?
Maybe a delay in reporting.
Okay.
Right.
So it's possible they were there earlier, and as it gets filtered through the multiple people to get to you, it's just not there at that time?
Correct.
And then you, as you're at that intersection, Selma and El Centro, and you're not seeing these people, what do you do after that?
Well, that was when I approached the MTA employee who was seated in his bus, the MTA lot.
And what's the point of approaching the MTA employee?
Well, when we get to something as a report of a shooting, we have to do everything we can to determine what happened, if anything, right? When we get there, we have to, we work with what we got, not with what we like, but we work with what we got. So if there's anybody in the area, I'd make it a point, obviously, to go talk to them. Hey, did you hear anything? Did you see anything? There are some people who are reluctant to call the police, but if they're approached when you get there, they may actually provide you some information to work with.
Okay. Is it fair to say at that point you were having trouble determining if a crime had even occurred?
That's correct.
After speaking with the MTA employee, he directed you generally to the area of Vista Del Mar and Selma, correct?
Correct.
And Vista Del Mar is that small street between El Centro and Argyle?
Correct, this one here.
Okay. But is it fair to say that even the MTA employee told you he wasn't sure if it was gunshots? He said possible.
Right, and we all heard that on the video. He said maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. Could have been something to that effect.
Okay. At around that point in the transcript, page 4, around line 14, you're told through the radio, quote, "The PR from incident 4245 does not wish to meet." Can you explain what that means in layman's terms?
Sure. So prior to this, I had actually, and we saw that on the video, I had asked if the PR, which stands for person reported, that could be anybody who calls 911, that's how we refer to them, person reported. I asked if they would like to meet. I do this on almost every call because it makes sense to just meet with the person who saw what they saw and decided to call the police. So that's what I was doing there. Incident 4245 is just the last 4 of the incident number, which is unique to each call, so we can differentiate one call from the other.
Were you hoping to receive additional information from the reporting person? Was that your purpose of trying to meet with them?
Correct, yes.
And when you're told that that person does not want to meet with you, how does that affect your investigation?
Well, it's tough. I mean, I know there's a big expectation on us when we arrive to just figure it out on our own, but the reality is we need the public's help. We need to meet with people who saw what happened and determined they needed to call the police. I know that there are witnesses, there are best means of investigation for sure.
Okay. When you approach the intersection of Vista Del Mar and Selma, so now we're about right where this icon is, where did you go?
So we went to the, as was indicated in the comments of the call, the parking lot next to the stop sign is how it was described. And that was the information we had to work off of. And right here is a stop sign controlling traffic east and west on Selma. And there is a parking lot there, which we saw in the video. So
I'm going to stop you, Sergeant,
sure,
because when you say right here, we have to identify where you're pointing.
Sure.
So my recollection when you said right here, and correct me if I'm wrong, was sort of maybe just above where the icon is, the gun icon?
Correct, northwest corner of Vista Del Mar and Selma, that parking lot there.
Okay, and I'm actually going to switch over to People's 2, this photograph. I'm going to zoom in where the same icon is, just to orient us. Would that be that same corner that you're talking about? I know Vista Del Mar is not labeled, but is that Vista Del Mar?
Correct, it would be this parking lot.
Okay.
On the northwest corner.
And if it's easier for you to describe where you went on the photograph, would you do that? If you want me to flip back to the map, People's 1, just let me know.
So this is fine.
So where did you go after you got to the intersection?
So when I got here to the northwest corner, I exited my vehicle and walked the actual parking lot on the northwest corner.
So are you saying you stopped your patrol car right at that corner?
No, I would say just north of mid-block.
Okay. Is there any point or reference you can point to on here where your car was stopped?
So on this map, I think a good approximate would be right above the N here on this Hollywood Levon on the map.
Okay. And so you drove your patrol car up this street and parked it there, correct?
Correct.
Where did you go after you got out of your car?
To the parking lot here in the northwest corner of Selma and Argyle.
On the video, we saw you and your partners interacting with someone holding a skateboard after you got out of your car. To your knowledge, did that person provide any details about the crime?
No, we didn't receive any information to work with from him.
Okay. On the video, we saw you walking through the parking lot. What was your point in walking through the parking lot?
Well, the comments of the call updated and again directed us to that lot next to the stop sign as it's described. At that point, we're looking for evidence of a shooting. In that specific scenario, vehicles with windshields and windows that are destroyed, flat tires on vehicles, damage to vehicles, impacts from firearms.
Did you see any of that?
We did not, no.
Okay. Did you find any victims in the parking lot?
No.
Would you describe the parking lot as nearly full of cars?
Yes.
Towards the end of your video clip, we heard you and your partner addressing someone who was off camera. Do you recall that?
Yes.
If you can describe that person at all, who was that?
Can't recall what he looked like, but I believe he was a resident or somebody that was occupying that apartment there above the parking lot. And I can't recall, but from watching the video, he said he saw two guys, and then the rest you can't hear on the video. But I do remember independently that he also didn't provide anything. He just didn't have anything to provide us that we could work with in terms of investigation.
So you talked to the MTA employee, you talked to a skateboarder, you talked to a resident at a building there. Fair to say none of them provided you details about this crime?
Correct.
Okay. At that point, did you know where, if at all, this shooting had occurred?
No.
How would you categorize the search that you and your partners did of the street of Vista Del Mar, just north of Selma?
Categorize or characterize?
Yeah, how would you characterize it?
I would say typical of responding to a shooting call. We're looking for victims that are down. We're looking for witnesses who can direct us to suspects or victims who are down. We're looking for damage to vehicles or buildings, impacts, right, from gunfire, those sorts of things.
Would you say that you and your partners searched every inch of that street?
We didn't search every inch of that street. No.
Okay.
Can't say that.
As you sit here, can you say to a certainty that there was not a fired cartridge case in that street on Vista Del Mar?
I can't say that. I may have missed something. It's possible.
Okay. The last exhibit I have for Your Honor, Justice Marcus equals 5. Is it reasonable, in your opinion, to believe that if there was a expended cartridge casing in that street, that you may have missed it?
Yes.
Oh, what is the People's 5?
People's 5 is another map, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
Is it a map or is it an aerial photograph?
It's a map. And it has
objection to that last question.
I asked them, I'm like, did I almost die? And she was like, yes. When I cook French fries,
I'm really intrigued by that commercial.
Is it reasonable, in your opinion, to believe that if there was an expended cartridge casing in that street, that you may have missed it?
As phrased.
in your experience working patrol, is it reasonable that sometimes you will respond to a shooting and miss certain evidence such as fired cartridge casings?
That's correct.
And if you miss a fired cartridge case, how is it that you could say, yeah, on that instance, I missed that piece of evidence or something like that?
You mean, how would I find out later?
Yes.
A couple ways. I mean, somebody finds it the next day when the light's up and they see it, and they call the police and say, hey, this doesn't look right. That's one way.
Has that happened in your career?
I have heard of that happening. It hasn't happened to me.
Is it typical that after a case is investigated by a patrol officer, it's passed on to a detective?
Yes.
And have you heard of occasions where the detectives will go back and search an area and find something that patrol officers missed?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. Now make equals 5, the map, and it's annotated with 4 different colored arrows. If I may, Aaron.
Yes.
Sergeant, the area of equals 5 here, you already described this to be that area that you responded to that night, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree that the arrows generally reflect the path that you took as you were driving around in your patrol car as we watched it on the body worn video?
Yes.
So would you have started down here where the number 1 is, headed north on El Centro, made a left turn on Selma, then come south on Argyle, and made a right turn on Sunset?
Right, westbound turn on the Sunset, yes.
Okay. And when you were on Sunset, did you make a U-turn and then head back up Argyle?
Correct.
Did you cross Selma and go into the bus depot on the corner of Argyle and Selma?
Correct.
And then did you come out and go to Vista Del Mar and then go north on Vista Del Mar?
Correct.
And would the yellow generally reflect it's very hard to see, but would that generally reflect where you walked through the parking lot?
Yes.
Okay. I don't have any further questions.
Let me see if the sidebar not on the record, please.
I don't know why they stopped this. Y'all, let me tell y'all, I hope they hold it against him for holding this man up here for all this time for nothing. He didn't find anything. He was on the scene. Get him off the stand. You remember when Paige was saying certain people shouldn't be up there forever? This is one of those people. Like, it's really annoying. We know he didn't find anything. Get to the point. You're making him, like Ms. Sheila said, maybe they're trying to say that he was all over the place or something. I don't know. They got to give us a warning about the sidebar.
I'm gonna go up to a certain part.
Say again?
I'm gonna go up to a certain part. That's parking brake. I think it should take us right to left door.
Well, we have to.
Yeah, I'm saying. I might be.
Well, they said about 20 minutes.
We'll give the world here. Hey, Sergeant, how are you?
Good, how are you doing?
Just a couple things. This whole line of questioning about, the possibility that you may have missed something, remember that line of questioning the prosecutor asked you about?
Yes, sir.
You're not trained to miss something, you're trained to find things, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, when you say you may have missed something, there were 7 of you guys responding officers at the scene, correct?
Did you say 7?
Yeah.
I don't think it was 7, but.
Really? Okay, how many do you think there were?
I think 3 total.
Oh, no. Did you see the video?
I did. I only saw 2 others, including myself. That's 3.
How about Brian Kijevix? You know him?
Kijevix, yes.
Was he there?
I believe so, yes.
How about John Cook?
Yes.
Okay. Gerardo Sweeney?
Don't recall.
Okay. Steve Wilson?
Also same.
Rocky Martinez?
Same.
How about Adrian Rodriguez?
Don't remember seeing him.
And Jose Quintanilla?
Quintanilla? No, sir.
You don't remember seeing him either?
No.
So, anyway, there is camp footage of other officers, not just yours, right?
Correct, yeah.
Anyway, long story short, you don't know if you missed something, right?
I don't think anybody would know if they missed something, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. What was the first?
I'm gonna just put on record. He doesn't know if he missed something. He doesn't even know who I was there when he was there.
Time you discussed the possibility that maybe you missed something with the prosecutors. What was the first time you discussed that?
I mean, today we reviewed stuff, right?
I don't know. I wasn't there today.
Correct.
But it was the first time you discussed maybe I missed something.
Yeah.
When did this happen?
This was in 2021.
And what's it now?
This is 2025.
Okay. So, for the first time since 2021, today is the first time you discussed with the prosecutors, oh, I may have missed something?
Correct.
And the first time you met with them, anyone in this case, was on Wednesday, right?
No, today is the first time I met with them. Spoke with them on the phone
On Wednesday?
Wednesday, I believe, about scheduling and about appearing to court.
So today's the first time you met with them?
Met with them in person, yes.
And the first time you discussed testimony was today?
Yes.
You didn't discuss on Wednesday?
No, we discussed scheduling and what the case was about. That's it.
They thought ASAP was taking their plea, baby.
You take your duties seriously. By the way, let me stop for a second. You were asked what you were looking for hypothetically when you arrived at the scene of a cold for a shooting. You recall that?
Yes.
And you said victims, yes?
Yes.
Damage to property, correct?
Correct.
What about shell casings? Would you look at that too?
Sure.
Because you didn't mention that. That would be something, right?
Absolutely, yes. Yes.
Do you take your duties as a law enforcement officer seriously, don't you?
I do.
And because of that, you make your best effort to perform your duties to the best of your ability.
Correct.
And you do, in fact, the best to perform your police functions carefully.
Yes.
And you're a sergeant, right?
Yes.
So, I mean, very distinguished position, yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And you pay attention to detail, don't you?
Yes.
I mean, you get called to a shooting scene, you guys have flashlights too, right?
Correct.
Searchlights? You know what you're looking for, right?
Correct.
On November 6, 2021 at 10:27 p.m., you had received a report of shots fired, right?
Correct.
And you responded to the area of Selma and East Delmar.
Correct.
And you were wearing your body camera, I think that was established, right?
Yes, sir.
And you reported that.
Yes.
Yeah. And also, fellow officers reported video as well.
Correct.
And you, in turn, reported your fellow officers' activity.
Right.
You exited your car around 10:31.
Can't independently recall, but if it shows that on the timestamp, that timestamp's accurate. There's no reason to believe it's not.
Correct. Not if it's accurate.
Correct.
Okay. And your car was parked next to that parking lot on East Delmar?
Yes.
And after exiting your car, you walked southbound on East Delmar?
Correct.
Towards the stop sign on the corner there, right?
Yes. Oh, yes.
And then you just walked into that parking lot and rolled those cars, right?
Yes, sir.
By the way, there was no damage to any of those cars that time, right?
Not that we saw, no.
You were looking, right? You guys were looking.
Yes, sir.
And once you were in the parking lot, according to your body cam footage, you walked from one end of it to the other.
Correct.
As you did that, you had your flashlight on.
Sure.
All right. And you saw from your body cam footage, other officers had their flashlights on.
Correct.
And at one point, from your body cam footage, you were looking at the windshield of the vehicle with your flashlight, right?
The rear windshield on that red car?
Yeah.
Yes.
You were searching for signs of shooting, right?
Correct.
All right. You didn't find any broken glass?
No.
No damaged cars?
No.
No bullet holes?
No.
You established no shell casings?
Correct.
No blood?
Correct.
In fact, you didn't find any signs of shooting, right?
Correct.
Now, you said there have been times you responded to a reported shooting only to find that the person who made the call intentionally lied about it, right?
Right, like the false report of emergency or
Yeah.
somebody suffering from an illness.
Yes.
Right.
So that would be intentional lying, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you'd agree that if someone misreports a shooting that never really happened, you wouldn't expect to find any evidence of it when you get there, right?
Right.
Okay. Now, your own body cam footage ended at 22:33:16, meaning 10:33 and 16 seconds, right?
Okay.
But you still remained on the scene after that was turned off, right?
Well, I can't remember, but if I'm turning it off, it's because I've concluded what I need to do, and then I'm leaving.
Well, after searching the parking lot, you searched the street as well.
Are you saying after I went into the parking lot, I exited?
Exactly.
I don't remember if I did. I'm going off my body worn.
Okay, well, I'm gonna help refresh your recollection right now, okay? Who was that officer with that name that I mispronounced badly? Ryan? You too, okay.
Kijevix? Yeah.
Okay, Kijevix.
Call him Brian.
There's a J, a B, and an X all in there?
Right, yeah.
Okay.
Get ready for Super Bowl licks.
No, that's Super Bowl 59, Gronk.
Oh, hey, for identification.
Is there audio? There is.
Yes, sir.
Do you have a transcript?
We don't need, this is not the sound, we don't need the audio portion of it, it's just for visual.
What defense say? Thank you.
Now, directing you to 22:35:50, 20 seconds into this video, hold on 1 second. Is that it? You good there? Yeah. So that's 22:35:50, right?
Yes.
Okay, and that's whatever it is.
10:35 p.m.
Thank you much. 20 seconds into the video. Do you recognize yourself on?
I do.
Okay. So you did go to the street after the parking lot, right?
Yes.
And at that point, your body camera is off?
I can't remember if it's on or off. If there's an additional video you want me to watch, but again, this was 4 years ago.
No, I understand. That's what you talked about for the first time today with the prosecutor, right?
Correct.
All right. Did you see any of your body cam footage today when you talked about it for the first time, displaying what you're looking at?
My own video?
Yeah.
Yes.
Showing that part?
No, not this.
Right. I know you saw your video from before that we all saw, right?
Right.
But you don't see any of your body cam footage showing this, right?
No.
Okay. But that is you, right?
It is, yes.
And that video truly and accurately reflects your activities during the search of the scene on November 6, 2021, correct?
Correct.
Were I also as defense exhibit A?
You already have it marked.
Offering
I'm
it to
sorry, what are we
evidence.
doing?
I identified it and I'm offering it the evidence.
It's evidence?
Yes, sir.
Objections?
Evidence would not move somebody into evidence until the cases are
That's
closed.
true. There can be a motion to admit evidence at any time as long as there is a foundation and it's relevant and admissible. Do you have an objection now as to foundation or relevance?
No, I don't.
Defense says admitted.
Baby, this judge ain't playing with it.
Now, the street shown there, sir, sure. Well, you have a little camera screen there.
Sure, this is fine.
Okay.
Yeah, put that here.
Very small company.
Sure.
It's fine. Okay. Ding. We'll talk it ding.
All right. Well, we're gonna have to recess now, sir.
Sure.
So you're gonna come back on Tuesday,
Okay.
10:30 in the morning.
10:30, all right.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
thanks for coming in today.
I'll be in it before 5 o'clock. This judge is not the one of the food. Too pretty. We gonna have to. Y'all know, like, I ain't thought about DJing, but Walk It Out is one of those songs, Two Step, like those songs, that remind me of my high school years in the club. I mean, if it come on right now, I don't care if I got on heels, I'm gonna have to go and walk it out. I'm gonna have to go and walk it out. I said, baby, Walk It Out would turn up a party right now. Now, let me just say too, the judge just dismissed That young man that told him to come back at 10:30. So it looks like we'll be 1:30 every day will be the time frame for here. But I'm going to wait and see if the judge comes back at some point. I hope they don't try to coach the officer because he is a GM. It's too late for that. I mean, at this point. She said people dying that ain't never died before. Key, what? Oh, yeah, we're talking about DJ Unk. Here's a picture I saw of him. I mean, I don't know what he had going on, but he looks so small there. There's probably an older picture of him anyway. That's probably an older picture of him. I saw that when I was scrolling on here. I was trying to see what Megan Kuniff had to say. Yo. No, Key. I was like, what? But I get it now that you said people say that. That's y'all, why funny asking for $650,000? Wait a minute, she's asking for donations to fund her security, y'all. Yes, Zakia.
Types of legal issues coming up. If I'm not financed properly, I'm gonna sue this board of commissioners. Period. Well, I may need lawyers to do that because if not, I'm adding to their jail population, right? It's just common sense. How many lawyers I have, that's how many cases we can indict. That's how quickly we get to dismissals, setting appropriate bonds. And, you have people that are not invested.
Did y'all hear funny?
We ought to be ashamed of ourselves. In Fulton County, a Democratic county, we have a Republican chair and a Republican vice chair.
Y'all, let me see if I can find this. Funny, what?
I want to say that again. So obviously you can donate because it does finance lawyers. It finances my security. Whenever I do anything that is not necessarily DA related, but more my elected, I pay security to be with me because I never want them to say I'm using county officials to do public service. So my bills in my campaign are more. But the other thing that you can do is I would love some place where if there was a think tank when we have legal issues, because we have all types of legal issues coming up.
Now she wants a think tank. Now she wants a think tank. Where was this idea when you decided to indict YSL? Never found Rico. Now she wants a think tank. Yeah, I don't know what to say about Funny. I tried to root for her. Oh, I tried so hard. I'm trying to see if we can. Wait a minute. Not they say Funny done black. Yeah, let me see. This was 11 days ago. Funny done blasted, and we're gonna talk about what we was watching, but this just popped up on my Twitter. Funny blast them. How the hell she gonna blast them?
To Southern gentlemen, right? Fulton County leadership, we need the Fulton County Commission to do their job. The reality is the sheriff cannot do his job, nor the district attorney hers, if it is not financed properly. We have known for years, and the sheriff has been begging for years. The jail is falling apart. The prisoners are using pieces of the jail to make shanks to hurt other prisoners. We know that. Atlanta has done their part. They gave us a facility. They've helped us in the way that they can. This is not on the mayor's shoulders. It's not on Atlanta Police Department shoulders. It sits on Commissioner Rob Pitt's shoulders. And we ought to demand that they have humane conditions. We ought to demand that the DA's office is financed in a way where we can properly prosecute crimes. And citizens ought to call and say, we don't.
Y'all, now she done spend all that money on YSL, and all of a sudden they need enough money to properly prosecute crimes.
Want people to live in these inhumane conditions. And he gave it to you lightly. I've been a district attorney and a defense attorney. The jail is disgusting. If you go in there, people were sleeping in pods.
The jail is disgusting, but you got Yak sitting in there right now for something he could be out for. You let thugs sit in there. You let all those YSL men sit in there for months until you felt like it was time for you to give them plea deals. Now all of a sudden it's so disgusting. Yeah, this lady is really.
The condition should not be that way. You have one man manning 50 and 60 inmates. That cannot happen and people be safe. And so at some point, we have to put blame where blame lies. And where it lies is with Chairman Rob Pitts and those 6 commissioners that sit with him. And they have a duty that in 2 weeks, they need to issue a budget for our sheriff and for this district attorney's office that does the job.
Yeah, they said, get the hell out.
We pretty much take it all. Fridges.
Now that just pissed me off right there. That just pissed me off right there, baby. What? Accountability. Thank you. She's got to be Delulu. What the hell? What the? Key, I peeped it. I said, now she got a little blonde back there. It's still stiff, but she got a little blonde back there. Child, this is too much for me. I don't know. It's something about her getting up there, having all of this to say when it was the complete opposite attitude that you had a couple of months ago. Yak still sitting in there. Woody did tell them that, Natasha. Talk about gaslighting. That is, yeah. Yeah, talk about gaslighting. They said Biden, he didn't pardon Funny. He said Funny need to be sitting up there. Wow. The jail is disgusting. We need more money. I'm sorry, Misty. I was scrolling and it was one of those pro Republican pages, but you know, they always got something to say about Funny, but it just caught my eye like, wait a minute. What is she talking about? And Yak could be gone. You're so mad you won't even let that man go home. But okay, I digress. All right, y'all. So we just finished. We went through Tony's opening. I mean, not Tony. I keep wanting to call him Tony. I don't know why. Tony Montana, maybe. We just went through Joe's opening. I don't have much to say about the police officer. I just don't. I'm not sure why he still has to come up there tomorrow. I know the defense has him now, but I mean, it probably was only an hour of testimony, honestly. I don't think he added anything to their case, though. So we'll see. I don't think he added anything to this case. I know that's right. I saw Crona. Crona's not on here, y'all. Crona said when people would say, like, free Boosie till it's backwards. No. She said when people say free Thug till it's backwards, she would literally be spelling it backwards. Like, what do they mean? I was like, girl, I think when I first heard it, I was like, free till it's backwards. And then it clicked. I said, oh, okay, I get what they're saying now. She's not in here. Crona not in here. But when she said that, I was like, don't feel bad, friend. I think when I first heard it, I was like, till it's backwards. Like, what do they mean by that? Oh, God. Wait a minute. Did y'all say something about Ashley? Hold up. Oh, hey, Kissing Pink. Oh, you've been driving, baby. I need you to stay safe, okay, friend? Stay safe. Let us handle the chat, okay? I want you just listen. You stay safe. Y'all. Hold up. Let me see. Because y'all are y'all talking about Ashley? Because Ashley is who shared it. Ashley said, wait, what? Funny Willis wants the public to fund her legal fees to sue the county commissioners for daring to check her budget after she refused to be subjected to an audit and told the county that she didn't have to answer to them. She sure did. As a constitutional officer, she ain't lying. She did that. She said she seriously refuses to let anyone look at how she spends money, but is quick to beg for it. I hate to be on the wrong side. But baby, I'm sorry. Funny makes it so hard. Funny makes it so hard to root for her. I remember when I first just heard about Funny at all, I remember just being like, okay, girl. And then you start learning the person and it's like, you know, Y'all know what it's giving. That's how I feel about Funny. I'm just Funny just she Funny just does not do it for me. Mm-mm. Zakia, she said I'm gonna tell Mutu. Funny doesn't do it for me, guys. I'm not Key. I told them every time somebody say something crazy to me on this live, I'm gonna put Big Key up. When Big Key up on the screen, you know I mean business. I'm annoyed. I said if looks could kill, Woody wouldn't have made it out that game alive. She looked like she was, I bet she was calling him all types of itches. He was probably all types of bald head itches, short itches, bad ass itches. I mean, he was probably so many that she just look at her face. I'm telling you. I don't know what Big Kia is taking, but it's working. It's working. The transition is going where it's supposed to go. Auntie is not playing. Do you hear me? I don't know. Big Kia looked like she probably would have got out there and rumbled with Woody. I'm sorry. She said she probably was ready to find them reports and lock them up. Do you hear me? They have. Oh yeah, I saw it, Montresa. I was able to see that. He was courtside, baby. I know she was pissed. I know she was pissed. You know, one of the things about Woody that I really think people hate about Woody is the fact that he was actually able to navigate this whole snitch thing and it work in his favor. Everyone has not been able to do that. Woody said, I mean, for me, for Melanie, who y'all know I give my disclaimer, I'm not in the streets, never been in the streets, don't know anything about the streets. For me, I was like, I got what he was saying. He was, to me, it sounded like, I don't know if this is true, to me, it sounded like he was giving them like street gossip, stuff they already kind of knew. Plus, they didn't act on any of it. They did not convict anyone from anything Woody said. Like, nobody. Couldn't even use what he said because you didn't know what was truthful and what was not truthful. And if you go to Young Thug trial, honestly, listen to the jurors. They didn't listen to shit Woody was saying. They remember Woody because he was an interesting witness, but they didn't listen to him. So in a very broad way, like when I hear people say, oh, he's a snitch, dog, that's fine. But I just didn't see it that way. I actually believed it. I'm sorry. I believed him. Two lies, one truth is what I got from him. A little bit of truth, a little bit of lie. That's what I got from him. You know, he was telling them stuff like, okay, Zakia drive a white car. What kind of car Zakia drive? They already know she drive a white car. Oh, she had a white car. It's public information. That's just my take on it. And he's been able to navigate this thing in a way. I know that boy has touched more money than he's ever touched in his life. And he's not doing it. He's not scamming. He's not getting over on people. He's literally being himself. I knew Woody, and I'm going to tell you, I'm interested to see what he does in 25. I knew Woody was going to really be out here doing stuff. I'm sorry, y'all. That dog video sent me. He a king spinner. That dog video sent me. He sent me with that dog video. You couldn't believe Woody. He told them something he knew they wouldn't already. I think so. I mean, that's just my thoughts on it. And I know Kia hate to see that boy coming. Oh, I know. Oh, I know she hate to see him coming. Because just like Thug, she don't look like Ace Hood. Don't do him like this, Sharonda. Just like hold on, y'all. Have you seen the new video Surviving of Naziah? Tati, I have not seen that. I probably don't want to see that. But I if it come across, I'll let you know. But yeah, I know Kia hates that. People like Thug, people like Duke, people like Woody. They're not supposed to make it doing legitimate things, right? They are supposed to be down, bad, and broke their whole lives, or in jail, or dead. They're not supposed to be doing the things that they're doing. Woody not supposed to be taking care of his daughters right now, legitimately. He's not supposed to be doing that. So I know Kia, oh God, I hope she didn't fall. I hope she didn't fall down them steps, because y'all know some of those steps in the in State Farm Arena, any arena, I'm sorry, I think they can be a little tricky sometimes. So I hope she watched her step. Because sometimes you can be focusing too hard when you walk in, you look up, you might trip. I hope she didn't do that. Because she too big to be falling. She too big to be falling. I don't want her to do that. Oh yeah, Mariah sure was there, Alice. I saw that. They were so annoyed that Thug made it, that came up with the RICO. Of course, I believe that adventure. I think when you look at these crimes individually, they didn't have a leg to stand on. But a RICO gave them hope. Because y'all, if you remember, we read the statute, I believe it's, stuff was within 10 years. They put everything they ever thought these boys did into that indictment. I'm telling you. No, Zakia, I'm just saying. She doesn't need to fall. I just really believe that with that case. They put everything they could into that. So always, seeing this picture, I think she walked like this every day. She probably walk around like this every day. She's permanently embarrassed. She will forever be known as Lioness Gaither. I can see her right now in that oversized suit jacket on that stand. Hey, Jink Jink. Y'all remember she didn't want to show her face, and then her picture got plastered everywhere? Baby, first of all, it's hard to disguise big boobs, okay? So I know that suit jacket had to be about a 3XL. You know what, Key? Key, how would they have added Woody to the RICO? That probably would have really messed him up. Girl, adding Woody to the RICO would have really messed him up. I'm sorry. That's definitely not a person they should have wanted to add. And I hope this next go around, leave Woody alone. Do not make that man go back up there. Please do not make him go back up there. I just don't think it's going to end well. Demise look like he was. I don't know what demise. Demise. Effinger. I don't know even how to feel about them walking into this new YSL trial. I'm scared for Garrison too, but his lawyer was so quiet. I really can't read him one way or the other for real. So we'll see. She said Woody with the RICO would got them 1,000 years plus. I don't think they had enough on Woody. Honestly, it's just like the rest of them. It was all, oh, we think Woody did this. Woody is the one who told them about the rich homie Quan thing. The only thing, the whole think is a game, they think that Woody did that. Like, it's when Woody went to jail, if I'm not mistaken, it was for having that weapon with the baby mama. He didn't turn it in, so it turned into something. So we'll leave Woody where he is, okay? Woody is he is walking reasonable doubt. He is walking reasonable doubt. She said, oh, girl, Woody would probably be back. Isis, we know there's a strong possibility, but Isis, I don't want him to come back. I just don't want him to come back. One, I just want him to be done with all of this. And then two, the state can't be foolish enough. Now, if they do it, they do it. But they can't be foolish enough to put that boy back on the stand. He does look 50, Key. He looks stressed. It was actually sad to me that, like, nobody was there for him, I don't know. I'm gonna have to look through that indictment again. That was actually sad, Y'all might not have felt sad, but I was like, damn, they didn't even bring them clothes, That just, Eppinger, you didn't even have clothes. The way he was crying out for his mom on that video, I'm like, damn, she didn't bring you any clothes. They said Woody is the star witness. They know the time y'all. They might bring him though, ISIS. You know, I don't think they want to work hard, so they may bring him again. And Keith said they definitely bringing Woody back. Him and Motormouth talked a lot. Y'all might be right. Y'all might be right. Y'all might be right, but I just don't see. I don't see the strategy in doing that, knowing how it worked out for them last time. I don't, and I don't know. Now I don't know what we're gonna do with Garlington, because he done talked about everything under the sun. So I don't know what's gonna happen with Garlington. I'm going forward, so that's gonna be interesting to see. Y'all, did Garlington have on a Prada tie in court, or am I remembering someone else's case? Key, you're right. And you see Funny in there begging for money. Something, she must need something. I don't see Abate wanting to be embarrassed by Woody. You're probably right by that. Who's going to question from the state? Oh, Lord, I hope not Hilton again. I just hope not Hilton again. She said, love gone, Hilton gonna cry. Oh, my God. She said, I was wondering why no one brought them anything. Garlington was dressed for his wedding. Y'all, did he have on a bow tie? Alice, did Garlington have on a bow tie? I'm not going crazy, am I? I think he had on a bow tie. Oh, that's it. That's what it is. Thank you. He had on a bow tie, but it was Nar who had on the Prada during his plea. Thank you. That's what it was. Who smiled the whole time? I'm still not over him smiling the whole damn time. They need to send Hilton wherever love is. I don't know what's gonna happen, y'all. I really don't. Sharonda. It's a bed behind me. This last bed behind me. I'm not even about to play. That's you waiting to see Abate's opening? I don't even know what to expect in this new trial coming up. I think another reason I was so disappointed with the other attorney is because Christian Eppinger has serious charges. And they were giving us like this hope. And the trial's like, oh, they're gonna be kind of good, especially Eppinger's lawyer. So he really disappointed me that last hearing. I want to know if he rebounds when we come back to court. And what is he actually what is he trying to do with Eppinger? Like, I felt like the boy was going to be in jail forever anyways, but what is he really trying to do with him? I really want to see that, and I want him to get that together. I really do. Since they closed the Jungle Book, what they using there, probably the cat in the hat. Probably some, what is it, one fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish? Something foolish like that. Because I still can't believe she got up there and said that. Maybe Hilton will do fine without love. Maybe so. The jurors seem to think that key. The rat in the hat is crazy. Rat on the hat is crazy. She said Abate don't need to drop the bomb about Garland's unengaged. Do y'all remember that man said apparently she's married to Mr. Jackson? I said, I know this man did not just blurt that out in court. I know he didn't just blurt that out in court. C-Spot run for the opening. It's going to be something foolish. You believe they're going to call Woody back. Something in my spirit. Woody better save money for a lawyer. I hope that's something he already did. Begging for money, but won't respond to the records request. And let me tell y'all, what she's doing, she can't do that. You have to respond. Like, well, I don't know what's finna happen with these record requests going forward because Trump just been on a rampage, but you have to respond. Like, you work in public office. You don't get to keep secrets. Girl, that's not how this works. That's not how this works. Too pretty. She said, are y'all for real? Is this real? Paige was done. Do you hear me? Oh, she gave. Oh God. Key. Quindarius' testimony, when you look back on it, it's like he was like, I'm just go up there and say whatever. Prepared. Said Woody got lawyer friends now. Child. Should change his stage name to Midlife Crisis Thug. What? Wait a minute. I told y'all she tried to find that watch. I'm gonna bring it up every time. She's gonna have to find something. They go to court. Did Duke say they go to court on that like later this year? I just think it's crazy to have paid, I think he said $200,000 for a car, and your car just sits somewhere collecting dust. Sitting somewhere collecting dust. Like the craziest part of all of this is I get seizing assets when money is flowing through a RICO. They legitimately are artists making money, doing shows, doing music, promo, whatever they were doing to make money. You never checked anyone's bank accounts. The only way we know some money was made by people is from phone calls. Like this is the brokest RICO we've ever seen. Do you think that through whatever channels you thought they were making money from, they were able to buy the things that you seized? It just makes no sense. Millions of dollars worth of jewelry just sitting in an evidence locker. Yeah, I don't know what Duke talking about. Listen, if we have to go to court, I'm gonna go to that court. That one shouldn't be crazy. I should be able to go to that one. I'll go in that one because I want to know what the hell are they gonna do with that. Like, what is their argument for trying to keep this stuff? Because Love was trying to keep it. Do y'all remember? She was like, "Oh no," baby. Brian still looked down and said, "It's a civil matter. It's a civil matter, baby. You can sit down. You're not keeping that. You're not keeping that." Okay, y'all. Isis gonna go to court with me. Y'all remember she said that. Isis and I. Oh, Isis, I'm probably be in the city by then too. So Isis and I are gonna go to court when they have that. When they get to court, that we're gonna go to court. I don't know why he's saying no cameras. I think a lot of them just want to be done with it. They just want to be done with it, and I do get that. Trying to include that in the plea was, I was like, oh, it's about the money. And Thug is one of the only ones they actually find. Did you guys pay attention to that? He's like one of the only ones that was actually fined for the things that he pled to. No, Rainette Duke didn't get anything back. He said they go to court sometime this year. I don't know why I'm here in October. Because I don't know why I'm here in October. That's probably I don't know where I'm getting it from. But they have to go to court on that. That's a lot. They bonus was Thug's assets with Kiss. They're gonna have to give them assets back. And I think what I want to know most, if they cannot find that watch, what are they gonna give him money since they lost this watch? Because someone showed me like the evidence thing, it was logged in. Jen, I can't be that specific, but I know he had a fine. I thought it was 2. Jen. She wouldn't let him donate any money. Yeah. Oh, Tasha, I don't know if they'll let me. If I went to court, I would probably take notes. I don't want to be making no noise or anything. I'll probably take notes. Just drop the charges. I don't know. I really like. I'm really wondering if down the line, if Trump like to piss Funny off, is gonna like pardon Thug or something. Well, not pardon Thug, but because I know he didn't have federal charges. But I'm wondering if Trump is going to do something in regards to Thug just to piss Funny off. Let me say that. If he's gonna do something just to piss Funny off. Like, because I don't know, y'all. I feel like we ain't seen it yet. And that he's doing already, that man is on a warpath. But I wonder if he do something just to piss her off. I don't know. Key, you know what, Key? Don't be messy. Yeah, he had a fine. I just can't remember if it was multiple fines or was it just one. I do know, I think one of them was like 20-something thousand though. Let me tell you, I saw Boosty. She said he might. Man, I put that pen down. He has not. Tasha. Thank you, Tasha. Because when people start acting foolish on here, you have to remind them what time it is over here. Okay, Ronnie said it was 25K and 15K. Okay. She said we need somebody to give us detail for detail. I told you we're gonna go. Isis and I are gonna go. We're gonna be able to give you detail for detail. Isis and I are going to go. I think it goes to the county. That's what I'm thinking, JT. Who took the picture, y'all? Attorney Yates took this picture. Yep, Attorney Yates took this picture. Oh wow, that's gonna be funny. Okay, y'all, I'm about to end this stream. Thank y'all so much for streaming. We've been on here 6 hours, and it looks like the start times for court will be 1:30 every day Eastern Standard Time. So I'll be on at 1. I'll be on at 1. I'll be coming on at 1 instead of 1:30, but it's 1:30 every day. Y'all, let me show y'all. Let me tell y'all what Yates said before I get off here. I didn't even acknowledge Yates, Doug, and Starrer because I was swiping and Woody was so funny, y'all. Seeing Gaither was so funny to me that it just tickled me. So let me show y'all. So this is Woody, Yates, and Starrer, and Doug at the game yesterday. So I saw all of them. In my comment, let me see. I said Woody, not Big Kia. And somebody and Yates commented and said, "You're welcome for that picture." I said, "Wait a minute." I said, whatever she is working. She looks like a mad ass man in that pic. I'm actually scared for y'all. And I told Yates, thank you for giving me the laugh I needed, because when I say I was tickled when I saw that. He said May probably had the flash on. Do you hear me? Oh my God. K-Tel, I'm sure their cars are probably messed up. They took a lot of cars from Thug. They had a list of stuff they took. It's a lot. But yes, y'all, May took that picture. And I know, man, I don't even know if I can do that on here, friend. Let me see. I don't even know what thing is. She looked pissed. Because imagine you done got questioned by this lawyer. And she's not on the rock. She's on YSL Talk. She's seen Starrer and Yates talking about her. She did. She saw them already. She heard what they said. Just imagine you standing on your feet tired already. You already tired. You got to deal with shit. You tired. You probably didn't even want to come to work today. You get in work and you look to your right. Key, what you be saying? She see her big as a sitting there with 3 lawyers, cheesing, laughing hard. Do you hear me? Her biggest op right there. And I told everybody, oh God. She was pissed. Then they had the nerve to pull out their cameras. Yeah. She wasn't having that shit. That's exactly how she felt. You got the nerve to bring out your camera? Then you courtside? Key, I couldn't even put them out if I wanted to because he with 3 white people. She can't even try Woody if she wanted to. Do you hear me? Oh, God. Oh, God. Unknown said she spied on her partner's nephew she lived with when she was a minor. I don't really think she spied. I think it was just conversation. And her co-workers love him. They said everybody want to take pictures of Woody. Baby, he was backstage getting to it, okay? Meanwhile, she just want to knock him over. Everybody, oh, they got Woody. And this her. Child. Taking pictures of Woody like he their favorite celebrity. Oh, and bitch, I know she was ate up. They probably called her while somebody was taking a picture of Woody, and she said, damn, they go Gaither. They go Gaither. So she called her looking at Woody. But yeah. Bye, y'all. But I'm gonna see y'all. Thank y'all for an amazing stream. Please like the live on your way out if you haven't liked the live. But thank y'all so much. I'll see y'all. I don't have a schedule for the weekend, so if I pop up on live, I'll pop up because I do want to watch Hilton's closing. I'll probably watch that tomorrow. But bye, everybody. See y'all later.